Hi guys, this is Shadow. Your help is needed to keep this channel going. Please support me so I can work more. Donation link below in the description. Chapter 401, The Temple. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. So this is our destination, the old master inquired as his newly acquired elven horse-drawn carriage reached a large town, surrounded by a stone wall. Yes, master. Cinny said, it is the last town before the frontier. Behind it there are only a few miles of desert until we reach the death gorge that separates us from the demon lands. She quickly added. She had long figured out that her new master was a hermit who had no idea about a lot of things. Death Gorge? Yes, it is this huge and deep ravine that no one was ever able to explore. It runs the entire width of the continent with only a few bridges over it connecting the two sides. Cinny explained. In the past, it was the old borderline for some old human empire. After that empire fell, it became borderline with the demons and the first line of defense. Although the demons crossed it many times, pushing the defenses with great numbers, the temple always managed to push them back behind it. She said with stars in her eyes. The temple? The old master asked again. Was I in seclusion for so long that the world changed this much? He added. The Defenders Temple is a multiracial organization. In the past, was a minor sect that preached about the demons' danger, but no one believed them. Still, about 300 years ago, when the demons first arrived, they grew in importance after proving their worth on the battlefield. They managed to become the strongest force, managing to repel the demons and defeat them repeatedly. Eos explained this time. If only the matriarch of the Moon Elves didn't stubbornly refuse their help, maybe we wouldn't have been decimated in the last breach. She sighed. How can someone who came to help you selflessly be so bad? Oh, they do sound sketchy as hell. The old master commented in an inaudible voice. They run this place now? Yes. They took it upon themselves, the mission to control and guard the border towns after all the world's kingdoms decided to withdraw their troops from the desert that was not worth protecting. They also have missionaries all over the world. Cinny explained. They hunt demons everywhere as they have some technique to discover the ones who hide among people. They do not discriminate against any race. Cinny explained. I see. Do they also control the sale of all demon-repelling weapons? He asked. Yes. Their skills and weapons are super effective against those demons. Eos said. They can even cure poisons. Oh. They also help the poor and the needy. They are the best thing that ever happened in this gloomy world. Cinny added. If they are so good, why is there a thriving slave trade everywhere here? He asked. They don't interfere in worldly manners. Eos replied. They say their part is to only help. How convenient. He said. Oh, can anyone join them? He asked. I am not sure. Eos frowned. I know this. Cinny answered. They only accept very powerful people, and the recruitment is done directly by their bishops. I am sure they would accept Master though. She brightened up. I am sure they would. He said as the carriage reached the town gate where two old guards stood. Both of them were half-breeds, having some ogre blood that was evident by their large bills and ugly faces. Slow down. One guard in steel armor ordered. What have you got there? He asked, looking at the collapsed people in the cage. Merchandise for the morning market. The old master replied. It is already noon. I will be selling at a loss. Do you have paperwork for these merchandises? The guard asked. And I also need some ID. Sure. The old master said, taking a bunch of copper coins and handing them to the guard. He got those when he caught the slavers. Everything seems in order. Carry on. The guard nodded, gesturing for the wagon to move on. Thanks. The old master nodded. By the way, do you know any good honest dealer that might accept some perfectly legal merchandise? He asked as the wagon began to move, tossing a sliver in the guard's hand. Go to the old street, it is the one next to the temple. Ask for Old Timber, tell him Old Juck sent you, the guard said. Understood. The old master replied and the carriage entered the town. Chaotic. This was the best way to describe this place, as the streets were filled with beggars, refugees, merchants, and random adventurers who came to accept the temple's requests, fight the demons in the frontier, and tried to get their level up at the same time. They were of all races of this world, humans, elves, dwarves, and halves. The town is considered a safe place as crime is completely forbidden. So many people prefer to stay here even in the streets, to being outside where they can be kidnapped and sold for the flimsiest reason, Cinny explained. I don't see any guards though, the old master asked. The temple doesn't use guards. Even the ones outside belong to the town hall, and are there just for the taxes, Cinny said. The temple seems to have some kind of artifact that can quickly discover any crimes committed inside the walls, and if anything happens, they will immediately dispatch a group of priests. This doesn't make any sense. Does that mean if I pickpocketed someone the temple would know? He asked with a frown. Selling slaves in public doesn't seem to be a crime. I don't know. But there was an incident like that in the past, and the priest really did find the thief, she said. You know a lot about this place, he said, as his mind turned, adding more random missions to his list. Damn it. The first time we were sold, we were brought here. We spent 6 months in training, she said in a sad voice. I see. The old master slowly patted the sad half-elf's hair as the wagon slowly made its way through the streets. After asking a few passers-by, it quickly found its way toward the temple, the tallest building in town. Along the way, they saw a group of monks in white dresses passing the streets and heading to the gate while totally ignoring all kinds of sketchy peddlers who were shouting for their goods. The old master gave them a fleeting look, then shook his head and began inspecting the peddlers. Weapons. We have weapons, used only once, some never used. We buy girls. Any girl. We buy corpses. Sir, do you have a corpse? No. Too bad. We have girls. Humans, elves, dwarves, have ogres too if interested. Map of the desolate lands. Buy one, get a coffin reserved for free. Men. We have men. Pretty men, ugly men, straight men, gay men, all kinds of men. Exotic spices. Can turn your girl into a whore. Artifacts. We have artifacts. Absolutely not fake. Hats. We have hats. Horses. Normal horses, elven horses, dwarven horses. Bridge pass. We have spare bridge passes. Bridge pass? The old master stopped the wagon and asked. Yes. The peddler quickly ran to his side. To go into the desolate lands, you need to cross the holy bridge. You need a pass of that. Oh, wouldn't it be usually sold at the temple? Cinny quickly asked, fearing that her master would be tricked. Don't worry, these ones are totally legit. The peddler quickly said. Some people just don't make it to the bridge. They die of totally natural causes. And we happen to find their passes. The peddler said, not hiding a thing. Those who came here without sufficient power didn't deserve to cross the bridge. Oh. How much for one? The old master asked. The temple sells them for a gold piece each. I will take 7 silvers. The peddler said. But you will need one for each of you. I can give you a discount. He added. No need, give me one. And I will take one of the maps too. The old master said, making the 2 half-elf girls look at each other worriedly as he inspected the strange green jade token the peddler threw to him. Don't worry. The old master said, hugging the 2 girls as the peddler left with his money. I don't plan to sell you, he said. This is just for a trip I may make in the future. You are too weak to follow me, he said. Is Master planning to go into the desolate lands to fight demons? Cinny asked worriedly. Who knows? The old man didn't reply as the wagon stopped next to a dark alley right before the temple. I am looking for old timber. The old man asked one peddler who was selling a group of macho men chained to a wall. Slavery seemed to be the norm here. There. The peddler pointed, not toward the alley, but to a large gilded store right opposite the temple's gate. Typical. They quickly headed there. Old timber? The old master asked an old dwarf who was sitting on a high chair smoking a pipe in front of his store that clearly sold clothes for the temple. Yes? Old Jock said you buy perfectly legal merchandise here? I do. The girls? No, the ones in the back. Old Timber jumped from his high chair and slowly walked behind the carriage. His eyes sparkled when he noticed the unconscious litter. We don't accept sun elves. Too much trouble. Then I guess I will go somewhere else. I will make an expedition. How much? 1 gold for each. 10 for the elf. Double it. Impossible. ... Fine. The dwarf said as he gestured to two burly men who grabbed the unconscious slavers and then dragged them toward the dark alley in the back. Good to do business with you. The old master said, as he counted the money and then put them in his pocket. If you ever need some fine goods, or want to sell, come find me. The old dwarf said. The old master nodded and drove the carriage away, giving the temple's door a fleeting glance. Where to now? Cindy asked, slightly relieved that their new master didn't really sell them. Maybe she should thank him tonight. Find an inn. The old master said. I need to show you my cauldron. He added, making both of the girls look at each other. Cauldron? Was this a new term for ... Wow! Julian said as he left the hotel. They were in a grand city with tall skyscrapers and many sceneries. This city is really big. I couldn't believe such a place existed in such a remote area. He said. Don't get fooled by how prosperous this place is. It is a completely sinful city with many shady things going on in the background. Lily said. The kingdom of Orva is made out of only this city that had absolutely no natural resources or industries. Can you imagine how they make their money? Crime? Not if it is legal here. What? As long as you have money, there is nothing you can't get here. From drugs to slavery, it is all accepted. Lily sighed. This place is also a runaway hub for all the corrupt politicians, let alone overthrown kings and dictators in the world. They come here with tons of cash or gold bars to start a new life and enjoy their retirement. Wouldn't their original countries ask for them? They can. But no one will care unless one of the oligarchs intervenes. This place is under the protection of the Ashflint family, Lily said as they reached a grand casino next to the hotel where many luxurious cars were stopping and dropping off VIPs. It seemed that there was some kind of event. Welcome to the Grand Ash Auction. Do you have an invitation? The guard at the door asked politely. He didn't mind the masks on their faces as many auction attendants wore masks due to the exotic nature of this auction. No, just tell your young master Liam that someone came for his debt, Lily said flatly. Please wait a moment. The guard frowned, but didn't dare to be disrespectful. The aura Lily was projecting was that of someone very important. Debt? Yulin asked as the two of them were guided into a waiting room. Just something Victor scammed. He has no use for it, and it will get us into the auction easily and get us what we need. Just play along, she said. Oh, why not use that purple token instead? Yulin asked. He saw her use it in the airport when they left Vane City. It made everything very easy. I don't want to leave a trail, but I don't mind using it if things got troublesome. Lily casually replied. She would use her iron bat first though. 5 minutes later the door of the waiting room opened, and a fat young man entered with a group of very muscular guards. Julian sighed. It was clear this young man was not going to cooperate. Who are you? Liam asked. I came with a letter from the Emperor, Lily said in a fake voice, giving Liam a golden piece of paper. No, a better description for it would be a bill. Saved your fucking life 4 times, 40 lives. Fed you 22 cans of superior beans, 220 cans of superior beans. Fed you 19 AAA meat steaks, 190 AAA meat steaks. Gave you 1 authority point, 10 authority points. You better pay those or else. Training and discipline costs $11,200,000. $112 million. Please pay my representative by the end of the day or by the contract you will be considered this seat's slave. My representative can give you more time if needed. You better not anger her. His Majesty, the Emperor of the World, Conqueror of Demons, Vic Volt. Is this place really inside the cauldron? Cindy asked as she looked around. They were in a virgin forest surrounding a small stone hut. Master, you really have many secrets. Yes, this is where I stay when I train. And the place where you will live from now on. The old master said. I plan to be somewhere dangerous, and you shall be safe here. He added. Master is planning to go to the demon lands? Cindy asked in a worried voice. Yes, he said. He planned to do more than that though. and the girls being with him was not feasible. As long as Master remembers to come take care of us, we don't mind staying here. Eos said. But please be careful. Don't worry. He sighed. How about I tell you one more secret? He asked. What? Both girls asked, then gasped as the old master slowly turned into a young man. Not just a young man. A very handsome young man. No, beyond handsome. This is what I truly look like, he said, revealing his entire charm just as a test. What's wrong with you? He asked with a frown. But the two half-elf girls who opened their mouths like dead fish had no answer. Their batteries must have died. I guess I will have to recharge you, he said as he dragged the stunned girls into the newly built hut. Chapter 402, The Gorge. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was as esteemed grandmother expected, Mike said as soon as he returned to the strange cave they were hiding in. This place was under the sea, next to the main island. It seemed to be a secret base of some sort. They are gathering the heirs for some kind of assessment, he added, looking down from the control room at the kids who were training martial arts down below under the supervision of many elders. This was his grandmother's secret base. Oh, perfect. I was worried they would take their fucking time, Anne said, looking at Mike. She wanted all the traitors to show themselves to grab them in one move. Was the rest of the heirs settled? She asked. Yes, but they were not pleased. Did you have to lock them up like that? Mike asked. One of them was the poisoner, and he must be working for Marcos. If not for him, I would have not hurried down there, she said. I can't trust them now. Beside you and Alice, that is. She sighed. I understand, Mikhail said, squeezing his fist. When can we check the jaded room? He asked. He was worried about his brother. Don't worry about Victor. That kid is more resourceful than you can imagine, she said, with a strange twinkle in her eyes. Follow me, she said, leaving the control room. Mike frowned and quickly followed as she guided him through the intricate tunnels, and after walking for half an hour, Mike didn't dare to talk, and Anne was not in the mood for a chat. In the end, they seemed to reach their destination when Anne stood in front of a huge door and took a deep breath. This is the center of the main island, right under the main hall. Normally, only the patriarch can come here, she said, seemingly hesitating for a moment. Mind your manners, she said as she pushed the door open, then walked in followed by Mike into the dark hall. She bowed. Mike quickly imitated her. Anne grates the protectors, she said, bowing down. You may raise, an old voice said, making Mike rise up and slowly make out the details in the darkness. In the center of the hall, there was a large crystal that stretched all the way into the ceiling, and inside of it, Mike could make out a black heart that was slowly beating. Around the crystal, on black jade beds, 4 extremely old men were sitting in a lotus position. It was as if the crystal was a bonfire and they were sitting around it to get warm on a cold day. Protectors. I will need your help, Marcos, Anne said toward the men. We already saw what happened. We see everything. But Marcos is the patriarch, 3 of the men said, making Anne's face change. Without the protectors, she would be in a very shitty situation. But that bastard dared to collide with outsiders, so he lost his right, the last old man said, making Anne sigh in relief as all of them looked at her. The atmosphere was no longer cold. Lass, ever since you were a brat, you liked to use others, one man said, sighing. I learned from the best, she answered. Haven't you been creating some kind of army with unique bloodlines? The other asked. Why not use them? They are not ready. Their level is just too low, and I don't want bloodshed in the family, she said, telling the truth. Indeed. Well said. Another protector sighed. In his breath, Mike could feel the aura of a ferocious beast. But if you need us to appear, you would have to deploy the barrier, or the world would attack us. Don't worry, I already contacted Theodore, and he is taking care of it, she said. We need it anyway in case they try to escape. Good. The last one finally spoke. Hopefully, you will not let them trick you again, he said. I don't know how they did it. Marcos seems to have somehow cured the SSS-ranked poison I used on him to keep him in check, and that bastard must have found some loophole in the contract I made him sign. I just didn't expect him to have the balls, she explained. And for the last few years, I couldn't really directly oversee anything due to my poisoning. You know that the only one I truly trust was Ariana. Regardless, you were the one who made him patriarch, to begin with. If he didn't collide with outsiders, we wouldn't have helped you. Let this be a lesson for you, he said. This young one knows. And bowed. May I know who he collided with? A brat who thinks he is too smart. He is way above your league. Don't care about him. One old man said. He can't enter this world anyway, so we just have to take care of his minions. Anne didn't like not getting the answers she wanted, but those old foggies were not cooperating. Is this one Theodore's son? One protector suddenly asked, pointing to Mike with his bony hand. Yes, I think he is the best candidate for the patriarch's seat. Anne said. Oh, indeed. That strange high-grade bloodline that runs through Theodore, runs in him too. One old man said, as he raised his head and took a whiff of Mike's smell. Bruce would not like that. Another old man said. It was as if he was teasing Anne. Bill, Bruce's kid is too aggressive and calculating. He is not suitable to be a patriarch. Anne quickly said. You two are very aggressive and calculating. The first old man interrupted. And look where I ended up. She confessed, every age has its needs. She added, indeed. We will test Bill when the time comes. The last protector said. And we will test you too. He told Mike, who kept his silence. He didn't care for all of this at the moment. He was just really worried about Victor, wanting to hurry to the jaded room to check on his life jade. So, you sold the girls in the end? The guard asked as the old master left the town alone just before dawn. They were too naughty for a man my age, and I found a good master for them, Victor replied. Thanks for the hospitality. He added, throwing a piece of silver to the man. Our pleasure. Going to the demon lands? That's the plan. Maybe find some artifact to pay for my retirement, and I also need to get my level up, he said. He checked things in town. Many people who came here had only one goal, and that was to cross into the demon lands to kill demons and level up. Some chose to do missions for the temple or go after bounties, but as an old man, Victor knew that it was not reasonable to act like a youth. So he made up a reason. As people leveled up, their lives increased. This was a known fact. So many old men who feared death more than demons tended to try their luck beyond the gorge. We all do when we grow older. The guard nodded. If you got anything good, make sure to return before the auction in 5 days. It would be a waste to have to wait for 3 months to sell your loot. Can't the shops take it? The money is in the auction. The old guard simply said. I see. Thanks man. Take care, and be careful on the road. If I were you, I would stick to the right side of the road. When it is this late, some boys go out to play and might mistake you for a demon. Noted. Victor said, throwing another silver to the guard before leaving. He wanted to leave earlier, but the girls in the cauldron seemed to have gone berserk after making them see what he really looked like when he activated all his bloodlines. He had to knock them out after 10 rounds, or they would have really died of exhaustion without realizing it. He only tried his charm on Lily before, and she was the one who told him not to reveal it to the rest of his harem. She was right. He did try looking at himself in the mirror. It was a mistake. He almost turned gay for real if he didn't remember that the handsome man who was looking back at him was himself. His charm was really too fatal. He sighed, checking on the cauldron one last time by sending his consciousness into it. The cauldron as a whole was divided into 12 compartments. 6 upper ones that were suitable to be lived in and 6 lower ones that were meant to store materials. At the moment he had 3 separate groups of girls. The ones Rita got, and we're still building a village. The ones Tom got and were still in the phase of recovery and were starting to train in the manual he left them. That dark scion Mavis was still plotting escape too. He needed to find a good place to dump her, but this place was not safe for mortals. Wait, if he let them out here, could they become players? Maybe he would try something in the morning. In the last compartment, he left the 2 half-elves who needed some long sleep. The hut they were in was relocated by Victor from the village, and he planned to leave it as his resting place. Damn it, he had many things to do and he needed some time before some idiots swallowed the baits he scattered. So the first thing to do for now was to leave town to provide an ally and maybe go take a look at the Death Gorge. Places like that usually had treasures at their bottom. Victor slowly made his way toward the gorge following the official road. Along the way, he encountered many random groups who were casually hanging around or returning from the demon lands with spoils. Still, Bai made sure to stick to the right side of the road as the old guard told him no one touched him. This must have been some rule between the locals. It took him about 2 hours to reach the gorge, and it was already dark with the clear sky illuminated by 2 moons. Victor sighed as he looked around. This gorge was by all means far larger than anything he expected. It was as if a huge sword slashed the earth, separating the 2 sides and leaving mirror-like cliffs. Its width was about 300 feet, and its depth was immeasurable. He couldn't see its bottom when he looked down, not even with his enhanced eyes. Between the 2 sides, a huge 20-foot wide bridge stood majestically. It was constructed out of some strange metal that made it appear as if it was cast from one piece. Everlasting tungsten. Oh, he heard about this material. One of the toughest materials around. It is not rare, but not common either. Its perk though was the fact that mining it is a nightmare as it would require mithril-made pickaxes, and even with them it was very tricky as any cuts made over it would usually heal up with the slightest mana in the air, so it required some specialized techniques to separate. And even after managing to get some chunks, working it is nearly impossible as it would always return to its primary shape no matter how hard it was forged. He read once that working it was one of the secrets of the dwarfs, but their technique could only create small objects, nothing like this. Is this your first time here? One guard asked as Victor reached the entrance of the bridge. Unlike the ones in town, this one was dressed in white and had the strange temple symbol on his sleeves. Yes, this is amazing. How the hell did they build such a thing? Victor asked. He was considering stealing the technique. No idea. An ancient artifact. It was built way before the time of the Blight King. He said. Oh. Victor said with disappointment. He had no idea who this Blight King was. He needed to visit some library, but those were only available in big cities in this world. Do you have a pass? The guard asked. Yeah? Victor nodded, taking out the token he got earlier. You can go then? The guard said, grabbing the pass. Thanks. Victor said, giving the guard one last look before he turned and began walking on the bridge. By the way, how deep is this gorge? He asked. No one who ever descended returned. The guard said, shrugging his shoulders. If you intend to take a look, be careful around the edges, it acts like quicksand, and might drag you down. Thanks again. Victor nodded, throwing the man a silver that the latter gladly took. Runkatata. Abnormal state, slave, S. Class, warrior, authority, 4, level, 33. Bloodline, Elf 40%. This guy was a slave too. The same with the temple guards he noticed in town at the temple door. The temple definitely was not a good thing. They were either trying to control the world by leveraging their power to slowly expand, or they had already fallen for the demons. Hopefully, he was on why making baseless assumptions. If not, he would have to go give them a visit and ask some questions. Victor sighed, and as an old man he slowly made his way across the bridge, trying to appraise it all the way. Still, nothing could be found about its builder, just some strange symbols. He could use his Akashic Scholar skill against them, but he only got 2 more activations this month and he didn't want to waste them here. Such a skill was very valuable in another world that had many variables. Soon he reached the other side, where there was a tower guard by a gatekeeper. Off to hunt demons? The guard asked. Yes, I lost all my money raising a few ungrateful girls. Now I have to go to work to get a few more. Victor sighed. I see. Do you have suitable weapons? The guard nodded with a friendly smile as he casually checked Victor's gear. I am a wizard, Victor said, raising a black wooden cane. It was curved using poison from some very durable wood, making it look like some very cheap wizard cane. I am also an expert in hand-to-hand fighting techniques. I trained it in bed, with many beautiful. Take care then. The guard interrupted in an uninterested and a little disappointed voice. as he put away the talisman hidden in his hand. This guy was not a prey worth robbing. Kids these days. Victor sighed, shaking his head. If only they knew how much I fucked their mothers in my youth, they would treat me with respect, calling me far. His voice trailed off as he got away, leaving the guard who stood for a moment trying to comprehend what he just heard. Was he just cursed at? Wait. He wanted to say something, but to his surprise, there was no one in front of him as the old man was already 100 feet away. Damn it. I will break his fucking jaw when he returns. The guard silently cursed. If he knew how vulgar this old man was, he would have marked him, allowing the men to go beat the fuck out of him. Victor didn't care, as he just crossed the bridge to end his trial. He was not planning to go into the demon's territory yet. So as soon as he was far enough from the bridge, he slowed down and looked around. He was planning to return to the gorge and explore it. Out of nowhere, a three-headed lizard demon attacked right from underneath Vsia. It was as if it was waiting in the sand. The man-eating sand lizard lost its life in one slash. Sadly it was only at level 20, not enough to give Victor much experience. Did demons here react in the same way they did in his world? Victor wondered as tried to grab its corpse, but it disintegrated, leaving behind a black gem and a skill book. Sand ambush, F. Yes, it was the same. When a demon died, the world seemed to absorb its corpse and leave behind something that reflected the demon's ability. It was the same when he got a shadow-shifting ring after killing that demon. This is what that old guard talked about. They must be doing an auction or something for demon-acquired artifacts. He must go take a look. I will also return to hunt here later, he said to the desert, facing east before turning and heading back to the gorge to a place far from the bridge. Along the way 2 more low-level demons attacked him. Sadly this time they didn't drop anything as their level was under 10. Reaching the gorge, Victor sighed as he slowly approached. Moments later it was as if something was dragging him down, making him use all his strength and step back while preparing his sword. There was nothing. It was the ground near the edges. As the guard said, it acted like quicksand. Assimilating silica, 72% cheat. He cursed as he appraised it. This place was full of strange materials, just like his world would become after the reckoning. Victor slowly activated his levitation skill, making sure everything was working. He slowly approached the edge of the gorge and looked down. It was bottomless. Putting on a couple of defensive talismans, he slightly activated his bloodline, making 2 pairs of draconic wings spring on his back. He slowly spread them and then jumped. Although he could use his levitation skill to go down, from experience he preferred to use his wings as he was not sure if there was some artifact that interfered with skills down below. Slowly he began to be destined, the gorge around him becoming darker and darker, forcing him to transform his eyes also. Now he could see, barely. Strangely enough, nothing changed after he declined for more than 300 feet. This place was deeper than he expected and it had a strange feature. As the deeper he got, the clearer the air got. It was as if the sand was not falling here. Looking around, he realized why. The cliffs. It was as if they were mirrors, but they were made of glass as they were absorbing the sand, and integrating it with them. Victor was beginning to consider leaving for now, and delaying the exploration when he felt a change. All of a sudden his health bar began to decline. He quickly moved his wings and flew up for 10 feet or so, and the health decline stopped. What is going on? He asked as he appraised everything around him. He could see nothing. Nothing at all, just the normal cliffs. Thinking for a moment, Victor activated his Akashic Scholar skill and asked, "Why did my health decline?" 10 order points required. Yes, no. He quickly paid. Death energy. Oh. The answer was helpful. Like hell. Wait. Victor frowned as he looked down, and strangely enough, he became able to see it. A black viscous smoke-like matter that filled the entire gorge below him. Did using the Akashic Records skill enhance his appraisal? Or was it the opposite? His realizing the existence of the energy allowed him to see and appraise it? He had no idea. The question was now what to do. He took a healing pill, activated a few more protection talismans, and decided to try to descend once more. As he descended, his health bar began to decline. The more he descended, the faster it emptied. He was able to get 30 more feet, but had to go right up again. The more he went down, the more concentrated this death energy became. Strange. What was this? He had never really read about anything like this. Could it be that there is no way down? Victor was a little reluctant. The fact that this place was protected by this energy meant that the bottom was full of treasures. How to overcome death energy? Victor finally asked the Akashic record. It was his last question this month, but he was really tempted. 9999999999999 order points required. Yes, no. Victor pressed yes, Error, inquiry failed. Go fuck yourself. Victor cursed. He was really considering that he should have used the underflow bug on the order points instead of on the authority. Damn it. He felt poor. He could only work hard and slowly accumulate order points using his physical strength and labor. He paused. Earlier, his Chaos Dragon body was able to withstand the pull of space. What if it could also overcome death energy? Deciding to confirm this, Victor first used his disguise to hide any energy that might leak. Then he activated his bloodline, making his hair turn white, his eyes turn gold. 2 long horns grow from his forehead and his wings expand 3 times as a dragon tail sprung from his back. He felt powerful. Taking a deep breath, slowly, he began to descend. Foot after foot. He slowly smiled. He was right. His health bar was not decreasing, but his stamina and mana were tough. It was very slow, as if his body was resisting the death energy's erosion. Victor quickly took a stamina pill and a mana pill. They were enough. Good, Victor said as he quickened his descent. He descended, then descended even more. Slowly, he was getting impatient and began to speed up, keeping his eye on his health bar. Then he descended. Down and down he went. It was really deep. Really deep. Was there no end to this? He was seriously getting bored. If only he could call Margaret. He would have really enjoyed some chat. Damn. He tried looking through the eyes of his blood slaves. There was nothing interesting, just the usual. Tom, that pervert, was really making him angry. Damn it. Just when Victor was really considering it was no longer worth it, he spotted something. The bottom. It was way deeper than he ever expected, as it was more than 20,000 feet. He slowed down, intending to touch down, then he abruptly stopped 1 foot above ground, moving his wings to stabilize himself. What was below his feet was not soil, but corpses. Mountains after mountains of what appeared to be fresh corpses that had just died. Chapter 403, Treasures. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Liam sweated a little bit, as he looked at the bill he had to pay. For the last month, he decided to consider that the authority point he got was just a fluke, and not the Emperor's doing, as according to the family elder he asked, authority points could only be granted by awakening or leveling up. That's why he brought the men, intending to pay Vic, then kicking his ass after settling the debt. However, he quickly discovered that his assumptions were wrong when the girl gave him Vic's letter. In his very soul, he knew it was true. For a moment he considered not paying and kicking those two out, but then he could feel it, something rapping on his heart like a hand squeezing it slightly. It was the contract. Damn it. So the authority was Vic's doing. How? Damn it. Where the hell was he going to get those 10 authority points from? Do they sell them online? Impossible. Let alone the owed money that would render him in debt for the next 3 years. He was in deep shit. What would happen if he didn't pay? He would become Vic's slave. Never. He had to play this no matter what. Master, shall we? One of the burly men who accompanied him as guards asked. Get out. He ordered the men. He was not going to let them see him get humiliated. Get the fuck out, he added as he kicked the last of the men out of the room, then closed the door and turned to face his debtors. So, the masked girl, who seemed to be the Emperor's envoy, said in a cold voice. There was an iron bat in her hand now. Ah, this speech was a player too. Damn it. 1 minute, he said as he turned back again, opened the door, and grabbed the bag that one of the men had before shutting the door in his face. This bag has all the things I borrowed. He decided to finish with those things first, the shield, sleeping bed, and some other things that he didn't wish to remember. The girl nodded, taking the things off his sweaty hand, and then putting them in her storage ring without even looking. And the stuff on the letter? I will be able to give them to you in an hour or so. Except for one that might need some more work. The authority? She asked. The beach clearly knew. Yes. I couldn't find 10 people with authority yet. He said. This was his solution. 10 people each with one authority. Sadly, semi-players are not that easy to capture as slaves. Why would I want 10 people? I need 10 authority points directly. The girl said coldly. This is like giving me a sandwich in someone else's stomach. What the hell can I do with it? She scolded. But I need the authority points directly transferred. It is not like I have some way of squeezing them out of people, she said. For a strange reason, he felt that she was lying. Impossible. And how can I transfer them to you? He asked. That's the problem. He had no idea how Vic did it before. There are many ways. She said, shrugging. I heard there is something called authority talismans and artifacts. We can accept those? Oh, where can those be found? He asked as his eyes began to sparkle. He had never heard of such things. I have no idea. It is your problem. She said. Get me some worth 10 authority points, or become a slave. Damn beach. Liam silently cursed. Can you give me some time then? He asked directly. Possible, but I need the money and the ode lives now. After that, if you do me some favors, I might give you an extension on the debt. She said as if she was thinking, what do you want? He asked, clenching his fist. We will talk later. Bring the owned lives first. I believe you made a deal with His Majesty that they can be provided as other people or something. She said as the man who was standing behind her squinted behind his mask. No, Liam hesitated. I need your promise to give me some more time first. He said. Why? It is better this way. That is not a reason. The girl said, noticing his hesitation. Fine. You will have 1 year to get the authority you owe. In exchange for this delay, I want you to get me 2 top VIP tickets to the auction now. She said. Oh, fine. Liam sighed, smiling as he felt the contract accept the girl's decision. The goods. Follow me, Liam said, taking his visitors to the elevator that took them up to the 37th store of the hotel over the casino, where he kept the girls. He was expecting Vic to come any day now to get them. The elevator door opened to reveal a huge suite where 40 scantily clothed extra fat and ugly girls lay on red velvet couches as they awaited their fateful young master to make them true women. Here they are, all young and healthy just like me. A perfect replacement. He said. One of the girls winked as the silk that covered her thigh fell to the ground. The masked girl chuckled as the guy behind her gasped, then immediately ran to the trash can where he began to puke. Liam couldn't blame him, he had the same reaction when his men got the girls for him. 1 or 2 of them were enough to give some men nightmares, let alone 40 who sat in some very revealing poses. Throughout that last month, Liam had been pondering whether he should choose fat guys or girls to give Vic, but fat guys could be trained to go thin and be useful. Fat ugly girls can become thin but not pretty. This was his petty revenge against Vic. Are those the goods? The girl who didn't seem to care asked, smiling for a strange reason. Yes. This is why he wanted the promise first. The guy who finished puking said hatefully. Yes. You can't go back on your words now. I won't. Those are perfect. I am liking you more and more. The girl said unexpectedly, patting Liam's shoulders. Once you become Vic's slave, I will tell him to go easy on you. I will never become his slave. Liam said directly. We will see. Let them dress up and meet me after the auction. She said. Oh, and prepare the cash you owe, we will be using it all tonight. What? Liam gasped. You want to use all that money in the auction? But, is there a problem? The girl asked, frowning. Not for me. He said sneakily. This way please. Victor slowly and carefully descended onto one of the corpse mountains and began to look around, wary of any attack. This place felt extra weird. Did someone place those corpses here? Was this gorge some kind of giant lab for demons or something? Probably not. Many of them had clear signs of broken bones that penetrated their skin. They clearly fell from above. He slowly looked at the corpse under his feet. It was of an elderly elf. No, he was not old, just mummified. It seemed like dried fish. Touching the corpse, Victor began to check it. It had a big stab mark that clearly penetrated its chest and appeared to have reached the other side, where a trace of dried blood could be seen all over its shiny metal mithril armor. Wait, was this an artifact? Elven mithril armor. Cool. Victor quickly tried to take it off the corpse, and it was hard, as the moment he applied a little force, the corpse's arm broke off like a dried twig. It gave him a good view of the insides that, although red, were totally dry. This guy must have been dead a long time ago, but other than drying up, there were no signs of decay at all. Was this the effect of some poison? Wait. That's it. It is death. Decay was the process in which microorganisms devoured the corpses. Could it be that the death energy here was killing all living things, including bacteria? Victor quickly checked multiple other corpses to affirm his guess. Elves, dwarves, humans, and some strange-looking ogres. There were animals too. Some looked familiar, like elven horses that fell with the broken wagons that they were dragging, and some were strange, like some huge bird-like creature that had an elf riding it. He was right. All the corpses' blood and skins had long dried, and were somewhat brittle. Others were rock-hard, like the corpse of a strange horned beast. This place seemed to be completely a work of nature. There was no proof of someone tampering or placing things here. Now, the question was, what should he do? No, this was not really a question. This place was a treasure trove, and treasures needed to be excavated. The question was whether the corpses only existed here under the bridge or all along the gorge. If it was the latter, he would need a few years to grab everything, as this place was huge and stretched all across the continent according to the rumors in town. Victor quickly flew up and traveled a few miles along the gorge, and as he expected, it contained traces of every battle that ever occurred above. But thankfully the corpses seemed to be concentrated only a mile or two under the bridge, and the further he traveled, the corpses slowly became sparser and sparser. Most of them seemed to be either flying creatures or some beasts who slipped and fell down. It seemed that they were concentrated where battles were usually fought. As for the dead energy, it showed no signs of disappearing. On the contrary, it grew stronger as he moved to the south. The change was minute, but he could detect the change in his stamina and mana bars. Well, he didn't have much time at the moment, but he did hear there were some other bridges, so he decided to leave the task of checking them and pinpointing the death energy's origin until later. He should also check if any major battles happened near the gorge. This place was perfect to dump a few corpses. With these thoughts, Victor returned to the area under the bridge. He quickly took out his trusty cauldron and then chose one of the uninhabitable zones inside, the desert region, to fill it up with corpses. He had decided to take everything here first and dismantle them later, as this was far more efficient. Many of those corpses were wearing intricate armor and had some very impressive weapons that needed care when extracting. And whether he could still extract something extra out of those, after all, would remain to be seen. Hopefully, he would be able to use the cauldron's effect to get some useful bloodlines. Authority and skills were not an option, as those guys were long dead. Sighing at all the work he had to do, he began to just grab the corpses and then throw them in the cauldron one by one. An elf, an old dwarf, a pretty elf archer. Her corpse was well preserved and not dried like the others. It was due to a ring she had in her hand. Eternal ring. SSS. Another eternal. Maybe Alpha would like it. That girl had been avoiding taking things from him lately. Whatever. She was the type that needed to be cooked in some special method. He just needed to find a good opportunity. Another elf, a dwarf, a cat, a barrel full of some metals. He had no time to appraise around. Why were there no demons? He wondered as he worked tirelessly. Then he noticed it. Under a dead elf. It was a skill book. Being small, it seemed to have slipped in between the corpses. Archery. Victor quickly got an idea and began to dig in one spot instead of randomly grabbing from the surface. The more he dug, the more skill books and strange artifacts he found. Seductive dance. F. Energy drain. F. Quick steps. D. Fireball. D. Steel balls. A. Telepathy. E. Disappearance. D. Triple dodge, B. Reflect, A. Silver sword, F. Libido enhancing ring, E. The place was filled with all kinds of skill books and random trinkets. Damn. Victor could slowly make a conclusion. It seemed that the demons who fell here died then disintegrated just like what happened on the surface. They left behind their skills as treasures. He, ha ha ha. Victor began to laugh like a maniac. It seemed like he could fully fund his plans now. From now on, all he needed to do was to get enough toys. Ha ha ha. He was rich. Wait. He had no time to laugh. He would do it later. He had a ton of work to do for the next few days. Chapter 404, The Ashflint Auction 1. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Welcome our dear guests. Welcome to this extraordinary auction sponsored by our prestigious Ashflint family. The old auctioneer said as Lily and Julian found their seats in the VIP balcony Liam provided. Is Victor that emperor you kept mentioning to Liam? Julian asked, ignoring the auctioneer who began some stupid introduction. Yes, we need to secretly collect allies for the reckoning, and he can't do that as of one wiser, so we invented some random personas. She answered briefly, wondering what kind of depraved persona he would be using in the other world. Lately, she was experiencing a strange weak feeling of ecstasy. She knew that this must be her soul connection to him, and this made her really wonder what the fuck was he doing. The only explanation for that feeling she could think of was Victor sneaking into some elf emperor's harem. Damn it. She quickly shook her head. She needed that sword. Oh, then why did you give Liam a way out? Giving him 1 entire year to pay. Couldn't you have just demanded those 10 authority points straight away and made him a slave? Julian, who didn't notice Lily's mood swings, asked. His sister didn't seem to be the forgiving type. Liam is a scion. We can't corner scions, she said. What does that mean? Julian frowned. Scions? You will understand when we return to the family. Now let's focus on the auction, she said dismissively as the auctioneer presented some ceramic ducks. She was totally not interested, even when the ducks began to vibrate. What are we here for anyway? Julian asked. Slaves. This auction happens once a year, and it is one of the biggest in the world, she answered. Ah, is this legal? Julian asked nervously as he looked at the audience down below. All his experiences with the police were very miserable. In this country, yes, she said. I already told you that, so don't worry, okay? He seemed a little relaxed. Didn't you just get 40? Whatever those things were, don't be rude. It is not their fault, she scolded, interrupting him. And, I don't mind grabbing a few more girls, especially a gem that should appear here, she said as her eyes twinkled. Who? You will see. She should be the last and best object tonight. We just... She paused and frowned as 2 men stepped onto the opposing balcony. One was Liam, who was almost groveling in front of the guest whom she could only get a glimpse of before a burly bodyguard closed the blinds. Cheat. What? Julian asked. His sister's mouth was very foul. She kept hurling random curses for random reasons all the time. Someone who should not be here. This is going to be troublesome. She bit her lip. The guest was none other than Titus, Victor's cousin. That bastard didn't even care to wear a mask. He feared no one. Will this affect our plans? Julian asked. He had no idea who this someone was. Yes, that guy will definitely be bidding for the ones we want, and Liam would probably side with him. Lily cursed. She should have delayed the payment of the debt until after the auction, but she would have missed out on the money and the VIP seats. Damn it. Then? Julian asked. Should we back down? No, don't worry, I already have a backup plan as I expected someone would try to take our loot. It is just that this guy is too troublesome, she said as her mind turned fast. She could still make things work. Taking a strange-looking talisman, she pointed it at the balcony and activated it. Cheat. She cursed again. What is it this time? Julian asked as he watched the look on her face change. Those blinds have a sound distortion effect, she said as she stood up. Even S-ranked voice magnification talismans were useless if the only thing they could hear was noise. Bid casually on a few random things before I return, and try not to arouse suspicion, she told Julian. I need to check on a few things, she said as she left the balcony in a hurry, activating her shadow cloak skill. She quickly followed the corridor until she reached the balcony where Liam and Titus should be. Making sure no one was nearby, she activated a talisman and pasted it on the door, then put her ear on it. Thankful it worked. Light had shone upon my lonely world. And my stop with ass kissing already. Titus interrupted. Where's Larry? I thought I asked for him. Larry is no longer responsible for the auction house here. If young Master Titus needs anything, I would be more than glad to provide it. Liam said. Is he dead? Who? Larry? If he was not dead, then why is not Fu King here to welcome me? Titus asked arrogantly. Oh, well, Larry left this city a week ago. I just got promoted, and he didn't like to keep working under me. He works for my big brother. Liam said. He sounded troubled. Oh. Titus frowned. So it is family drama. Not like he cared. Then what happened to the goods? The goods? Liam asked. My Fu King girls. Titus flared. The one I ordered Larry to secure. Oh. Liam seemed troubled again. Oh, what? These belonged to young Master Titus? Liam asked. Yes. I am very sorry, young Master. The managers had no idea those were young Master Titus's goods. So, we included them in the auction. Liam said. Lily somehow felt he was lying. What? Titus flared. Pull them out. I am very sorry, but there was nothing in the books, and the elders were the ones who made the decision. I have no authority to pull them out now. The auction's item list has been issued. It would really damage our credibility. Liam said. If young Master Titus had already paid for them, we would reimburse you immediately. Bang. Fook. I didn't pay sheet. Titus cursed. There was the sound of something breaking. Then, young Master Titus, you only need to buy them now. Liam said. I see. So that was your plan all along. Titus said in a very cold voice. I don't know what young Master Titus is talking about. Liam played dumb. Lily was liking this guy more and more. I will play your game. Titus said. Just tell Larry that the next time I see him I will break his legs. And I will break yours too if I ever see you in Vane City. Now get out. Lily quickly jumped away and stuck to the ceiling as the door swung open and Liam was kicked out by a burly guard. Just you wait. Liam cursed in a low voice, looking carefully at the door before smirking and then turning away. I see. Lily said as she watched him leave. After that, she tried to eavesdrop more on Titus, but there was no voice from inside, so she quickly made her way back to her balcony. Liam was definitely playing a game here to kill two birds with one stone. First of all, he intended to get rid of the connection between that guy Larry and Titus. Probably this was connected to some family feud. Secondly, he wanted to make Titus pay more for the goods. A lot more. Well, in the other timeline, the same thing seemed to have happened, though she was not sure how. From the report Victor was doing while investigating Titus, she remembered that it was mentioned that he bought that girl from this place. Now, it was clear why Liam seemed a little taken back when she said she wanted to participate in the auction. The bastard was now planning to make her fight with Titus to take some of the heat off himself, and maybe he had some other plans. Roy woke up and looked up at the white neon ceiling. What happened? Yes, that little girl hit him. He quickly looked at his hand. It hurt a bit, but it seemed fine. Strange, he could swear he felt his bone crack when his fist touched hers. He was probably mistaken. He quickly tried to sit up. It was painful, but nothing seemed broken. Looking around, he confirmed that he was in an infirmary bed, and to his right and left were numerous similar beds with young men and women lying on them. WTF. Most were asleep, except a few who, like him, had started to wake up. So you are awake? Someone said. It was Roxy. What happened? Everyone got their asses handed to them. Roxy shrugged. You are one of the few lucky ones who managed to get a point though. Oh, what about you? Me? Roxy smirked. The moment I saw that Iris was locking the door, I ran away using the ventilation duct. Then how did you know what happened? I am a reporter, you know. I have my ways. She proudly said, making him sigh. Is it okay for you to tell me that? What if I ratted on you? He asked. You are my brother. She said, seemingly offended. That little girl was also our sister, and look what she did. He said, looking at his poor siblings. That would be useless. I was caught. She shrugged. Oh, didn't they drag you back? Nope, on the contrary, she began to whisper. I was granted 10 points for sensing the danger and escaping. It was a part of the test. She said triumphantly. Oh, good for you. He sighed again. So, do you need anything from me? He asked. He noticed that she didn't seem to care about the others. Yes, Iris is interested in you, and she wanted me to tell you a few things. Roxy said, lowering her voice. Iris, that legitimate beach, didn't she trick us? He asked hatefully. It is a part of the test. Listen up, after this test, each of us will be getting a chance to choose one of the legitimate heirs as our master. She wants you to choose her. Oh, a master? Yes, apparently. We still can't enter the family without the right bloodline, so after the awakening ceremony, they are creating a new rank for us, guardian heirs. It is above that of outer heirs and just slightly below that of inner heirs. Oh. Roy didn't sound impressed. To guide us after that, we must each choose a master who is an inner or elite heir. Iris wants you to choose her. Roxy said. Is she sure I will survive this test? He asked. She read your file, and she likes you regardless. If you fail, she will make sure to hire you in her mall. Roxy said. You are going to choose her? I am not sure yet, but I like her a ton more than the others I met. Roxy said. And she had a really sad story. She was just like us until a few months ago. Oh, are our other supreme legitimate brothers here? He asked rudely. Don't let them hear you phrase it like that, and yes, some of them. They are called Rex and Max. She sighed. You don't like them? You will know when you meet them. Now focus on recovering. Roxy said, patting Roy's shoulder before she left. He sighed and relaxed on his bed. Then he sat up again. Can I help you? One pretty nurse asked. I need to go to the restroom. He said as he prepared to stand up. Ah, let me help you. She said in a seductive voice. No thanks. He said, hitting the feverish nurse's hand away as he made his way to the restroom. He knew women like her, wanting to cling to the rich while scolding the poor. Closing the restroom door, he quickly took a note that Roxy stuck under his collar. Be careful. The rewards are big, but everything here is a test, from the nurses to the food. Never trust Rex or Max. They are snakes. I already took care of your sister. She was transferred to a good hospital and will be fine. Just focus on succeeding. The world is bigger than you can imagine. Iris. Is this letter a test too? He wondered as he crumbled it and threw it in the toilet. Regardless, if she really took care of his little sister, he was in her debt. In a lonely auction balcony, the poor door swung open. Did you finish snooping around? Yulian asked when he noticed that Lily returned. Yup. Lily said as she took her seat. What is that? She asked, noticing a vibrating porcelain duck that was in Yulian's hand. I wanted to buy something not to draw attention to us, and this thing is nice. He replied. It is for relaxing purposes. Lily sighed. All perverts think alike. A maid came and dropped this while you were away, Yulian said, giving Lily a catalogue. Opening it, she could see that it was full of photos of naked women and men. The goods for this auction. Is the one on the last page you wanted to get? He asked, licking his lip. Lily quickly flipped to it, squinting at the very pretty girl on the last page. Yes, but you can't touch her. She said. Oh, I never said I planned to. Yulian said. He seemed a little upset. Don't act like that. This one is more trouble than you can ever handle. Lily, who could easily read his thoughts, said, but if you managed to control her right, she would be a very efficient weapon. What do you mean? I will tell you when the time's right. Lily sighed as she looked at the stage below. The first phase of the auction ended and the old auctioneer was changed to an old masked dignified lady, followed by two women who were dressed in black dominatrix leather suits and armed with two whips. Ladies and gentlemen, now, we will start the real auction, she said as from the backstage, a line of naked chained men entered the stage. All of them had one thing in common, they were damn hot. The first batch. Let's start. The old woman said as one of the dominatrices cracked her whip, making all the men start to demonstrate their bodies in exotic poses. Yulian couldn't help but swallow. Those guys were big. TSK. Lily clicked her tongue and shook her head. Pathetic. They should be ashamed of themselves instead of showing off like this, she said as she relaxed in her seat. Compared to Victor, those guys were nothing. Julian didn't really get what she meant. He just kept his silence, being a little thankful that his sister was not reacting like some ladies in the audience who began to fight over the men while drooling. Soon enough, the amount of money that was thrown around became mind-numbing. Julian, who lived most of his life in poverty, could only sigh. Maybe he should have really sold his body to some rich lady instead of suffering in the back of the Allies. Next, the old woman said as the first batch was sold. A line of pretty girls in some very revealing clothes and chains entered the stage. The whip cracked again, and the reluctant girls began to do as the men, exposing themselves in various poses. This is disgusting, Julian said, righteously, though his eyes that were about to pop out betrayed him. Why even bother trying? Lily sighed. A man has to always stand on the side of justice, he said. Whatever. She sighed. This was the main difference between her brother and Victor. The former has a sense of justice. The latter would sleep with Lady Justice and then cheat on her the next morning. No, that's wrong. Victor never really cheats. It is not cheating if everyone knew he was collecting a harem. Damn it. Let's start with number 11. A fair 19-year-old maiden from the southern marches was sold to repay her father's debt. The old lady began explaining. The minimum will be 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 7 million, 8 million, 15 million. Lily quickly doubled it. 20 million, 21 million. Lily bid again. 22 million, 25 million. Lily increased the price. 30 million. Titus entered the bidding at last. 35 million. Lily increased. 50 million. Titus increased again. 80 million. Lily increased it as the audience gasped. Was that girl really worth all that money, sis? We only got 112 million for Liam, Julian commented. Then we should have 32 million left. They are plenty enough, she said. Make those 30 million. He corrected her. What the duck? Fuck you. She cursed. Regardless, 2 million will not make much difference. Will we be alright? He asked nervously, ignoring her foul mouth. We will, she said, taking a bag of untraceable cash from her ring and setting it to the side. She borrowed this from Margaret. We probably wouldn't need to use those, she said mysteriously as she glanced at Titus's balcony. She was right, he didn't bid any more. Why? Simple, that bastard had already decided that Lily and Julian would not leave this city alive. Are there no more bids? 3, 2, 1. Number 11 goes to the occupier of balcony 4. The old woman said. Next is number 12. A girl from the city caught scamming old men out of their savings. Lily didn't bid on this one. Why not bid? Julian asked. The girl looked hot. She doesn't have a bloodline, she said. You can tell? Julian asked. Once your bloodline is high enough, you begin to feel such things, she said. Although she couldn't be sure what bloodline each had, she could feel it if someone had something special. Oh, so we only need people with good bloodlines? He asked. His sister already explained some things about bloodlines. No, but Titus only wants those, and I plan to only bid against Titus, to confirm his stupid suspicion, she said. Titus is that guy on the other balcony? Julian asked. Yes. He is a very nasty and powerful piece of shit. Now he thinks we are working with Liam to rip him off. Those girls were supposed to be his at a discount, Lily said, and I am going to play along as he will no longer bid. Oh, then we are now his target? Julian squinted his eyes, realizing that Liam was using them. Will he be waiting outside? Yup. But, if he decided to do anything funny, I might as well make him regret coming out of that little cell he was in, she said coldly, sending a message to Kai using a rooted phone, telling him to intercept any communications about family troops deployed in her vicinity, and to say hi to Rita who was assisting him. Chapter 405, The Ashflint Auction, 2. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Mother, everything is ready. The barrier will be deployed as a part of the protection formation. Theodore, who arrived at the secret base, said as soon as he entered Anne's office. All we need to do now is to await the 0 hour. He added, taking a look at Mike, who was busy helping his grandmother to review some files. "Good," she said, taking out a pipe from her storage ring and then lighting it. "Anything wrong?" she asked, noticing his troubled look. "I think Supreme Elder Frank and Supreme Elder Cassius noticed something. They sent most of his weak descendants out of the island on various missions early yesterday. Could it be that they know you survived?" he asked nervously. "Unlikely. If they knew, they would do the opposite." Anne, who didn't seem fazed, said, "We are not the only players here, you know." "What do you mean? Another coup?" Theodore asked. "Yup. Cassius and his band of fools had been planning this for a while now. I think they believe this is their chance," she said. "That fool still thinks that I don't know he married his daughter to the Von Wise kid. Oh. And Frank, I don't know yet. But that fox had a hidden army for years. He must be also thinking of doing something." "What? You let them make their own army just like that?" Mike asked. "There is nothing against that in the rules." Anne shrugged. "And most heirs have their own teams," she said. "Ah, I don't," Mike said. "His big sister did though, and she was not secretive about it at all." "That's because you are still young. In time, you will discover you will need one," she said. "So, should we let them fight it out?" Theodore asked. "No, it would damage the family too much. Even if we let it happen, it will be a one-sided battle. Most of the elders will stand on the patriarch's side or just watch the fun. Even Frank would probably keep out of it this time. Marcos did release that kid from prison for him after all." "What was his name again?" "Titus," Theodore said hatefully. "Titus killed his son Nick, and he couldn't really take revenge because he had no real strong evidence except for the movie that was too circumstantial. And in the end, Titus didn't order that guy to kill Nick. He wanted him to target Victor, which was almost impossible to prove. And even if he managed to convict him somehow, the family rules didn't consider an inner heir killing an illegitimate capital crime. At most, Titus would suffer a little punishment." "Yes, that's the one. I remember he holds a grudge against Victor. Be sure to send someone to look over his family," Anne said dismissively. "I already did the moment I heard Titus was out," Theodore said. "Is there any news about Victor?" he asked. "His life Jed is fine, so he should be too," Anne said. "And that kid is more resourceful than you can think," she added. "I know," Theodore sighed. "Do we know what exactly happened down there?" he asked. "The talisman he used should have been something very strong. It managed to close the dungeon's gate, but not before sucking Victor and Bruno in," Anne said. "According to the protectors, the gate will open again sooner or later, but it will be somewhere else. Unconquered dungeons always respawn. That's how they said it. We can only pray for his safety at the moment," she added. "I know." Theodore sighed again. "Victor was lately becoming his favorite son. How is the test in your house?" she asked. "It is perfect. I brought Rex along as a smoke screen," he said. "Mike and Alice should join them after the purge." "Perfect. No one should know that the guardian heirs are destined to be the family's new power," she said with an evil smile. "Let those idiots think that this is just some side project of yours." "Yes, I am also hoping that whoever was manipulating Rex would make a move." Theodore nodded. "True." Anne sighed. The family was more infiltrated than she thought. Thanks to the info in the ancestor's diary, now we will be able to tell those who have a problem in their practice. And from that, we might be able to get some spies. Yes, I hope Mother gives this credit to Victor when he returns," Theodore said, squeezing his fist. "You don't need to worry about that. I know what he wants most," she said, looking at Mike. Victor wanted shade, and she planned to give him just that. "You can go now," she said, puffing some pink-colored twirly smoke from her mouth as she ordered Theodore to leave. He didn't. "Mother, can I ask you a question?" Theodore asked. She sighed as if she knew what was coming. "Ask," she said. "Who is my real father?" Theodore finally asked, making Mike, who was busy, look at his father and then at his grandmother, who seemed to be expecting this question. "I don't know," she answered truthfully. "What?" both Theodore and Mike asked at the same time, not expecting her to answer in a way a prostitute would do when her child asked about his father. "With how many men?" "Ouch!" Theodore screamed in pain as she threw her pipe at him. hitting his head. Idiot. I didn't mean that I don't know who. What I meant was that I don't know much about him, she said as she grabbed the pipe Theodore brought back to her like a puppy. I met him while exploring a ruin, the deep swamp in the south of the continent. I was injured back then and he saved my life. The moment we laid eyes on each other, we just couldn't resist the attraction we had. At first, both of us were very reserved as we began to travel together, but one day while being cornered by a swarm of giant mosquitoes, being at the brink of death, we began to kiss. Mother, please spare me the details. Theodore interrupted her. Anyway, in the end, we survived after throwing ourselves in a river and then spending an eventful night at a cave, our bodies tangling under the campfire's light. Mother, you are no fun. Anne, who was messing with Theodore on purpose, sighed. Anyway, I only spent 1 week with him before we had to separate when he saved my life from a swarm of giant ants, telling me to keep running as he stood in their way. She sighed. Oh, then. Is he dead? Theodore asked. He is alive, Anne said, taking an ominous-looking black-colored bell from her storage ring. This simple artifact is connected to him. The moment it becomes gold, it would mean he is dead, she said, glancing at the bell and then putting it back. All I know about him is that his name is Octavius, and he seemed to be a prince of some other world. Another world? Mother. Perhaps. Were you scammed? Shut up, she scolded. It is true. He was not a human. What? Both Mike and his father asked at the same time. When he activates his powers, he gets 2 long horns and his eyes turn black. He told me he was a dragonkin, and according to him, the deep swamp ruin we were in connected his world to ours. She said casually. When I returned to the family back then, I discovered that I was pregnant with you, and the rest is as you already figured out. Mother, I don't have horns, Theodore said, touching his forehead. Mike did the same. Of course you don't. I was wondering about that too, she sighed. In the past, I had no idea what this meant, but after reading the diary, I think it has something to do with bloodlines. You need to fully awaken your bloodline to get those, but I am not sure of the method, she added. The family's bloodline had always been a mystery, and while they knew it came from dragons and that it gave them superior skills, until recently they didn't have a full framework to understand how it worked. Grandma, I awakened my bloodline, Mike suddenly said. You did what? Both Anne and Theodore asked at the same time. It happened in the last dungeon I cleared. Inside there was this strange scorpion monster that stung me. I almost died of poisoning, he sighed. Back then I hid myself in a cave and took some antidote pills, then slept. The next thing I knew was that the dungeon was cleared and I was out. It took me a few days to notice it in the system log, but there was an entry bloodline awakened in it. Why didn't you report that? Theodore added. Was it that dungeon in the desert? Yes. Father, you are the one who always tells us to keep our strengths a secret, Mike said, making Theodore look away. And I did consult Alice, and she seemed to have awakened hers too, he added in a low voice. What? Both of them asked again. She told me it happened in the sect. They have a tool to awaken bloodlines. Ah, and she also told me to keep this a secret, he said nervously. Oh, then don't speak about it, Anne scolded with a smile. Extreme danger and experiencing death sometimes causes awakening. She nodded, remembering the diary. How does awakening feel? Theodore asked. I don't know. I got some new skills and my physical strength has increased tremendously. So did my libido, he said with a slightly blushed face. What is the bloodline name? Anne asked. It should be in the skills tab. An elder dragon. Oh, this is the Von Wise bloodline, not that guy's, she sighed, seemingly disappointed. According to the diary, the higher the bloodline is, the stronger it is to awaken it. Some bloodlines also have stingy requirements, and awakening has degrees. Your bloodline might not have fully awakened, as according to the diary you should be able to get flight ability, she pondered. Oh. Mike frowned and nodded. Alice said the same. You think that guy's bloodline is stronger than that of our ancestor? Theodore asked. Call him father, she scolded. And yes, the protectors confirmed it by feeling it in your body when you were born. Higher bloodlines had ways to overpower and subdue lower ones. I still remember how my blood boiled and how my entire existence wanted to prostrate in front of him when he looked at me with his dark eyes while flexing his muscles. She said as she reminisced with a blushed face. Mike was disgusted. His father on the other hand had different thoughts. He froze as he remembered how he felt when Lara looked at him a few days ago. It was the same feeling Anne described. Maybe he should test her strength a bit more and see what she can do. Whoa. The auction hall got noisy again as the two masked occupiers of Balcony 4 got another girl. Were they sponsoring a new brothel or something, needing all those pretty girls? How many clients would the girls need to sleep to recoup their cost? Can they be clients too? Do they accept female clients? Would they be able to afford it? How much would an hour cost? How about 10 minutes? The audience, who totally got the wrong idea, had many questions, but sadly no answers. Finally, we present number 71. The auctioneer said. The dominatrix cracked her whip and a very pretty girl dressed in a red revealing dress entered while shaking, her face down, hidden by her long golden hair. Her hands covered her private parts that the dress she wore made sure to not cover. On her bare arms and legs, many signs of abuse could be spotted, despite being well hidden with makeup. Face up, beach. The dominatrix slapped the girl's butt, making her look up at the audience and reveal her exquisite beauty. Biting her lip, she unwillingly walked with bare feet toward the center of the stage. About 95% of your beauty, Julian said as his drool seeped out of his mouth. He felt sorry for the girl, yet for some reason she seemed to invite a primal instinct inside of him, making him want to see her suffer more. Lily ignored him. Her bastard brother had just reinvented the scale Victor had been using lately. She was not against it, as the scale never really went above 100, and if it ever did, she would just release her bloodline and set a new limit. As for the girl, she was the one she was looking for, one of the 4 demonesses of the world, Alicia the Jinx. A girl that required legions after legions to defeat. Although she was not sure, Lily firmly believed that Alicia, like Nova, was a dark scion. The problem with this one was that after awakening she would get the class Jinx avatar, and this class would allow her to cast the bad luck the world cursed her with onto others, creating a nightmare of an enemy. In the other timeline, she was purchased by Titus just before he was uncovered by Victor, and this caused the girl to end up in the hands of the family. After that, Lily was not sure what happened, as all her knowledge came from rumors and speculations. But she seemed to have ended up as a plaything for one of the elders, probably Titus's father or uncle. She stayed there in misery right until the day of reckoning, when she became a player, learned how to use her skills, and planned her escape. About 3 months later, using a chance when the Von Wise family was holding a ceremony, she seemed to have gone into action. Although no files remained explaining what happened, the results were known. That elder who abused her and his entire lineage was killed. 50% of the family was decimated after the main volcano exploded. She used the chaos to escape. All of the family agents who tried to capture her after that were severely injured or dead, most due to falling off stairs or biting their own tongues by accident while telling her to stop. 2 of the family protectors who went to stop her seem to have also suffered some cursed luck and ended up injured. Sadly, no files went into any specifics. After her escape, the family was probably unable to pursue her due to the state of the world at that time, and they, themselves, had to face their own tribulation a few weeks after that. The next time she appeared it was with Caspian as one of his demonesses. Now this girl was going to be hers. This one is our finest piece, although she has changed hands 3 times already. It is still in hidden mound, searching for the owner who could really make her shine. The auctioneer said, the one and only Princess Alicia from the Brown Mountain Kingdom. After she tried to kill her father the king, she was stripped of all of her royal rights and is now a prime example of royal disgrace. The old lady said, we will start with $15 million. The price was cheap for a princess, but she was already considered used goods at this point. $20 million, Lily bid directly. As expected, no one followed, not even Titus, who discovered Liam's plot. During the auction, she proved that she had enough money to get what she wanted, and the three guys who were bidding against her half an hour ago suddenly disappeared one by one as their balconies lay silent. 20 million of the owner off balcony 4, the old lady sighed. 3.2. 23 million. One guy said he was on the adjacent balcony. 24 million. Julian replied his sister was no longer with him. 25,000. Ugh. What? The auctioneer asked. There was no reply. 25,500,000. Julian bid again, sighing inwardly at his sister's actions. The girl was really scary. 25,500,000 for balcony 4. Anyone else? She asked. Then 3, 2, 1. Lot 71 goes to balcony 4. The auctioneer announced just as Lily reappeared on the balcony behind the curtain, cleaning the blood of her trusty particularly shaped dagger. Julian didn't even want to ask what she did with it. Now we thank you for attending. The one goods can be obtained in the inner office. The next auction in 3 months will offer. The old auctioneer began a long farewell speech as the attendees slowly began to stand up one by one. Should we leave now? Julian asked, then was interrupted by a maid knocking on the door and then entering. Did you prepare the goods? Lily asked. Yes. As young Master Liam instructed, they are already in the truck in the underground parking lot. The maid said. Perfect. Lily smiled. You can leave. I will follow in a second, she told the maid who bowed and then left. What? Julian asked. Guard the door. Stay by it at all times. She told him. Oh. Julian nodded then quickly ran toward the door as his sister closed her eyes and then opened them again. Her irises seemed to have turned golden and were shining with a strange light. She began to look around the room, frowning. She took out a ring and put it on the balcony's coffee table. She moved it around then removed it and placed it on the ground, right under the couch. She nodded as she slowly took out her trusty metal bat then struck with all her power aiming at the couch. The bat seemed to have hit something in midair right in front of the couch. Julian frowned, watching Lily step back, then close her eyes as the bat in her hand slowly turned into ashes. She opened her eyes which were back to normal 1 minute later. No, they were not normal. She was bleeding from them and from her ears and nose. Sister. Julian wanted to run to her and help. Stop, don't step on the rug, she said in a weak voice. She slowly managed to move to his side with difficulty, then grabbed onto his shoulder for support as she took a healing pill. What's wrong? He asked in a worried voice. Just overdrafting my new skills. She sighed. Let's go. It is time to fool some idiots, she said in a tired voice. There was only a 60% chance, but hopefully, it would work. The dining room prepared for the illegitimate heirs was huge. It had 10 rows of tall tables where all the half-brothers and sisters sat down for their dinner. Their bodies were wrapped with bandages and their eyes were listless after a long tiresome day of tests after tests. It was like the legitimate heirs were competing with each other on who would torture them more. These legitimate heirs were even here, sitting above everyone else on an elevated high table. They were Iris, Lara, Rex, and Max, who, unlike his skinny brother, had a large build and slanted eyes. Between all of his brothers, he was the most similar in looks to Theodore, and that seemed to be intentional as he made sure to keep his hair tightly combed and grew a light beard like that of his father. Did father say when he will return? Max asked as he put a piece of the mutton in his mouth. Yes, Master had just sent a note. Due to complications in the family, he will be here in a week. George, who was standing to the side as a butler should, answered calmly. Good. Max nodded. Is the news about my brothers? He asked. He heard from his butler that there was an incident in the mines and several elite heirs went missing. This was all the information he could get because of his rank. Not yet. George said. I see. Max swallowed. What about Luke? Will he also get to create a team out of those guys? Yes. Master Theodore is planning to bring him too, but he needs the Patriarch's permission to end his punishment first. George explained. Luke and John will get a chance here too. Oh, Mother had been worried sick about him. Max signed. Yes, true. Rex nodded. Max. Someone suddenly said, It was Iris. She met Max for the first time this morning and she didn't like him one bit. "Oh, Sister Iris, what can I help you with?" he asked with a smile. "Why did you go so rough earlier? Didn't you read your father's letter? Our mission was to just test their characters and grill them to enhance their physical strength." "You went too far," she said angrily. It seemed like she had been holding this for some time. As soon as Max entered the mansion in the morning, he began to arrogantly torture his half-brothers and sisters in the name of training and testing them. He forced a few poor guys to strip, carry weights, and run under the sun in the afternoon, and at sunset he forced a few sisters to jump in the pool naked after filling it with ice, leaving them there for an entire hour while sitting above and sipping drinks. "Most of the ones you tested are in the infirmary. Even with healing pills, they will need 3 days to recover." "Sister, without tough tests, how can they call themselves unwise?" Max said. "You might not understand this growing up outside with the commoners and such," Max said, casually humiliating her. "Here we value rank above all else, and we need to grill obedience into their bones." He chuckled. "And as long as I am following the rules, I can do whatever I want. I know the rules perfectly well." She spat. She couldn't wait for Alice or Victor to come here and kick his ass. As elite heirs they had the capacity to do that, following the family rules. Not only was Max very arrogant, having eyes way above his head, but he also seemed to like to humiliate others who were beneath him. "Sister Lara has been helping me learn those," she said, asking for some help and making Lara, who had her mouth stuffed, look up and then nod. "Oh." Max frowned, looking at Lara. "Sister Lara, I heard that you tested some of our illegitimate brothers yesterday," he said. "I heard you fought with them in 1-to-1 matches and managed to defeat all of them," he added, inspecting her with a smile that Iris didn't like at all. Lara swallowed, then wiped her mouth with a napkin. "Yes, esteemed brother. They were very weak." "Oh, yes, those bums are not even fit to work as cannon fodders," he sighed. "I heard Rex no longer taught you." "Is the esteemed father teaching you directly nowadays?" he asked curiously, glancing at Rex, who seemed a little nervous. "Yes." Lara nodded with a smile as the little maid behind her whipped her mouth and then casually shot Max a disgusted look, making him feel like an insignificant insect. "Wait. No." She was smiling. "It must have been his imagination." "Did he teach you some new martial art?" Max asked, making both Rex and Iris turn and look at Lara. They were curious about this too. Most of the Von Wise legitimate heirs are way stronger than older average humans. They were on par with world-class athletes, even before their awakening due to their bloodline and family secret arts. Still, this had limits. Lara had displayed some strength that went beyond the family's standards for someone her age and build. "Ah." Lara hesitated. "Father told me not to say," she said, biting her little lip as she looked down. She seemed to really want to answer her esteemed brother's question but didn't dare to. "I see. It's okay," Max said. He seemed to have confirmed his guess from her reaction. "Then how about a little spar with Rex to see how proficient in the family arts you had become?" he asked, nodding to Rex, who as her former teacher, would be able to tell a few things. "Ah." Lara hesitated. She began looking at Rex and then at Max again. Iris did hear that Rex seemed to have thought Lara wrong before and was punished by their father. So, like others, she presumed this was the reason for her hesitation. "It will only be a friendly match, and we will let our illegitimate brothers and sisters see our family's art in its full glory," Max said. But, okay then." Lara accepted nervously after a little pause. Max didn't notice it, but Iris, who was sitting to the right of Lara, did. George seemed to have secretly made a sign with his fist and nodded, making Lara accept. Chapter 406. Lara vs. Rex. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. "They left already? Didn't I tell you to make them stay?" Titus asked as he entered the balcony his two masked rivals were in. He just stood at the door and gave the balcony an inspecting look. "I couldn't just stop them. The auction house has its rules and—" Liam, who stood behind him, said, "Enough with the bullshitting. Don't think I don't know what you are plotting." Titus, who didn't even care to look at Liam, interrupted him. He firmly believed that those guys worked for Liam, or they wouldn't have only bidding on the girls he wanted. He expected those mysterious buyers to meet him after the auction and demand a bigger price, and was going to corner them here. Who knew that they would escape beforehand? This indicated that they were going to hide the girls and then trade with him through an intermediary agent. This was a smart move. That was if they had the capacity to pull it off. I don't understand what young Master Titus means. Liam played dumb. Enough. I want the recordings of what happened in this room. Ah, young master, our VIP rooms have no recording devices. Liam apologized again. Titus knew he was lying, but he had no evidence. Still, if those guys were Liam's agents, the recordings would most likely be useless. What transportation did they use? I want their vehicle's description. Don't tell me you don't have that. Titus said coldly. Yes, I did. But they didn't take it and left directly through the back door. Liam answered, finding it strange that Titus did not seem angry. What? Titus turned to look at Liam. Are you telling me they left on foot with a group of naked slave girls? Yes, that masked girl made them wear some cloaks that she brought with her, Liam said, hiding the fact that she had a storage ring. He didn't want Titus to back away now. He wanted them to fight with each other. Oh, I see. Titus said as he quickly sent a message to his agent to intercept them. His plan to intercept the vehicle silently couldn't be implemented, but this situation was way better. Kidnapping people off the streets was his agent's usual line of business. Young Master Titus, why are you here? Shouldn't you be going after them? Liam asked nervously. I already ordered the family team to grab them. Although they might hide like rats, they would never be able to leave the city, he said casually, watching Liam's panicked expression. His phone rang. Titus smiled as he answered. His agents must have already apprehended them. They couldn't have gone that far on foot. Chloe. Was it done? Titus asked the other party, smirking at Liam. Sorry young master. It was a little inconvenient to make a move. And it is already too late. A girl sounded from the other side. What do you mean? Titus asked. Did they have the support of some? Not anything like that. It is just that the family rules forbid us from making a scene in public. The woman quickly replied. I already sent you a video of what happened. Chloe replied. Titus quickly flipped his phone and opened the video his subordinate sent. Liam, who was behind him, secretly extended his short neck to take a look. Women to rule. Free women. We have the right to strip. Down with the king. Fuck the king. We want democracy. Men are animals. Men should be kept in cages. Long live the empress. In the video, Titus watched as the girls from the auction, along with some very disturbing-looking fat girls, held large signs and were protesting in the middle of a large street a few blocks from here. They were demanding the end of the monarchy and equal rights for all women. Then they began cursing at men and hailing for some empress. Exactly 2 minutes into the video, the girls were surrounded by a myriad of police cars, from which burly men stepped down with wooden cudgels and began hitting the girls before arresting them, and then transporting them into a prison truck. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. This kingdom tolerated everything except for that nasty thing called democracy and equal rights. It went against everything they stood for. Naturally, those girls were going to be executed tonight. Oh, I see. Those bastards want to use the prison system here to hide their tracks. Titus said on the phone. Prisons in countries like this were more corrupt than a 3-year-old bottle of milk. Go get them from prison. I will send a message to the king to facilitate your business. He added, eyeing Liam, who really had no idea what was going on. I know. Chloe replied before Titus hung up, then quickly sent a message to the king, who naturally didn't dare to neglect Titus's wishes. So, do you have any idea what their plan was? Titus finally said, looking at Liam. How would I know? Liam said stoically. He really had no idea. Could Vic be a real emperor? Impossible. We will see. Titus said, taking 3 talismans and activating them one after another, pointing them to different parts of the balcony. Suddenly many strange shadows could be seen all over the ground. Liam, who was watching, quickly realized that those were the movements of the people who were on the balcony. One of them stayed in place while the other seemed to have moved like a spider all over the room, crawling up toward the upper balcony where an unfortunate accident happened 30 minutes ago. Cheat. Liam said. He got the report that after the auction, A few people were found collapsed in their balconies after getting castrated by a mysterious master during the auction. He was yet to investigate that matter, as he had to get rid of Titus first. The culprit was now obvious. "You know something?" Titus turned and asked Liam very coldly. He noticed his reaction. "No. Those guys were players, right?" Titus asked. "Those movements were not something humans were capable of." "I have no idea." Liam quickly played dumb again. "Young Master Titus, what do those talismans do exactly?" Liam asked, changing the subject. "Not something you will understand. But simply put, this thing would allow me to see the traces left during the last few hours." Titus said. "Will those traces last?" "You know, the auction house's furniture is not cheap. They will disappear in 30 minutes. Titus scolded as he took tweezers and grabbed a few strands of black hair that were below the table. "The talisman made them shine. Even if your guys ran to the end of the earth, I will find them," he told Liam with a smirk as he put the strand into an envelope. "Ah, young master, they are not." Titus raised one hand, making Liam stop talking, then slowly approached the cough. There was something under it. He bent and grabbed the strange-looking ring. It looked cheap, like something someone would leave to fool another into bending down before fooking them. Strange. Poomph. Ah! Titus, as if he was hit by some invisible force from behind, was flung headfirst into the couch, pushing then tumbling it in the process before making it flip, falling to the floor on his back while holding his crotch. Ah! 3 masked women in black appeared out of nowhere and immediately secured the room, 2 pushing Liam to the ground and pointing a dagger to his neck while the other quickly checked on her young master who had blood seeping from his pants. "Ah, bastard! How dare you!" "Ah!" Titus wailed, pointing at Liam. He thought the latter was the one who hit him from the back. "Just you wait, I will." Ugh. He began to scream again, then passed out. Cheat. Liam, who had no idea what just happened, knew one thing: he was in deep shit. "Damn it, Vic. I can't believe we pulled it off," Julian said as drove the police truck. "Those stupid cops just shoved the girls into the truck without care. They had no idea that the truck was being driven by him. I am more surprised that all the girls cooperated." He added, "They are not stupid." Lily, who had just finished giving healing pills to the girls in the back, turned and said, "We are not safe yet. Just keep driving straight and follow my orders," she added as she took a strange-looking artifact that looked like a gem. "What is this?" Julian asked. "Just something I borrowed from Victor," she said, making the gem in her hand shine before extending it with her slender hand out of the window. Suddenly a flash of light shot to the sky from it, and in the next moment, everything around began to appear foggy. "Does it create fog?" he asked. "Something like that. Now for a few miles around here, no one will see us, not even satellites," she said. "Follow my instructions, we will be heading to the safe house I prepared yesterday." "A few miles? How strong is this thing?" he asked, darting his eyes to look at the gem that Lily quickly stored back in her storage ring. "Very powerful." "Don't look like that. You can't use it. It is marked by Victor, and only if you are his wife or slave would you be able to use it to this extent," she scolded. "It is about—" She paused, a sweet smile spread on her face. "What?" Julian asked as he felt a shiver in his spine. My delayed strike had just activated successfully," she said. "The world had just lost a man and gained a new eunuch," she added. "Are they going to fight?" Roy asked. "Just after dinner, the butler George announced that young Master Rex was going to have a friendly match with young Miss Lara. All the heirs were invited to watch. So Roy with Roxy and the rest of his brothers and sisters hurried to the arena where the fight was going to happen. Apparently, Roxy said, hopefully she will kick his ass. She added in a low voice, earlier in the day she was forced by Rex to run through the forest behind the mansion while carrying some weights as a test. If it was just that, she wouldn't have blamed him, but the sick bastard demanded that all of his siblings, males and females, do it in high heels to satisfy some fetish or something. Naturally, all failed miserably. Oh. Roy nodded as he watched as the audience gathered. Suddenly, 2 pregnant women entered the hall and were quickly guided by a maid to an elevated platform to watch. Who are those 2? He asked. Lady Elena and Lady Luna. Roxy said. Elena is our father's second official wife, she is Lara's mother. She said. Just how many wives does esteemed father have? One girl, who was listening, asked. 3 as far as I know. Roxy said. Is that other woman to Elena's side Rex's mother? Roy asked. No, she is father's favorite concubine. If she gives birth to a legitimate heir, she will be announced as the 4th wife. She said. Unlike many of the illegitimate heirs, she knew a few things, especially here in Wyron Principality. Is Lady Elena Victor's mother? A girl suddenly asked from the back. It was Juju, their slutty stepsister. Victor? Toy asked. He seemed to have heard that name somewhere. He couldn't remember when and where though. Ah, he is one of our legitimate brothers. I met him a few months ago, and he is super hot and cool. Juju said. His wedding was just a few weeks ago, sadly, father didn't allow me to attend. She sighed, pouting. Oh, holy shit. Roy finally remembered the mass wedding. Was that pervert his brother? He had no idea. Damn it. His little sisters spent that entire day in front of the little TV they had in their apartment. They were following the wedding's coverage being done by some big-boobed anchor who was fired shortly after. They were fantasizing about a rich prince like Victor marrying all of them in one go. Roy quickly shook his head to remove some of the disturbing thoughts he was having. Yes, Lady Elena is Victor's mother. The one who answered was not Roxy, but Iris, who appeared behind them. She is also the mother of elder sister Alice and elder brother Mike. All of them are elite heirs. She added. Elite heirs? Roy asked as his eyes sparkled. He knew what this meant. Being an elite heir in the family meant that he could use all the family's powers and privileges. Is Max an elite heir too? He asked, looking at Max, who found a seat next to Elena and was exchanging pleasantries with her. No. Of our father's wives, only Lady Elena's offspring are. All of her adult offspring are elites. Lara will probably be one too. Iris said casually, hinting at more than one thing. She discovered those things when only Elena and her offspring attended Victor's wedding. The others weren't even invited. Although Theodore made some stupid excuse back then, she was not a fool. Roxy, who immediately understood the purpose of Iris's remark, raised one eyebrow, looking at Max and then at Elena, who had a somewhat forced smile on her face. Iris was subtly teaching them about the dynamics in their father's harem. It took Roy a moment to get it. Does Max's mother hate Elena? Is there some kind of internal struggle in this family? Simply put, Max's mother, Lady Marta, although is the first wife, has a much weaker influence than Elena. Iris shrugged. She noticed the tension when she spent a few days on the island after she awakened. It is better not to make any baseless assumptions though. She quickly added. Oh, is there anything between Rex and Lara? Roxy was the one who asked. Is this really just an innocent fight? He added. He could now smell the powder in the air. Well, don't tell anyone, she said, making sure all of her brothers and sisters around her could hear her. This is about a mistake that Rex made when he was teaching Lara the family's secret art. If not for Brother Victor discovering this at the right time and stopping it, the poor girl would have ended up dead. Iris said, sighing. What? Was it on purpose? Wasn't Rex punished? Roy quickly asked, looking at Lara and then at Rex. The family investigation cleared him, but who knows? Iris said, not going into any of the details. This fight was Max's idea. It is to gauge how much Lara has grown since Victor started teaching her. She added, successfully turning everyone against Rex and Max. She didn't like to scheme, but she felt that she needed to do something as like her. Max and Rex had already secretly begun to recruit some of the candidates here to their team. She feared that by the time Victor and the others arrived here, all the good ones would have already been lost to Max. Oh. Everyone nodded as both Rex and Lara climbed onto the stage. Rex, who didn't even care to change his suit, just stretched casually before taking off his watch and giving it to a maid to keep for him. Lara, on the other hand, seems to have changed into a pink fashionable tracksuit and was doing some warm-ups seriously with the help of her Lily maids. Are you both ready? George, who was acting as a referee, asked. Yes, both of them answered at the same time. Good. Remember, this is just a friendly fight. No weapons are allowed. Only use the family's art to make a good demonstration for your brothers and sisters. he said as he stepped back. "You may start," he said. Lara slowly took a fighting stance. Rex on the other hand smirked as he slowly stepped forward while clenching his fist. "Let me see how far you have progressed," he said, standing 3 feet away from her. "I will give you 3 strikes first. I don't want to be scolded by my father later for not going easy on you. Esteemed brother, you must take this seriously," Lara said, not relaxing her stance. "I have grown much stronger." "So have I," Rex said, pulling his cuffs to reveal his tanned muscular arms. "Come on now, do it like you mean it, or you will never get a chance later," he said, secretly nodding to Max, who nodded back. "But just do it like a Von Wise," Rex scolded. Lara bit her lip then pounced forward. Rex saw nothing as Lara disappeared. "Above you!" Max exclaimed, making Rex instinctively make a roll forward just in time when Lara dived down to the point where he was a moment ago, crushing the stage with her foot. Rex could only catch a glimpse of her before she disappeared again. He turned to look where she went, but he saw nothing. Left. Max helped him again, making him use all of his strength to move to the left. This was a mistake, as what Max meant was Lara from attacking from the left. Rex, who moved abruptly, dived with his face into Lara's delicate foot. There was a flash of light, then like a ball in one of those old soccer cartoons, he was kicked out of the arena, right into a wall. It took a mere split second for the fight to be concluded. Many of the watchers gasped as they watched him slide down. For the few of them who underwent Lara's test, this was a very similar view. "Miss Lara wins," George declared, raising the shocked Lara's little hand. "Holy shit." Elena and Luna both gasped. "Fucking Lusa," Max said, disregarding Rex as he began to inspect Lara. Others began to gossip, many gloating, feeling that Rex deserved this. "Will he be okay?" Lara, who was about to cry, suddenly asked George. "I didn't mean to do it this strongly. He just moved into my foot," she added nervously. She remembered her esteemed brother being very strong. Was he taking some bad drugs or something? Ren had told her that drugs were bad for the body. "It is okay, in the arena you should never hold back," George said, giving Rex a glance. "And he is fine. Probably just a broken neck," he added nervously before feeling a little relieved when the paramedics who ran to Rex's side gave him a nod. He noticed it, just when Lara hit, Rex's life-saving talisman activated. Hopefully, Master Theodore would not blame him later. Chapter 407, A Coup. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Hello, my name is Mana. This is Mina. We are, as you may have noticed, Mona's twins, Mana said cheerfully as soon as she entered the restaurant's private room and met with Mona's friends. 2 boys and 2 girls. With Mona, they composed the Justice Ring. "Oh, hello," a blonde guy said, inspecting both of the girls and then swallowing his saliva as he looked at Mona, who causally grabbed a seat. "Mona, I didn't know you have sisters," he said with a dry mouth. Mona was his crush and now there were 3 of her. "They have been lost for years. I think I told you about that before," Mona said, making 1 boy and 1 girl nod. "They knew. We just reunited a week ago. That's why I took a vacation," Mona said nervously as she sat down. She was wondering how to tell her friends about Victor's claim that they were working for some evil family and then discuss a way to verify or refute those claims. That was the reason she brought her sisters here. "Oh, really?" The blonde guy swallowed again. "Mona, I know you are happy to be reunited with your sisters, but this is supposed to be a private meeting," one girl who had very thick glasses interrupted. "You know that you shouldn't bring family members," she added. "Ah, what? Sorry. You didn't say that in the message," Mona replied nervously. "This meeting usually happened when the observers issued them a new mission, and it was supposed to be secretive. You should have figured it out," the girl said. "We always, Dalla, enough." A cool-looking, young man who had long hair said. "Hello, my name is Christopher. Those are Donald, Dalla, and Opal. We are Mona's friends." He introduced everyone, including the introverted girl, Opal, who nodded shyly. "Hi," Mana said. "I am sorry if we intruded on your meeting. Maybe we should leave," she added, sounding hurt. "Don't worry, it is something trivial. Just grab a seat." Christopher said, giving Tala a glare. She bit her lip and looked away angrily. So, is this your first time here in Ring Cloud City? He asked the twins. Ah, yes. We used to live in the Wyron Principality, Mana replied. They appeared in a broadcast by accident, so after I recognized them I took my keel and went there, Mona added. Oh, Wyron? Donald exclaimed. Isn't Wyron that place where they allowed men to have mass weddings? He asked as he took his phone and began to check. Wasn't there a wedding like that with 10 or so brides just a few weeks ago? He added, making both Tala and Opal glare at him with disdain. Ah, yes, we were there at the wedding. It was very grand, and many important people attended. Mina was the one who explained. Wow, really? How can you tolerate such debauchery? Tala was the one who interrupted. If such a wedding were to occur here in the Cloudy Republic, those bastards would have all been arrested and sentenced to 20 years in prison. She said with a twisted sense of justice. Yeah? Donald said, feeling a little deflated. But is it true that there are rules that to allow such a thing? He asked. Yes. Mona was the one who replied. You have to be of some noble origin for them to allow you to marry more than one wife though, she quickly added, remembering her bet with Victor. Damn it. If she lost she would never be able to face her friends ever again. No, she would never lose. Victor's claims were baseless. The overseas were not evil. What if I had some noble ancestry? Donald asked. Do you have such a thing? Tala asked with disdain. Yes, my great-grandfather's second cousin's wife's grandfather was a baron before the revolution. And your family avoided being executed? Tala asked with a smirk. He was not important enough. Donald dismissed her. Would it work? He turned and asked the twins. If you can somehow acquire that title then it would definitely work. Mina was the one who answered. As most of the noble titles were originally granted by the Players' Council, they would naturally be recognized in other countries. Cool. Donald exclaimed as he took his phone and began sending messages to his parents, asking about who from his family ended up with the title and whether they could get it. Titles were worthless nowadays anyway. He had no idea that the price of noble titles had exploded after Victor's wedding and that even if he managed to get the title somehow, he had to find a way to get some very open-minded girls to make a harem. So, did you bring your sisters here to show them around town? Christopher, who was clearly the boss here, asked. Mother wanted them to get familiar with their hometown. Moan said. Though that is not the reason they are with me here today. She added nervously. Oh, why are they here? Christopher asked. It is about our thing. Mona hesitated. They know about us. Know what? Opal finally talked and asked. They know about the Justice Ring. Mona said. They. What? Christopher lost his cool and interrupted. Did you tell them? Don't you know the rules? He asked angrily. This secret should never be revealed. Ah, no. Let me explain. We figured out Mona's identity by ourselves. Mana interrupted, putting her hand on Mona's shoulder. We came with her here to warn you about your supposed bosses, the observers. They are not what they seem. She said. What do you mean? Everyone asked. It took them a few moments to understand what she had just said. They are liars. They are not what they claim to be. Mina said. They are the real villains. Explain slowly. Christopher asked, coldly. Okay. The observers are in fact an evil organization that works for one of the 5 oligarchs. The von Zwy family. The belts you are using originate from them. Mina explained. The 5 of you have been fooled to work for them, cleaning their messes and collecting people with magical abilities for them to experiment on. Mana added. Oh, they brainwash those people then turn them into monsters. Some of them you have already fought. Those were failed experiments. Mina said. Nice story. But do you have any evidence? Christopher asked again. He was secretly messaging with his phone under the table. There was naturally no signal. No. We plan to create a fake incident with your help to prove this. Mana said. Mona had already agreed. She added. Yes. Mona bit her lip and nodded. Oh. Christopher frowned. Though we will need your help. Mina said. Enough with the bullshit. WHO do you work for exactly? Dalla, who couldn't take this anymore, asked loudly. as she secretly reached for her belt. She didn't believe two teenage girls could have access to such information. Her hand didn't reach her belt. Wait. She couldn't move her hand. She couldn't move her head. From the corner of her eyes, she saw that all her friends were the same. Wait. Mona wanted to intervene, but she noticed it too. She couldn't move. Did they do something? The question is, who do you work for? Mina corrected her as she watched Mona and her friends slowly lose their ability to move. I guess you will have to figure that out yourselves that way, she added, shooting Mona an apologetic look as she slowly stood up and began to take their belts one by one. Christopher wanted to ask what they were going to do, but he could no longer speak. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. This is the best way to convince you. We are going to impersonate you and then hand you over to the overseers after changing your shapes, Manu explained. If they are as clean as you believe, nothing will happen. If it is the opposite, then you will be working for us after this, she said with a kind smile as the door opened and a cold blonde girl with an eye patch entered the room. Young master. A pretty maid knocked on her young master's room's door. You may enter, the young master replied 38 seconds later, allowing her to enter the room and blush after she bowed respectfully, taking note of his muscular body as he pushed himself up. He seemed to have been doing push-ups, but she knew he wasn't. He forgot to hide the magazine under the bed, and she had been secretly monitoring him through the hidden camera. As a dark chamber agent, she had many duties. Is there anything? Axel asked, taking a towel to wipe his sweat. He had been working out really hard. Being a player, he had a lot of energy to waste. Yes, Master Olaf called. The imposter had an accident, so we need to start the plan ahead of time, she said, trying hard not to look at his perfect abs, but looking out of the grand window overseeing the ocean instead. Finally, I was getting really bored with all the etiquette lessons. So where should I appear? He asked with a smirk. Brown Sand City. You will be washed ashore, having amnesia, not remembering anything. Not even your name, she quickly explained. We will be giving you a pill for that, to make sure no one suspects you. You will regain your memory after 2 weeks, she explained, looking at him then away again while blushing. Making sure to appear like a pure maiden. I know, Uncle Olaf has already explained everything, he nodded. How will the meetup happen? A trusted elder from the family will accidentally find you with Uther and inform your father. Everything should be fine, she said. Good. Axel nodded. What exactly happened to the imposter? He asked just as the maid was about to bow and leave. I am not sure, but he seemed to have been caught in an accident when he took advantage of the ongoing coup in an attempt to make it like he saved the matriarch's life, the maid said. He was sucked inside some SSS rank dungeon gate and went missing. Oh, a coup? Axel frowned. Yes, the family has many factions, that's why our operation is so secretive. According to Master Olaf, things in the family will be sorted out briefly when the matriarch restores order, and this would be our chance to make things right. That's all I was told. The maid shrugged. Fine, I guess I will figure things out one by one, he said. It was his time to take what was rightfully his at last. Chapter 408, Astran. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was early morning, yet the von Weiser's main island was packed full with all kinds of aspiring young heirs who hurried here from all around the world. The family was going to choose elite heirs and they knew this was their chance. One by one, they headed to the family's grand arena where the tests would take place. In the arena, on the top floor in a hall overseeing the entire event, all the high-ranking elders gathered to work as judges and oversee the situation. Many of them were hoping to help their descendants a little. Theodore, why are your sons not here? A man who had thick glasses suddenly asked Theodore. His name was Primus and he was his oldest brother. Max refused to participate and Iris was forbidden by me as she is too weak, Theodore said in a heavy voice. Lying through his teeth, his children had no idea what was happening here as he blocked all communication in his mansion. He was worried that Marcos might try something against him during the chaos. Oh, so you don't want to risk the remaining ones? Primus sighed, totally misunderstanding. Don't worry, your children's life jades are still intact. I am sure they will be safe, he said. I know, Theodore said, then sighed again as he looked down in depression. He was in fact checking the hall. According to his mother, Marcos might try to create some kind of a fake coup to get rid of his opponents. Come on Theodore, get yourself together, we have work to do. Patrick, Theodore's other brother, said, patting Theodore's shoulder. Although the relationship between them was a little hostile, they were brothers after all. And he could feel Theodore's distress for losing his mother and two of his most gifted children. Victor was not counted. He was not gifted, but a granny-loving psycho. Yes. I know, Theodore said. Seriously Theodore, you are too sensitive. One woman who was sitting beside them said, Octavia, his children, and our mother are lost. Can't you show some compassion? Patrick scolded. Her name was Octavia, and she was his and Theodore's pampered little sister. She rarely appeared in the family after having a fight with Anne over her marriage. She chose to disregard the family's arrangement for her and marry some poor guy whom she met in a dungeon. He came from an impoverished lower-player family who had an old hostile relationship with the Von Wise. And this angered Anne, who stripped Octavia of most of her privileges and kicked her out after the marriage. Hopefully, she would live a long eventful life in that dungeon. She shrugged. She might get some sense and humility would be beaten into her in the process. She added in a low voice. Theodore sighed looking at her. Octavia inherited their mother's temper and arrogance, and this was what led to the fight between the mother and daughter in the first place. Those two didn't know how to back down. Are those your kids? Theodore asked, shaking the stupid thoughts out of his mind and looking at one boy and one sickly-looking girl down in the arena. They were looking around nervously. Theodore could easily pinpoint them thanks to their hair that stood out in the sea of purple. The girl had purple hair that had many red strands mixed in, while the thin boy's hair was grey with only one strand of purple. Getting hair like this was very rare. It meant that although they had the family's bloodline, their other bloodline was interfering with it. Just like with Lara, who got some silver and crimson strands of hair after her bloodline upgrade, but she was hiding them. Anyway, those two kids clearly didn't want to be here, as this was the first time they came in contact with the other heirs who were not very friendly with them. He remembered reading a report that they had awakened using their father's family method and didn't get any good classes. They are mine, Octavia said with a tired smile. She had 4 children. Of those, 2 managed to awaken as players. Unfortunately, both have only 2 points of authority due to the awakening method, and this meant that they didn't have a very bright future and their path would be very hard. Do you want them to get an elite ranking? Patrick asked. Father would never agree, they are not technically part of the family. No, I just want to get them some family rank and get them to know their cousins. Octavia sighed. Did they find your husband yet? Theodore asked. Her husband went to explore some ruins and got lost. No, sadly their family can't afford life jades, so we don't even know if he is alive, she said, pouting. Octavia, by any chance, are you being bullied? Theodore suddenly asked, grabbing his sister's shoulder and looking her in the eye. She chuckled, grabbing Theodore's hand and then twisting it. Who dares to bully me? Theodore quickly took back his hand as he remembered that his sister was really strong. His level seemed to have improved a little. Still, my husband's family is not the most generous kind. The kids are having some hard times. Octavia confirmed Theodore's guess as she looked at her children down on the arena floor. If only Anne wasn't so stubborn, she might have been able to make them awaken in the family. Do you need any help? Theodore whispered. Don't worry about it. In the last year, I got some business contracts with the von Geldstadt family by coincidence. Things are getting better, she said, tapping his shoulder. Her little brother always had a soft side. Not just soft, it was very mushy. Perhaps this was because Anne pampered him too much, but who knows. After this test, bring them to Vane City to see me. I might have something good for them. Theodore thought for a moment and said, bring your other kids too. I think it is good for them to meet up with some of mine. Oh, thanks. Guess. Octavia smiled a bit. Theodore, who didn't know what she was thinking about, had other thoughts. He was pondering why Marcos called her here. He never cared or tried to help her before, Why now? The only thing he could think of was that he planned to kill her too. Could it be that she also was not his daughter? Possible. His mother was a slut, it seemed. Marcos had probably used the DNA tests after Arya's incident as an excuse to check his leakage. That's what Anne believed. Still, Octavia's appearance here meant one thing. Marcos planned to begin the purge here during or right after the test. Thankfully, Anne had already prepared for that and the Guardians would be deployed. Hopefully, things will go as planned. The Patriarch is here. One butler suddenly announced, making all the elders who gathered look back at the entrance as Marcos entered, followed by the two newly appointed Supreme Elders Talon and Jonathan, who wore purple gilded robes. "We greet the Patriarch, we greet the Supreme Elders," everyone said simultaneously as they bowed. "You may rise," Marcos said as he quickly took his seat in the center of the hall. All the other elders quickly sat down too. "Father." Patrick wanted to say something. "Later," Marcos said, giving Octavia a cold glance and then looking at the butler who was filling in for poor Olaf, whose injury turned out to be very severe and couldn't be here. "Where are Frank and Cassius?" he asked. "Supreme Elder Cassius called sick," the butler replied. "And Supreme Elder Frank left in a hurry after his grandson got castrated." "Oh, sneaky lying bastards, let's see if they can be arrogant after today," he said, nodding to Talon and then turning to the large glass window. "Begin the broadcast," he added. Quickly a few servants brought a large spherical orb and placed it in the center of the hall before a few elders activated it by placing a few gems around its space. Suddenly in the arena below, a huge projection of the high hall could be seen reflected in the sky, making all the gathered heirs look up in shock. "Greetings, family members," Marcos said as he smiled, watching his big reflection in the sky. "Today, as many of you know, we will hold the test to choose the next elite members. Those who will be chosen will not only get all the family's privileges but will also get the right to represent the family in the coming tournament," he said. "After consulting the elders, we have decided to allow everyone who has our family's blood to compete. Everyone will have an equal chance," he said, then watched as many heirs began to cheer up. The poor bastards had no idea that most of them were here just for show, for his real children to take this chance. "Your future will depend on this," he said finally. "Now I will let Elder Jonathan explain the rules," he added. It was time for his plan to start. Doing something repeatedly makes you very efficient at it. Victor relearned this fact on the second day as the speed at which he grabbed corpses and shoved them into his trusty cauldron increased. He found out that he can use the cauldron as a vacuum cleaner of sorts. Holding it sideways, he made it suck up all the corpses in the radius of a few feet around him as he flew around. This increased his efficiency incredibly. The only drawback was that this consumed a lot of energy. But he had enough energy bars to compensate for that. And strangely enough, those energy bars tasted really good on his tongue. Was this the effect of his dragon bloodline or demon bloodline? He had no idea. He just hoped that he would not acquire some depraved fetishes. Anyway, by the end of the 5th day, when he reached the bottom of the gorge that was covered by a thin layer of dried blood, Victor could only sigh in relief. He finished taking about 2 miles of corpses that went 300 feet deep. The more he went down, the more he discovered about this world's history. This place was like a record of some sort. On the top, it was full of layers of humans and elves. Between them, he found most of the skill books and artifacts, proof of wars between them and demons. The more he went down, the fewer artifacts he was finding. They were replaced by monster corpses and the occasional unlucky adventurer who fell here. Down below at the bottom, he found the real good stuff, like some types of huge wyverns and dragons with the corpses of strange-looking humanoid creatures that he had never seen anything like before. At first, he thought they were normal humans until he noticed the strange gems protruding from their skulls like small horns. They seemed to be the original owners of this world, and after a war with the elves and humans, they were eradicated. The weapons they held didn't seem like artifacts, but they seemed to be able to hold magic of some sort. But they were not functional. He had a hunch that those could be the artifacts from before the system entered this world, as this was just like what would happen in his world, Trilaria, when firearms would stop functioning after the reckoning. Just how old was this gorge? He had no idea, but he needed to sort them out. He considered giving this mission to the girls in the cauldron, but fearing the corpses might contain some sort of remnant death energy, he decided to leave this for later, as they were not even players. Wait, what would happen if he let them out here? Would they become players? Yes, this was not a dungeon, and the world would probably turn them into players as soon as they left the cauldron that was shielding them at the moment. He needed to try this as soon as he found some safe place, as he was not sure if the Dark Scion, Mavis, would cause a disaster or not. He was not even sure if this world would consider her a Scion, to begin with. Leaving this for later, and giving the now empty gorge one last look, he began to fly up. Too bad that this place had all of this death energy, or it would have been a perfect place for a secret base. He needed to give it another visit once he had some free time. For now, he had an auction to take care of. The road back to the border town was very smooth. Victor, who reached the surface, quickly disguised himself as the old man again, then headed back to the bridge where a different guard greeted him. "Ah, where is that good young fella who was here a few days ago?" Victor asked as the guard used an artifact to scan him for demon energy. This method was only 10% effective, but it stopped some demons disguised as humans from crossing the gorge. He kicked an iron plate. The talkative guard said, "It turned out that he marked travelers, and 2 days ago, some big shot crossed here disguised as a woman, and the guard had the audacity to grope his ass." The guards sighed. "Oh, poor thing." Victor sighed. Damn it. He would have wanted to see that. "You are clear. You better hurry if you want to put your things to be auctioned. The auction is tomorrow morning and the auction house will close in 2 hours. The guard warned. "Thanks, kid." Victor threw the guard a silver coin and then quickly hurried away toward the town. On the way back, Victor made sure to use the same method the old guard told him about, by staying to the side of the road. The method didn't work. It was only for leaving, not for those who returned. In front of Victor, a group of 9 gangsters stood. Most of them were half-humans with various kinds of bloodlines. It seemed like they all decided to come live here on the border. "Can I help you, young men?" Victor asked. "Give us everything you have got." One sneaky man said, licking his knife. "It was a bad habit." "Oh, that's what your mothers said to me ages ago in that orgy." Who would have thought that I would hear that line again from my own sons? Victor said, sighing. It took the men a moment to get it. "Ah, fuck you. Kill. Kill." The men were all dead as Victor, who was behind them at this point, whipped his sword with one of their corpses before collecting them into his cauldron. At least they might work as fertilizers. Now, where was that town again? Ah yes, that direction. Victor quickly returned to the road. Or that is what the few guys who were shaking behind one big rock thought before they also lost their heads. Idiots. Victor sighed as he collected the corpses, then paused as in front of him a system announcement appeared. It was something he had been waiting weeks for. Apostrophe. Had drank your blood and merged it with his OWN essence. Race, Cosmic Demon. Authority, 7,979,794,412. Activate Bloodslave skill. He naturally stopped the corpse cleaning and pressed yes quickly and nervously. He had no time. Once his target managed to enter trial area, his skill might no longer work, so he had to do it quickly before the full summoning ritual occurred. After that, he would not be able to control it before returning. Warning. Cost 100 order points due to activating in the astral realm. He pressed yes while crossing his fingers. Warning. World is attempting to block skill effect from crossing. Error. World does not have enough authority to block. Warning. Ziph the Great is attempting to block skill effect from crossing. Error. Ziph the Great does not have enough authority to block. Warning. Sun Lord is attempting to block skill effect from crossing. Error. Sun Lord does not have enough authority to block. Warning. Apostrophe is resisting. Error. Apostrophe does not have enough authority to resist. Bloodslave captured successfully. Do you want to give it a nickname? Victor finally breathed in relief. That last line was his pure imagination, but from now on he shall call it Astran. Chapter 409, Poor bastard. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. No, you can go, okay. We girls need some private time. The girls said as she kicked Roy out of the VIP hospital room and then shut the door. Ungrateful spoiled beaches. He sighed with a smile, shaking his head and then turning to see his mother, who was standing in the corridor raising her eyebrow at him. Cheat. They didn't tell him she arrived. I didn't mean my sisters. He quickly corrected himself. Save it for the jury, she said coldly. You are going to tell them? Roy shivered. If his sisters knew he cursed at them behind their backs, he would have to suffer the big time. Those girls were raised by hookers and they knew how to torture a man. Depends. His mother said, looking at the VIP room's door and then at him again. Did you meet your father? Didn't I tell you not to beg for help from him? She said with a complex look. I haven't met him yet. The one who helped me was one of my sisters. He said. Thank her for me. His mother said directly. I will. He nodded. Why are you avoiding him? He finally asked, meaning his father. Adult stuff. She sighed, looking out of the large corridor window. Did he cheat on you or something? Roy smirked. His father did have many wives. I cheated on him. She replied directly with a melancholic voice, seemingly regretting her past choices when she didn't believe Theodore when he told her that he would take care of her. Oh. Roy knew that he better not inquire any further. Did they finish with the tests or whatever they called you here for? She quickly changed the subject. The tests are on pause as we have to wait until father and my other brothers return. They gave us a vacation of some sort. He shrugged. His father was delayed for some reason, Rex was hurt and Lara seemed to have school. With most of the heirs needing some time to heal up, George decided to put the tests on pause. I see. She sighed again. Then go enjoy your vacation. I don't think your sisters would allow you in the room anytime soon. She smirked. The girls were discussing girly things, and they didn't want their big brother's stupid opinions. The last time he cursed at that mass wedding they had been following, they decided not to let him in on their secrets anymore. I know. Did you have lunch? He asked. I already ordered with your sisters, she said. Then see you in the evening, he said before heading toward the hospital's exit without looking back. Thankfully his sister's operation went well and she was healing perfectly. He really owed Iris big for this. Bam. He turned a corner and bumped into someone. Sorry, he said, looking at the pretty girl in a hospital gown who fell to the floor. He hurried and helped her. Don't worry about it, she said, grabbing her phone as she checked him. Now get away from me. Poor beggar. She cursed and walked away after noticing his clothes. I am not. Don't talk to me. She scolded and went away talking on the phone. Sorry, some poor bastard tried to grope me. Anyway, yes, my brother Abe seemed to have got some sort of money scheme going on. Her voice trailed off. He shook his head. What a beach. Thankfully his sisters didn't grow up to be like her. Leaving the hospital, he looked around not knowing where to go. Maybe he should find some restaurant and have a meal. Nah, the food in the mansion was 1,000 times better than any hospital. Walking aimlessly he began to check the city. Vane City was one of the biggest cities around, rivaling even the capital. It was very famous for its media-oriented industries. So looking around, he could see all kinds of people in luxurious clothing walking around. Well, the hospital he was in the most luxurious place in town. Thinking for a moment, he turned and began heading to the other side of the city. If you want to know a city's real face, you have to check its poorest neighborhoods. That's what he told himself anyway. To tell the truth, having lived all his life in a poor environment, Roy felt more comfortable in such places where he grew up and became strong enough to fend for himself. Walking around he began inspecting the people from the passerby, the peddlers, and the casual gangsters and hookers hanging around old dirty corners that led into some filthy back alleys. The thing that made him feel strange was the way all the gangsters seemed to tie steel plates on their crotches and butts. Was this some kind of faction? Then he paused as he noticed some other strange thing that didn't fit in with the picture. A group of little girls in school uniforms were following some evil-looking man who had an evil smile plastered on his face. They were being led by none other than his little sister, Lara, who seemed to be talking to that man. No, more likely she was getting scammed. Cheat. He wanted to go help, starting to run in Lara's direction, but paused, taking 3 steps, remembering the pain in his arm. Slowing down, he decided to just follow her from behind. Still, just in case, he took the phone and called Iris. Although he didn't know Lara for long, she was a very nice girl, and as the elder brother he had to take care of her. In the Von Wise arena, the test started as planned. It might be called a test, but in fact, it was just a regular tournament where every heir had to fight others at random to collect points. The more you could fight, the higher points you would get. Zed clenched his fist as he watched his sister Zola get kicked out of the arena by an arrogant girl. This was her 5th loss. Filthy blood. The person who beat her said, turning back and stepping down before the referee could announce her winning. Zola, are you okay? Zed asked as he ran to his sister's side. Blood was seeping out of her nose. I am fine. Zola, who was a strong girl, said, whipping her nose as she stood up. Don't worry, she said. Those bastards. Zed silently cursed as he clenched his fist. Ever since they entered the island, every heir they met looked at them with disdain. Was hair color really that important? Next. Number 21 Simon vs number 244 Zed. The referee announced. Zed. Be careful. Mother is watching, just do your best. Zola said. I know. Zed said as he slowly climbed into the arena and looked at his opponent, who seemed to be a sharp-eyed young man. Why am I fighting a servant? The young man asked, turning to the referee. Don't ask, just fight. Start. The wise referee, who was a minor elder, decided to act as if he didn't hear a thing. He just started the match. Zed, who prepared himself for the coming attack, didn't even stand a chance as the opponent, who seemed to have some kind of wizard class, immediately cast a spell that caused a tornado to sweep him off his feet and throw him out. An easy win. Simon wins. The referee announced. The battle didn't even take a second. Pathetic. Simon said as he stepped down. Damn it. Zed cursed as he sprung to his feet. This was his 5th loss and it meant he was disqualified. He didn't win even once. Was the difference between those who had pure bloodline and him really this big? Of course not. It was just that being raised in a lower player family, he had no access to high-ranking dungeons and ample opportunities to level up. He was only level 5 while his opponent was probably level 20 at the very least. It's okay, brother. We never expected to win in the first place. Zola said. We are just here because mother wanted to come. Her mother wanted to use them to beg for some support for them. Although they were reluctant, they agreed with her due to the pressure she was facing in their father's family. Still, looking at the current situation, Zola really doubted whether those arrogant bastards would really help them. They only hoped that their mother would be able to convince her father, the patriarch of the Von Wise family, to help. I know. Zed sighed as the battles progressed on the numerous stages around him. He just felt weak, not being able to help at all. Being terminated, he took his sister to the benches on the side where they sat and watched. No other heirs approached them, but thankfully the servants didn't dare to neglect them, and hastily provided them with some food and water. The fights slowly got more and more violent as time progressed, as only the strongest were left, and this really opened the siblings' eyes to what real players were capable of. Those arrogant cousins in their father's family would never stand a chance here. They had every class someone could think of, from archers to wizards and barbarian warriors. All were armed with perfect artifact weapons that suited them well. Damn it, his mother couldn't even afford a good sword and armor for his paladin sister. He couldn't get his head around the idea that those he was watching now were supposed to be the disqualified ones, the ones who didn't make it to the elite ranks before. Just how strong were the guys who were lost in that dungeon? The tournament took 2 more hours to finish, and by noon the final results were clear. Those who reached the top 8 were so ahead of the others that any further fights would be pointless. They would be the ones chosen as elites. To Zed's surprise, the last guy he fought, Simon, was the one with the most points. Well, he was very strong. This made Zed wonder though, whether the elites who vanished in the dungeon were even stronger than this. How strong were the Von Wise family exactly? Well, he will know for real in the next few matches where the top 8 will fight to choose a single winner. They would fight, right? It would be boring if they didn't. Congratulations for the 8 winners. You showed us what real elites should be like. The patriarch's merry voice came right after the last battle ended, his reflection appearing majestically in the arena's sky. He seemed happy. Now, I know what you are all waiting for. The top 8's fight. Well, The patriarch paused, then gasped, Marcos, I swear, you are very poetic sometimes. A sarcastic womanly voice could be heard as under the watchful eyes of everyone. The patriarch's color began to change. Empo. He seemed to want to say something, but he was too shocked to do that. What? Impotent? Maybe you are. The voice owner said sarcastically. Or do you want to say impossible? Well, nothing is, as long as I am here. What? Did the cat eat your tongue? The voice owner said as everyone watched the patriarch's purple robe get stained in some unidentified liquid. He stood up and stepped back, tumbling his chair in the process as he got out of the projection that was turned off moments later while the sky turned purple. No, it was not the sky. Some kind of an energy barrier seemed to have surrounded the entire arena. Zed could make it out somehow thanks to his array masterclass. Around the barrier, he could make out the shapes of 4 people standing on different corners, but they hid themselves well. What was that? Zolo asked with a blush as many ears began to look at each other. Some were frowning, and others seemed very nervous, like Simon, who slowly began heading toward the exit. He didn't reach it as many guards suddenly flooded the arena. Stay in your place. Everything will be over in a few minutes. A heroic-looking young man who headed the guards said, What are you doing? Some people wanted to cause trouble like Simon, but they were neutralized in seconds by some kind of thunder that decided above them from the barrier in the sky. Just stay in your place. The young man repeated in a soft voice. No one dared to make trouble after that. They just wondered what the fuck was going on. Master Mike, you are alive. Someone who finally seemed to have recognized the young man suddenly said in an excited voice. Yes, we all are. Just stay put for now. Mike said, we will know everything later. He added with a reassuring smile. Yes. Many young men nodded with a smile. After recognizing Mike, they relaxed. Many even seemed to have realized what was going on. Zed and Zola didn't. They frowned. They were worried about their mother, wanting to ask what the fuck was going on. Then they heard it. Bang! An explosion rocked the arena as the VIP hall above shattered in a ball of green fire and a woman flew out. ANNU Beach, you should have died down there like your arrogant sister. The woman said. Tulin, just surrender. Another woman replied as she slowly floated in midair while taking a pill. From her voice, Zed could tell that she was the one they heard before. Was she Anne? Their grandmother? Following her were all the elders, including their mother, who seemed a little troubled. They were carrying a few sacks. No, those were people who were tied by shiny golden chains. The patriarch seemed to be one of them, but his face was so beaten up, he was beyond recognition. Like hell, I would surrender for a filthy beach like you. Tulin screamed as she flew up and then hit the barrier headfirst, forcing her to bounce down and hit the ground. Damn. When did you? She cursed as the 4 men who were hiding before appeared and surrounded her. She had no way out. Just surrender, lass. We know who you work for. One of the old men said, your plan to make the family work for that brat would never work. Then you better let me go. You know that I can take you all with me. She said, that brat would never help you. He can't enter this world. The old man said coldly, stop calling him like that. If he was here you would be groveling in front of his feet. Tulin seemed to be getting angry. Don't act all tough in front of me. Don't underestimate us. Another old man said, making a move with his hand, and a few great-looking ominous balls fell into the ground. Tulin seems to have thrown them before. Under this barrier, you can't use your poisons. The third old man said with a smirk, lass, we will be spending a lot of time together after this. Don't make it hard on yourself. The fourth old man, who seemed a little bit mean, said, you forced me to do this. Tulin yelled, then looked up and uttered just one sentence as she tore a green talisman that seemed to have been hidden in her cuff. Exclamation mark. She screamed. Cheat. Stop her. One of the old men, who seemed to have realized something, screamed, But it was too late, as from in between Tillin's hand, a magical array appeared and then vanished before being replaced by a ball of darkness. One of the old men wanted to attack, but he was sent flying as in a blink of an eye. The black ball extended, filling the entire world in a blink of an eye, passing everyone like some kind of a barrier. No one had time to react as the sky suddenly turned black and the world turned silent. It was an eerie silence that you never knew existed until you encountered it. Nothing could be heard as above them. The barrier slowly shattered. It was as if it was in slow motion. Everything seemed slow, except for that woman Tillin, who had a cruel smile on her face as she slowly vanished. The first thing Zed noticed was the rancid smell that filled his nose. Before he could make out its source, he heard it, a sound that filled the silence. His sister's scream. Turning to the side, he jumped back in shock, almost tripping on the bench when he saw it. Damn! A giant abomination human-like creature appeared out of nowhere, grabbing his sister by her throat and lifting her up. It seemed like a corpse of some sort. It was fat and all kinds of nasty stuff were spilling from its guts. All around him, similar figures seemed to be crawling out of the dirt in the ground, one after another, filling the arena and surrounding the airs. They looked like some kind of otherworldly army. Fight. The next thing they heard was the call for a battle. Just as in front of them a familiar blue screen shimmered. Imperial corroded dungeon entered. Rank S. Clear condition. Kill the corpse dragon. Chapter 410. Screwed up. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. How did you get these? The old appraiser nervously asked. The mysterious old man, who casually sipped from the teacup in front of him, found them on the corpse of some dwarf who died right across the gorge. Are they expensive? The old man asked, looking at the 3 dragon bones he placed on the table. Ah! The appraiser hesitated. We don't know what creature they came from, so I can't say. He lied. Then just put them on the auction. The old man said, we can't. They are not verified. But that is not what I was told. Didn't you guys buy anything? No questions asked. The old man frowned. We do. It is just that the things in the auction needed to be verified. How about I buy them off your hand for 1 million gold coins? The appraiser asked. I thought you said you didn't know their value? I didn't. I am taking a risk here. The appraiser said, making the old man ponder. I know some collectors who like strange things like these. He added. I can sell you only one. The other 2 will go into the auction. The old man finally said after finishing his cup. I already said, I will take 2 million gold coins for it. The old man interrupted. Wait, that 3 million. Fine deal. The appraiser quickly said, realizing that the old man was not an idiot. But still, even if he bought it for 10 million gold coins, he would be able to make a profit. And it was not like the old man would be able to enjoy the money. Good. Give me the money now. I need to buy a few sacrifices. Girls at the auction tonight? The old man said, licking his lips. Oh, and prepare some VIP auction tickets for me. I understand. The old appraiser, who seemingly surrendered, said with a wretched smile. You old men are too smart to fool. He added, hiding his smirk. I know. The old man said, taking the money and the ticket a maid brought and putting them in his ring. By the way, do you appreciate wine too? Victor asked him. I sure do. The appraiser said as he watched Victor take 3 bottles of some wine. The first thing he noticed was that the bottles were very old, dwarven style. Those were with that dwarf corpse you found? The appraiser asked. Yes. I tried one and it tastes somewhat a little too bitter for my taste. Try it yourself. But if you like it you have to promise to buy the rest. The old man said. Let me see. The appraiser said, taking a silver cup from under his table, and slowly pouring some of the wine out of the opened bottle in it. He looked at it, smelled it, then began to twirl it around. It is some kind of soul wine. The appraiser said. Ah, soul wine? The old man asked nervously. What's that? They used to take them for ceremonies to worship the 3 lords in the old days. We don't really know what they do, but their price is very exorbitant. Oh, its price would depend on how good it is though. Its smell is okay. The appraiser hesitated for a moment, then tasted it. He was not afraid of poison, as this room had 3 hidden guards stationed around just in case. How does it taste? the old man asked after 1 whole minute. Not bad. But why does it taste like it was brewed 3 weeks ago? The appraiser asked as he got nervous. He was spot on. Really? The old man just smirked. Feeling something was wrong, the appraiser decided to end this meeting. Sadly it was too late, as the next moment, he felt something grab him hard, stopping his movement, and the old man sitting in front of him took a bottle, then shoved it in his mouth, and began to empty it. The appraiser struggled hard, gesturing to the hidden guards to move, yet no one came to his rescue. He was about to lose hope when finally the door was broken open by a few guards who wore the Sun Temple dress. "Catch that demon!" one of them yelled, grabbing the old man but only managing to hold his cape and pull it to reveal a demon with long horns and white silvery hair. Damn it! The demon quickly took a talisman and activated it, disappearing completely. Cheat. We lost him again. The temple guard said, then hurried to the appraiser's side. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I am fine." "What was that?" he asked nervously. "A demon, as you have seen. The damn thing has been on the run for a week now after stealing an elven nobleman's vault." "Oh, what did he take?" the appraiser asked, looking at the table to make sure that the maid had already collected the dragon bones. Thankfully, she did. "Some dragon bones and a dragon heart," the guard said. "Did he plan to sell you those?" he asked. "No, he just wanted to use that wine to drug me." "Oh, I will be taking those bottles then," the guard said, grabbing the bottles, inspecting them, and then placing them in his ring. "Feel free," the appraiser said. He was annoyed but didn't dare to show it. "Did he ask you about anything of interest?" the guard asked again. "I don't know. Nothing really, just the prices of a few things. We just don't know what he is after, you see. This is getting really frustrating." "What can a dragon heart be used for anyway?" the guard asked. "Oh. Well. It has many uses." For one rare occasion, the appraiser felt that he should tell the guard everything he knew. "Zola!" Zed screamed as he instinctively attacked the abomination that grabbed his sister. Sadly he was too weak to even harm it, and his sword only sank in its guts without causing any damage. Zola seemed about to suffocate. The abomination was cut in half as none other than Mike seemed to have appeared out of nowhere near them and attacked. He quickly supported Zola and brought her to the ground. Thanks." Zola blushed as Mike let go of her. "Find a safe place and hide. Those things need to be struck with weapons that have an affliction. Pure physical damage won't hurt them," he said with a dashing smile, then left, heading toward another abomination to kill it. "We will clear things quickly, so take care of yourselves," he added as he vanished. "Wow." Zola's eyes followed him. "Sis, we have to go find our mother and hurry to find Danny," Zed told her. Danny was their little sister whom his mother left in the guest room with the maids. As a non-player, that little girl couldn't enter the arena today. Yes. Zola nodded and began to hurry and follow Zed. Her eyes were searching for Mike though. "Do you know his identity?" she asked as they ran. "He should be one of our cousins, look at his hair color," Zed said. "From the badge on his chest I think he is an elite or something," he added. He was good at noticing such things. "Is he single?" Zola asked, making Zed pause. "Sis, he is our cousin," he said nervously. "You already told me that." "I am just wondering," she said pouting, her eyes darting around searching for his shadow. Cheat. Zed, who realized what his stubborn sister was thinking, cursed. Totally unaware of what he had done, Mike joined the fight, killing one monster after another. He didn't know how long it took, so after making sure no new abominations were appearing, he gave the guards some orders to secure all the exits and then hurried toward where the elders were. They were slowly wiping the guts and the blackened blood off their weapons after finishing the fight. Thankfully none were injured. Those abominations had hard skins but were not very powerful. "Where is Grandma?" he asked his father. Theodore pointed up where Anne was. Up in the air. She seemed to have grown a pair of dragon wings and was slowly descending. Did she awaken her bloodline too? She would be a fool not to try it. After getting the notebook, Mike slowly checked his father. Theodore seemed to have done it too, as the air around him seemed more dignified than usual. Mike didn't see them for the last couple of days, And now he knew why. Those bastards must have tried the pills Victor gave them. Moments later, Anne, who seemed to have been checking the situation, slowly landed and the purplish dragon wings on her back vanished. The elders seemed to want to ask her what skill was this, but none dared to do that. "Grandma, where are the protectors?" Mike asked, looking around. "Were they fighting the dungeon's boss?" "They escaped." Anne said. "Oh, what?" Mike, who didn't accept that answer, asked. "The moment the dungeon opened, they escaped to their safe room under the island," Anne clarified. "You do understand that the guardians are not creatures of this world. If they get stuck inside a dungeon, the moment it is cleared, the world will also kill them." "Ah, then this talisman used." Mike, who seemed to have understood something, said. "Yes, it was probably meant to be activated inside the hidden chamber, where the guardians will have nowhere to escape." Anne nodded. "Right now, thanks to the array we placed beforehand, the entire main island seemed to have been engulfed into the dungeon in one piece, and the protectors managed to hide just before the dungeon was initialized," she said. "The entire island?" Mike gasped. "You mean those things are already all over the place?" "Yes, it was as if we were separated from the rest of the archipelago," Anne said as Theodore and the rest of the elders listened. "Don't worry about your families." "Oh. Then shouldn't we hurry and help others?" Mike asked. "Don't worry, the Keeper elders have already ordered all non-fighting personnel to take shelter and activated many minor protection arrays all around the island. All the abominations are being exterminated as we speak," she said. "Your sister and the others have already cleared the area around the arena and are heading toward the treasury. Then I shall go find them." "No, leave this for Alice and the rest of the elites. Your role is here. We need to organize ourselves and then plan a raid." Outside, the island has turned into a sea of black water and a new island has sprung in the south, she said. "I think the boss should be there." "What about the non-players on the island?" Mike quickly asked, thinking about something. "As you suspect, they seemed to have all been awakened." "This is probably the only good news I have," Anne said. "Sadly, the main island didn't have many mortals. Most of the elders who smelled the danger sent all their descendants away a few days ago. It was their loss." "What about Talin?" Mike finally asked. "She ran away." Anne said the tracking talisman that Anne secretly placed on her was not responding. It was either destroyed or out of range. If she knew Talin had that strange talisman, she would have been more careful. It is just that the beach was way stronger than she expected. Not only did she manage to undo the chains they tied her with and escape, but she even threw a few poison bombs that she hid in a storage device in her mouth. 4 elders and a few captured guards who were closer to her at that point all died without knowing how. Thankfully, she and Theodore have already awakened their bloodlines according to the ancestral notebook, and the poison didn't affect them. If not, they would have died many times after taking the position directly. Still, Talin's actions forced everyone to act cautiously when they attempted to capture her again, giving her a chance to activate that talisman. The beach was thoroughly prepared. Entering his inn's room and locking the door, Victor's expression finally changed. Shit, he really screwed up. He quickly sat on the bed in a meditative pose, then activated his blood slave's ability to watch through his slave's eyes. He felt it earlier but couldn't make a move. The situation on the family's main island was disastrous, and he didn't expect Talin to go to that length. Dungeon summoning talismans were rare, very rare. Even in his past life, he had seen none and only read about them. Thankfully, Poe, who was at the main island to join the fun, gave Victor a clear view of what happened. That bastard quickly joined the fight valiantly as an authentic heir. His plan was simple: to level up from a semi-player to a full player after getting some experience points. This was his chance. Through Poe's eyes, Victor caught glimpses of Zoe, Alice, and even Q, who seemed to have awakened and was now fighting with the rest right outside the arena. Sadly, Victor couldn't activate his skills remotely, so he had no way of appraising her for now. Still, that was some good news. Hopefully, she will turn into a scion. Next, Victor flipped to another slave, someone who acquired recently. No, not Asteran. That monster was wreaking havoc on the Von Rosen base, and Victor had no way to control him for now. He didn't even dare to watch the gory scenes as the bastard was enjoying his meal. Well, Von Rosen deserved it. The mysterious blood slave Victor wanted to monitor was none other than Mike, who was in a meeting with the elders discussing what they should do to raid the corpse dragon's lair. Victor made him a slave when he gave him the antidote pills earlier in the cave. All of those were laced with his blood. He was not sure if Mike would take one, but thankfully he did. The reason he did this was simple. It was to follow what was happening after he was gone. His second choice was either Q or Alice, but Q was troublesome as he feared affecting her fate, and with Alice, he feared that she would meet some lord at her sect, and the same thing with Tulip would happen again. Anyway, Victor initially planned to revoke the slave status and clear the slot as soon as he returned, but after he watched the meeting with the protectors in the hideout, he decided not to do that. Seeing the beating black heart the protectors were guarding, Victor realized what it was: a dragon heart. The question was why it was here. He had a hunch about it, but sadly the Akashic Scholar skill demanded 5,000 order points for any info like that, so he could only find someone knowledgeable and ask about it. Thankfully he found that appraiser and realized that his hunch was correct. Dragon hearts had the function to house and protect souls. In fact, according to the now asleep appraiser, many soul artifacts had pieces of a dragon heart as one of their components. Although Victor was not 100% sure, as he never encountered this heart in his previous life, he had a theory that his ancestor might have not really died, but he kept his soul alive, waiting to grab the body of a suitable heir from his family. This would perfectly explain why Nicholas's hideout and corpse were not known to the family, as he planned to retrieve his things from the later. This would also explain why Anne, despite being a woman, was allowed to act as a de facto matriarch of the family. Those protectors were probably trying to steer the family's bloodline in certain directions to create a perfect body for Nilos to be reborn in, and Anne's were very suitable. If Victor's guess was correct, Nicholas is probably trying to create the perfect body. This probably had something to do with the mysterious patriarch test they conduct on every succession. And yes, Victor had made a huge mistake by giving Anne the way to upgrade and activate her bloodline. Now, Nicholas would certainly take the body of the next patriarch, and that guy would most likely be Mike. Cheat. He could only pray that the Imperial corroded dungeon would now last until he was back, as the first thing he planned to do after he returned was to head there and grab that heart. The patriarch ceremony would not happen before that, as the protectors would never risk opening the hidden cave before the dungeon was cleared. No, damn it. Victor never liked depending on luck. If anything went wrong and he got delayed, his brother would truly die. He had no way to activate the blood slave skills from here to warn him. His only hope was now one very crazy girl. But with her new class, she might be able to pull it off. Victor first fetched a few SSS talismans and activated them, making sure the room was secure. Then he took out the cauldron and entered it, appearing in a secluded region right in its center, in a grand granite-built room. This was the safest area here, where the demon boss was hiding. Laying on a jade slab, he took a deep breath and adjusted his state before he reached for his soul, sending every ounce of energy to it to make a connection with the other half in trial area. Bam! It was as if the entire world shook. Victor fell to the ground and began to cough up blood. He wanted to hold himself, but his body that laid on the floor had no power to move even an inch. Although this took all of his energy, the connection was a success. It was brief, but it was enough for the two parts of his soul to sync. Now, it was all up to Lily. Chapter 411. Visitors. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Make sure to keep the luminous stones on you at all times. Lily told the girls, especially you, Alicia. I understand. Alicia nodded. They were all standing in a clearing in a dark forest, surrounded by tall, ominous-looking trees. In the last couple of days before their long journey, Lily, after giving them a choice whether to follow her or leave, explained everything needed to those who decided to follow her. It was a world beyond anything they could imagine, and they knew that their lives were about to change after they entered this dungeon. Once you get your classes, try to use them and hunt a few ghouls, but don't overdo it. Your safety is a priority. Lily added, Julian, try to get to the boss room as fast as possible. I will not wait for you. I know. Julian said. Now be ready. Lily said as she approached a large stone in the middle of the clearing. Now She paused. Wait a moment. she said as she reached with her hand under her robes and took out the necklace around its neck. It was shining. "What's that?" Yulian asked. "A phone call." "You girls can rest, this will take some time," Lily said as she sat in a meditative pose and closed her eyes. This was her first time doing this, but she knew how it worked, so she was not surprised when she opened her eyes and found herself in a large cave. But that's not what grabbed her eyes. Right in front of her sat a devilishly handsome young man, grilling something on a strange purple fire. He looked at her and she looked at him. Both of them began to breathe hard, or that what was they felt as the connection between them grew stronger. They were in their soul forms that hid nothing, so they couldn't help it as they were hit by each other's charm. The next moment they were all over each other, kissing while hugging tightly. They really missed each other. Roy slowly followed the little girls who were guided by the suspicious-looking man into an abandoned warehouse that was guarded by two evil-looking gangsters. "Is the party really here? Will we be able to meet Myra?" Lara asked naively. "Yes, it is inside. But please don't tell anyone I let you in," the evil-looking man said. "We won't," the blonde girl said, nodding to Lara and then stepping in. The rest of the girls quickly followed. The evil man, watching them enter, nodded to his friends and then followed inside. A party here? Was this some kind of a test? Roy wondered. No matter what, he couldn't let those little girls face any danger. Still, he was not sure if he could take out those two men at the entrance. He needed to find an alternative way in. Looking around, he found nothing useful, so he quickly tried to circle the warehouse until he was able to find a suitable entrance. As he walked, he tried to access the workers around. There were about 5 suspicious men who eyed him as he walked, forcing him to act a little drunk. They were all a part of the same gang. Roy could tell from the spider tattoo on their forearms. It took him a few minutes, but he quickly found an entrance. It was a window on the warehouse's gabled tin roof that was reachable. Entering through it would be tricky, but he had to do it just in case. Iris told him that it was not a test. She already informed George and help was on the way. She gave him a mission to keep an eye on the girls and intervene if anything went wrong before the cavalry arrived. So, making sure no one was looking, he quickly used abandoned wooden boxes as leverage, and climbed the warehouse's wall using some parkour movements, reaching a roof ledge and then climbing up. Thanks to the family training and all the pills they were giving them, his physics seemed to have been enhanced considerably in the last week. He kept his body straight as he crawled on the roof toward the window. But just before he reached it, a series of loud explosions banged inside, making him hurry up and duck as many gangsters down below ran to the door. Making sure they were all gone, he hurried toward the window and peered inside. He could see nothing. The entire warehouse was filled with a thick layer of smoke. Those explosions earlier must have come from smoke grenades. What was going on? Bang, bang. He heard the sound of someone firing a gun. Did we get her? Whoosh, bang. A streak of thunder seemed to have flashed from within the smoke, hitting the other side of the warehouse. No, help. Demons. Please let go. Roy, who had no idea what was going on, began hearing the screams of miserable men. He wanted to jump in, but without making sure what was going on, he decided to stay up and watch, especially after hearing Lara's voice giving commands. Surrender, she said in a firm, lovely voice. I am going to foo. Thunder struck again. No, a guy's running from the back, a little girl said in a cold voice. Rin, bang, a flash of thunder. What was that? Some new secret weapon that his rich family developed? Roy wondered. Kyra, monsters. Let go. Crack. Similar situations kept happening for the next few minutes till it was all silent. After a while, the only sound that could be heard was the crying of adult men. WTF? The smoke slowly cleared shortly after to reveal the warehouse insides, where a group of gangsters were scattered on the ground wailing with broken limbs and fried skins. They looked miserable. On top of that, they were all tied up with thick ropes. When did that happen? Where was Lara? Roy quickly spotted her. She and the other little girls were busy opening cages that were in the corner of the warehouse. From inside of them, a lot of filthy-looking slum children began to walk out, crying as they thanked Lara and her friends. Oh, this was a rescue operation. Watching Lara slowly begin to question the kids, Roy could hear the sirens of police cars from the back, so he decided to slowly retreat. The girls didn't need his help anymore. "Brother, you can come in." The sound of a little girl stopped him. It was Lara. Roy turned around and noticed Lara looking at him with a smile. "Thanks for looking after us, big brother," she said, bowing slightly. She seemed to have noticed him all along. What a nice girl. Too bad she had no idea that she would probably be getting the first spanking in her life very soon. That was what Roy believed. Margaret was in the company overseeing a shareholder meeting when the call came. "Is there anything?" she asked Elise, who contacted her. "We have a situation. Hannah's master is here, and he has a kid with him. I believe it must be Sebastian." Elise replied. "Did they enter the mansion?" Margaret asked. "No, Hilda told them to wait until she checked with Hannah." "Go with the plan, I will be right there quickly," Margaret said as she stood up. "Problem?" Arya, who was in the meeting too, asked. "Abe? No, just something minor. I will take care of it," she said as she quickly left the meeting. "Master, we should just break in and retrieve my martial sister," the young boy said. "That bastard can't be reasoned with." Sebastian, the master who wore an old robe, scolded. He had a white beard and long white hair styled into a ponytail. He was like those martial arts old masters in movies. "Stop acting like a hooligan. In aristocratic families, there are rules to be followed. You must respect people if you want to be respected," he scolded. "I can't believe I have to teach you this, but shut up for now. You should have learned something after you got your ass handed to you twice," the old master scolded just as the middle-aged maid returned after going for a while. "So did you ask Hannah?" the old master asked politely. "Yes," the maid replied, returning the master's jade badge to him, wrapped in silky velvet. "She confirmed your identity and she wants to meet you, but only you can enter. The young men accompanying you will have to wait outside the gate," she said, giving Sebastian, who was standing to the side of his master, a disgusted look. Elise had told her that he was in fact way older than he looked. "Not fair. I want to see Hannah too." Sebastian flared immediately. "Sorry, the young master is not here at the moment, and he has left strict instructions that horny men can't enter the mansion in his absence no matter what," she said. "But master is." "Ouch!" Sebastian screamed in pain as his master slammed his head and glared at him. "I didn't mean that," Sebastian quickly explained. The way he said it, it felt like he was cursing at his master, calling him a horny man. "Just wait here. You know what to do," the master said coldly as he raised one eyebrow and looked at Sebastian. Fine. I will." Sebastian, who began acting docile again, said, before looking at the maid, "Can you send someone to get me a cup of water and something to eat? I am really famished." After the long journey, he shamefully asked. "Of course," the maid said nonchalantly as she invited the old master inside, walking him to a luxurious golf cart that took them up the mountain. "You have some nice mansion here," the old monster said as he looked around, first at the plants, then at the little maids who he spotted running around in groups. It seemed like they were doing their morning training. Strange. Why was the energy around them stronger than those disciples in his sect? He did hear that those in some aristocratic family gave their servants some kinds of secret drugs. This might be the cause. "We do," the maid replied, noticing the helicopter that flew above her head heading toward the main building. Margaret was back. "What can I call you, master?" she asked. "Many call me Master Orion," the old man said. "You can call me Hilda, I am the head maid here." Hilda replied. "Nice to meet you. You guys have some nice protection array here," he said, striking up a conversation. The young master spared no expense to protect his wives. Hilda, who was a little surprised by the old master's sharp eyesight, said, "I see. Do you know how the array master he employed?" "I do, but sadly, I can't divulge such information," Hilda said. "Victor did it himself, and this really surprised her." "Oh. Sorry for asking." The master apologized politely. The cart didn't go to the main building, it made some turns and headed to a separate zone where Hannah's new lab was constructed right beside what looked like a military camp. There were barely tattooed men inside doing some weightlifting. But the old man was not impressed. The little girls from earlier were far more interesting. He was just interested in their strength. He was not a Lilican, absolutely not. Master Orion, Master Orion. Hilda called for Orion, who was lost in thoughts multiple times. Ah, what? We are here, Hilda said just as they parked next to a 5-story tall concrete building. Hilda invited the Master Orion out of the cart, then guided him toward the lab's reception room, though Hilda didn't enter. Hana is waiting for you inside, Hilda said. I will send you some refreshments shortly, she added as he nodded in response and then walked in. Master Hana, who seemed to be waiting, ran and directly gave Orion a hug. For her he was like her father. Hana. Orion smiled heartfully for the first time ever since entering the mansion. Then he remembered something and quickly stepped back, but it was too late. Hana was already hugging him. Your poison curse, he exclaimed. Victor removed it for me, she said as she slowly let go and smiled. Really? Orion exclaimed. How the fuck? He wondered. Yes, it was part of my deal to serve him, she said. Oh, I see now. Orion, who heard her, seemed to have realized something. Your brother was worried sick about you see. He is also here to see you, but they forbade him from entering. I know, Sister Elise told me, but the young master really doesn't like him ever since they had that quarrel in the auction. Oh, come on now. Tell me everything that has happened ever since you left the sect with Sebastian. The old master nodded and took a seat. Thanks, Sebastian said to the lovely little maid who brought him a glass of juice and some cookies. It is my duty, the little maid said as she held the tray with both hands, covering her little body. He was not into little girls, but this one was very cute, especially in a maid dress. So, have you been working here for a long time? Sebastian asked, secretly activating his charm skill, and slowly letting the golden clock that he held in his hand dangle as he ate. Hypnotizing a mortal was very easy, especially if he had such an artifact. His master let him enter the sect's vault to get some new artifacts after he lost his ring, and there, he found this thing. About a month or so, the little maid replied. Did they hire you or something? Sebastian asked. The young master saved us from some evil traffickers, she said. He gave us a choice and all of us wanted to work for him. He is very handsome, she added, smiling sweetly. Do you know Hana? He asked. Yes, Mistress Hana is very nice. She usually makes some candy for us. The little maid nodded. Oh, does she live with you? He asked nervously. No, she has her own building. She has a lab there where she does experiments for the young master. The little maid said. Experiments? Sebastian pondered. Hana was an alchemist, so he could expect that much. Like what? I don't know. It has something to do with blood and poisons though. The little maid forced and said. The last time we went to clean we were scolded as one of us spilled some poison and was almost killed, she said, looking sad. Oh, well. Do you know about the relationship between Hana and Victor? He asked. No, the young master usually goes to see her every 1 or 2 days. They spend a few hours together before he leaves, and after that, Mistress Hana usually forbids anyone from entering her lab. Oh. Sebastian sweetened. Do they have anything romantic between them? Romantic? The little maid knotted her eyebrows. Like love and such, Sebastian said. Although he knew such things were impossible due to Hana's curse, he had to ask. I don't know. But everyone except for Mistress Alpha likes the young master. The little maid said. Alpha? He didn't know who that was. Yes, she is Sister Hana's cousin. That's all I know. Oh. Sebastian frowned. Maybe this was bigger than he expected. What is your young master's deepest secret? He decided to go for the juicy bits. I don't know. The little maid frowned. Cheat. The hypnosis was about to break. Sebastian silently cursed. He had to be more specific. I mean, what is the secret he told you not to tell anyone about? Sebastian clarified. Oh, well, don't tell anyone. The little maid began to whisper, looking around to make sure no one was listening. I won't. He lied. Well, the young master has a giant cock, she said, biting her little lip. A giant what? Sebastian was not sure he heard her correctly. A giant cock. The Lily repeated, emphasizing the last word. It is very big and majestic. She added with dreamy eyes. You saw it with your own eyes? Sebastian had a strange look on his face. Was Victor brainwashing his girls? Yes, most of the girls in the mansion did. The little maid nodded. The young master told us to be careful around it, but some of us couldn't help it and tried to pet it. It was very soft and fluffy, big enough for all of us to enjoy it together. Fluffy together. Sebastian almost screamed. Did Hana also? That was the first thing he imagined. The image of Hana touching. What? Did Hana you know? See or touch it? Sebastian swallowed. Impossible. Hana had her curse. She couldn't touch anyone. I don't know if she touched it, as the young master only allowed virgin girls to do that. The little maid blushed. But one time I did hear Mistress Alpha cursing at it, calling it filthy. Mistress Hana rebuked her, calling it an amazing and noble existence that must be handled with care and respect. The little maid added, nodding as if she was agreeing with Hana. Handled. Sebastian stuttered as if he was losing his mind, dropping the juice glass on the ground and letting it shatter. The emotional damage was too much for him. Young master? The little maid exclaimed. The hypnosis was broken. I need to go. Tell my master I will meet him at the hotel, Sebastian said as he turned and left in a hurry while uttering silent curses like, beach, slut, traitor. You did good. Margaret, who was hiding behind the gate, told the little maid as soon as she returned. She was here just in case anything went wrong, but the little girl acted fabulously. Margaret almost fell to the ground laughing as she heard what she told Sebastian. I did what Mistress Elise told me, only telling the truth. The little maid said. But that hypnosis was really mean. I had a hard time holding myself. She said. It is okay. Few can face a sign and live to tell the tale. Margaret said. This girl must have some nice bloodline to be able to resist to this degree. She needed to look her up. What was your name again? Black Summer. She replied with a smile. Oh, from now on, you will be my assistant. Margaret nodded, then turned to leave before pausing. What? Black Summer asked. We have a new visitor. Strange. Margaret said, frowning as she looked down the street. Chapter 412, The Problem. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. So, what subclass did you get in the end? Victor asked Lily, who lay lazily in his arms. Time Avatar, she replied directly. It was as you expected, an X-rank time-related class. So you can stop time and such? He asked with interest. And such, she replied with a mysterious smile. What about you, Leon? You will know when you see him, she replied. Oh, so mysterious. Have you tried your skills on someone yet? He asked curiously. Yup. Your cousin Titus, he is now officially a eunuch. What? Really? Victor, who sat up, couldn't contain his smile hearing the good news. When did you meet him? He asked. At the Ashflint auction. He was with that fat scion, she said. Liam? Yes, that bastard was trying to be smart and create a discord between his future mistress and her in-laws. Now, he will end up taking all the blame, she chuckled. Although I don't think he would die. I believe he would lose a layer of skin at the very least. He is very thick-skinned. Well, more than one layer then. He deserves it for trying to scam me, Lily said. Did you get that Jinx girl? Victor, who decided not to ask how Liam offended her, changed the subject. That girl was what really mattered. Yup, I plan to raise her well. Surprisingly, she is a very nice and timid girl. It makes one wonder what happened to her in the other timeline. Lily sighed. She is destined to join my harem, you know. He dropped the bomb. What? Like hell, I would allow. Wait, are you still going with that crazy plan C? Lily frowned, looking at him. It was one of the plans he gave to his private counsel to look at. It is very dangerous. I know, but now that I have the cauldron and that stupid replacement to fill in for my absence, it will be doable in theory. In theory? Lily glared at him. He shrugged. All for the girls? No. They are just the cherry on top. Like hell, I would believe you. Fine. Whatever, I guess we will have to wait until your return to see if you can pull it off. Lily puffed her cheek and looked away. How is the other world, by the way? She changed the subject. Mostly sunny with a lot of hot elves. Built a harem of them yet? She spat. Please, I am not like some teenager who only thinks about women. He flatly said, "The first thing a man must do after entering another world is collect all the information he can get about the said world and build a base of operations." "That's what I have been doing," he explained. "I see. How many girls do you plan to have in that base of operations?" "Well, as many as needed." He kept it brief. "You have some new girls to warm your bed already, don't you?" "Are there any other types?" he asked, using the same response he used with Margaret a week earlier. "There is me." She spat. "I already have you," he patiently explained. "Aren't I enough?" "No," he said, then quickly realized his mistake. "Wait, I didn't mean it like that." "You know what I mean. I have a very big bastard." "Stop biting. This is my fucking soul," he yelped as she attacked, all of a sudden biting his arm. "Pervert," she yelled as he pushed her away. She attacked again. She needed to mark his very soul with her teeth to feel satisfied. "Wait. You don't need to worry about them. You know Victor who held Lily who went rabid at bay said." "I am not worried." She attacked again. "Wait, just wait." "What?" "You see, I tried showing them my true looks," he said. "HSSS." She gasped as she relaxed. "And they are still alive?" Even for her, she almost forgot to breathe when he released his bloodline in front of her for the first time. His charm was devilish. Half-elves have some very tenacious life. Their minds were not that strong though, Victor sighed. "I needed to use the soul wine to make them forget." "I see. Poor girls." She relaxed after hearing him. He had successfully reminded her that at the moment she was the only one who knew what he really looked like. "I know," he sighed again. Even Margaret didn't get to see his true looks as he was really concerned about her mental health. "So, in the end, why did you call for me?" she finally asked. "I thought you were having the time of your life in the other world." "Well, I may have screwed up. It's about Mike." He sighed and began to tell her what happened on the family island. Fucking beach. Sebastian cursed and cursed as he walked down until he reached the street. Shit, where the hell would he be able to get a car? There was no traffic around here. "Excuse me, young man," someone suddenly said, making him turn and then jump in fright. A very old woman was standing right beside him. Holy shit, when did this old hag appear here? Did she drop from the air? Impossible. Was he so absent-minded that he didn't notice her earlier? "Young man, can I ask you a question?" the old woman asked as she carefully inspected him. "You are already asking." Sebastian, who was in a foul mood, spat. The old woman frowned. She didn't like his attitude. "Can you tell me who this mansion belongs to?" she asked, pointing at the gate for Victor's mansion. "Go fucking ask themselves." Sebastian, who didn't want to be reminded of what Hana was doing, spat angrily, turning to leave. Bang! Something hit him from the back. He fell, and then, bang, 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 bang. The old woman began hitting him with her cane. "Insolent young man. Do you think being a player and such would excuse such a bad temper?" Wait. What do?" Bang, bang, bang. Stop. Fook, stop. Why the fuck did his skills stopped working? He couldn't move a muscle. Bang, bang. Didn't your parents or master tell you to treat old people kindly? The old woman scolded. "And don't you dare use that language with me." Bang, bang. Wait, no, bang, bang, bang. Stop. Is that how you ask politely? Young men these days need education. Bang, bang, bang. Please stop. Please. Sebastian, who for some strange reason couldn't move at all and was getting beaten like a pinata, finally cried. That cane in the old woman's hand looked slim, but its strikes hurt like hell. "Who does the mansion belong to?" she asked directly as she put her cane down. "Victor von Wise," Sebastian said fearfully. He didn't even dare to curse. This old woman was unreasonable. "A von Wise?" The old woman raised one eyebrow. "Interesting," she added, then turned to face Sebastian. "Be kind to old people in the future," she said as she turned around, then began climbing toward the gate. She stopped and turned back. Sebastian flinched. He was about to dart running away. "Wait, you mean his mansion belongs to that Victor von Wise?" the old woman asked with a weird expression. "I only know of one," Sebastian said as he stepped back. He was not sure as they had no social media in the sect, so he had no idea about how famous Victor was. The old woman gasped. She seemed hesitant. She had the expression of a pretty woman who was about to meet a well-known rapist. She swallowed. checking her dress, making sure there were no openings. She shook her head and then began to climb again. Master, I already told you that I chose to be here, Hana said. Young Master Victor cured my curse and I need to repay him. She lied. The real reason she wanted to be here was because she got so used to the lavish life here that she never desired to return to that filthy sect ever again. Here, Victor got her a full fucking lab, all for herself. She no longer needed to share that small alchemy room with stinky old alchemists who only knew how to criticize her. She no longer needed to beg for materials to experiment with. Victor gave her whatever she wanted, no questions asked. I am sure we can repay him in another way, the master said. After hearing her story, her master started insisting that she had to return to the sect with him no matter what. I have a contract with him, Hana said. We can't simply annul that. Everything has a price. The master replied. If Victor refuses, I am sure his family would be more cooperative. Master, I want to be here, Hana said. You belong to the Eternal Abode sect. The master said. Think about your younger disciple brothers and sisters. What about them? I am not their mother, she said. They will miss you. Give them access to the fucking internet and we can talk every now and then. No, technology corrupts our youth, the master said, and they would use that to watch porn all day. He added, making a valid point. Hana was feeling very strange. Although her master was usually stubborn and a little unreasonable, this went beyond anything she expected. Just when Hana was about to call Elise to start implementing Plan B, which included a lot of soul wine and little maids, someone knocked on the door. You may enter, Hana said, making one little maid enter the lab and then bow politely. Mistress Hana, an old woman is outside for you. She is claiming she is your grandmother, the maid said in uncertainty. Grandmother? Both Master Orion and Hana asked at the same time with a strange expression. You have a grandmother? Master Orion asked with a frown. Before Hana could reply, she noticed the token in the maid's hand. Her eyes blurry for a second, then as if a forgotten door in her mind opened, she remembered many things. Yes, I have a grandmother, Hana said, grabbing the token from the maid's hand. Please guide her here respectfully. I understand. The little maid bowed politely and then ran to get the grandma. Weren't you an orphan? Master Orion asked after 5 minutes. I am not sure. Hana didn't know how to answer that question. Her parents were dead, but her grandmas were alive and kicking. That was what she had just remembered, seeing the family token. You lied to me? Her master asked. Well, she hesitated. She is an orphan. I am her great-great-grandmother, an old woman replied to her as soon as she entered the lab. Hana had seen the matriarch. Hana bowed immediately. Matriarch, Orion asked with a frown, making the grandmother raise one eyebrow and then flick her finger. The next moment he opened his eyes and mouth wide, gasping as he knelt on one knee. The lowly slave Orion had seen the matriarch, he said with a devoted look in his eyes. What the fuck? Hana was shocked by her master's actions. Was he an agent for her family all this time? Hana, you have grown up to be more lovely, but you should watch your tongue in front of me, the grandmother said as she found a seat by herself. Sorry. When Louis told me you were no longer at the sect, I was a little surprised, so I thought I would come check on you. This diverges from the plan, she said as she looked around, ignoring Orion who didn't dare to stand up. Yes, things happened, Hana said, wondering when did Alpha meet the matriarch. Tell me everything, start from the beginning. I have a contract, I can't say everything. Oh, the same with Louise. Tell me what you can. Then the grandmother interrupted, not looking fazed at all. Well, wait. The grandmother interrupted again, looking at the door. You girls can come in and sit with us. I feel uncomfortable being eavesdropped on, she said, making 2 girls slowly enter the lab. They were Margaret and Lynn, who quickly put the rope she was carrying away. They both bowed politely, then quickly grabbed a seat, wondering what the fuck was going on. Master Orion was left kneeling. So, you want me to save your ass after messing up? Lily asked after hearing Victor's explanation about the discoveries in his family. Basically, yes, Victor said. Are you sure about the info about the dragon heart? She asked. The guy who I asked was a level 100 appraiser who managed an auction house. Victor said. That guy was the biggest shot he found in town. And honestly, one would not leave a beating heart and make 4 monsters guarded if it was not his soul. Good point, Lily said. But sorry, I can't help you. She shrugged. What do you mean? I am at the Three Ghosts dungeon. I plan to conquer it with the girls I have. This will take a week at the very least, and after that, I need to set things up for them to act on their own. I can't make a trip to the Von Wise archipelago at this time frame. She explained. My own family is still after my ass, you know. She said. You do have a pretty ass. Shut up, focus. She said, striking his hand that began to move impolitely. Oh, I already figured you might say that. So I already have a plan, he said, though it would be a little hard. What? The crescent map? Absolutely not. It is too risky even for me. She said. You might not know this, but at this time frame, the map is left with one of the guardians who is loyal to my uncle, and I would never be able to get it in my current schedule anyway. She shook her head. And I have a ton of things to do before returning to my family. Sheet Victor said he had very few options left, and all of them were very dangerous. It had become his habit to always secure win before every bet. Now he was literally out of good cards. Don't you have any agents there? Ritu is with Kai at the mansion on the family island. They are right outside the dungeon for them. It appears like mist in the ocean. Victor explained absent-mindedly. What is writer's class? Sword Maid, Victor said. Now he was regretting making her take that class. It was on a stupid whim. Oh, although it is not that strong. Why don't you just send her in to destroy the heart? Didn't she do fabulously in the Von's Y base? Lily asked. It would be too dangerous as I can't aid her with my skills. They don't work across worlds, you see, he sighed. I can only see, not touch, like I am at some kind of a strip club. Oh, Lily frowned. I see, that's the problem with you. What? Why do you feel the need to touch? She said as she pinched his arm. Her husband was a pervert and this was affecting the way he thinks. Just let the strippers do their own thing, Lily said. You must trust your girls. She added. Didn't you tell me that you gave her that ring full of hiding talismans before she went to the Von's Y base? Those must be still with her. She can just use them. It would be extremely dangerous even if she managed to sneak in somehow. She is not fit to face the four protectors. Victor said he would never put his girls in grave danger without a backup plan. I am not sure what defenses they would have in that hidden lair after all. He sighed. Who said she needs to enter the hidden lair? Victor frowned. Lily shrugged. No, absolutely not. The protectors are important for the family. Victor knew what Lily meant. She wanted Rita to just disable the lair hiding array, making the dungeon do the rest of the job. She would only have to sneak in after the protectors were gone and steal the heart. It is their Mike, and seriously, in the other timeline, they probably died like that. It is their destiny. Your family is strong enough without them, and they might pose a problem for your future plans. She said, trying to convince them. Fine, your plan is the only viable one. I will leave explaining things to Kai and Rita for you. I will take care of this, she said with a very dangerous smile. Why does it feel like you want the protectors dead so much? Victor frowned and asked. The way she smiled sent shivers down his spine. Lily looked away. Just a little revenge for what your family did to me in my and in the other timeline, and those guys are probably not good things. She lied. The truth was something she watched those bastards do in her past life after she was killed. They feasted on her flesh. They did that to all the dead in the family. Still, for his sanity, she was not going to explain it to Victor. You are scary, Victor said, realizing something but deciding to keep his silence. You should be scared. I am, but I am not going to stop collecting girls because of that. It has become my hobby. Stop biting. He yelled. Bastard. Stop biting. Come on, look, I have some good things for you here, Victor quickly said, pointing to a pot that had been boiling over the campfire to the side. Inside of it, there were a lot of dim, small marbles. What are those? Lily sat up and asked. Food for your soul. Just leftovers from the meal I had here. I have been keeping them warm for you, Victor said. Those were the parts of the soul that contained the authority points the demons here had. And authority was the thing Lily wanted most at the moment. Chapter 413. Misunderstanding. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Margaret frowned as Hannah finished telling the old woman how Victor bought her at the auction and made her sign a servitude contract in exchange for removing her curse. The old grandmother, who listened carefully, nodded. I see, she finally said, looking at Lynn and then at Margaret. She seemed to have realized something. "Are you here to force me back into the sect?" Hannah asked nervously. She might have been able to confront her master, but with her great-great-grandmother, that was not an option. "That was the plan after Louise told me you were no longer that's why I used your jade mark to follow you here," the old woman said. "Now though, I see the big picture. I am having some other thoughts." She added, "What do you mean?" Hannah asked. "Where is that? What is his name nowadays?" "Right, Victor, where is he now?" she asked. "Out on some family business. He might need a week or two to return," Margaret replied. This was not really a secret. "Oh, I really wanted to see him, but it seemed like we were not destined to meet now regardless. I already made up my mind," the old woman sighed and then looked at Hannah. "Did he fuck you yet?" she asked directly. "Ah!" Hannah yelled. "No, he promised he wouldn't touch me without my approval." "Oh, is he really into old women?" the grandmother asked with a frown, looking at both Victor's wives. They didn't look that old to her. She fixed her eyes for a moment on Margaret. "No, he just doesn't discriminate." Feeling the old woman's inspecting glare, Margaret quickly replied with a serious face. "Did that woman notice something?" Old grandma's intuitions were scary. "As expected," the grandmother said as if confirming her guess. She turned to Hannah. "From now on your mission has changed. Like Louise, you are to stay here, assist your master, and try to bear his child," the grandmother said. What both Hannah and her master, who was still on his knees, asked at the same time. This was too sudden. "Her existence in the immortal abode is no longer needed," the old woman said to Orion. "But what about the Master Orion asked nervously, making Margaret frown, looking at him and then at the grandmother. "The destiny is still there," the old woman said. "Can I know who it is?" Orion asked. "We don't know, and such knowledge might be detrimental," the old woman said. "Just take care of all your disciples." "What are you talking about?" Hannah asked. "We used to believe that there is a great destiny in the immortal abode. We sent you there initially to try and grab it," the old woman explained, revealing things on purpose. "However, recently, that destiny has weakened a lot. It seems like it was greatly damaged," she added with a frown, making Margaret almost blur out that the destiny the old woman kept mentioning was probably Sebastian, who was beaten into a pulp by her outside. Then Master Orion asked, "You will carry on with your mission? That destiny might have been weakened, but it was still there." Then Hannah hesitated. "As I told you, your mission is here from now on," she said. "Stop resisting it." "Ah," but Hannah whispered. She was not opposing staying here. She was just not sure about carrying Victor's baby's part. "Stop arguing," the old woman said, then turned to face Margaret. "I have a message for your husband. Make sure to deliver it." "What?" Margaret asked. She was not sure what was going on here anymore. "Tell him that we know his true identity too, and we are willing to work together," the grandmother said solemnly. "True identity?" Margaret frowned nervously, wondering if the old woman meant the Nutcracker, or did Victor have some other persona that she had no idea about? "Yes, although I had no idea at first, all those reports about him made sense now. He is the only one who could have all that authority. Now we know that he was the one who did it, and we are okay with it," she said with a smirk as if she found out something big. "What do you mean?" The one who asked was Hannah. "Well, think about it. A young man who was known to be a timid and weak boy suddenly gained the von Weiss famous recognition, getting an elite status and all the resources in the world. Hell, they even allowed him to marry a group of normal girls in a public wedding, breaking every rule. This has only one meaning." "What?" Hannah asked as Margaret's face became strange. "He is above the rules," the grandmother said with a knowing smile as if she had figured it all out. "Tell him that Louise and Hannah are our tokens of friendship. He can use them however he wants. We hope to work together in the future to destroy our common enemy," the old woman said to Margaret, who had totally no idea what she meant. She was 99.9999% sure there was some huge misunderstanding here. What common enemy?" Hannah asked once again. She had no idea what was going on. "Your new young master will tell you," the grandmother said. "I don't think he will. He keeps a lot of secrets," Hannah commented. "Even better, one must only know what is needed." the old woman said with a nod, then frowned as she looked at an old watch in her hand that began to vibrate. I am already out of time. I need to leave. Just do what I told you to. Fate can't be cheated without keeping many cards in the dark. She added as she stood up, took 2 steps, and then disappeared as if she never existed. She left like that? Lynn asked, looking around. Left. The confirmation came through her earpiece. It was Elise who was keeping an eye on the mansion's array center. I must go too, Master Orion said as he was finally able to stand up. Take care of yourself, Hana, and remember to invite me to your wedding, he said as he quickly left. Wait, Master, I have some questions, Hana wanted to ask. But sadly Master Orion left without looking back. It was as if he was a man on a mission. What the? Hana stood there wondering what just happened. Don't ask me, I am as confused as you are, Margaret said as she quickly used her dragon wife's connection to call Lily. She was the most knowledgeable one between them. Lily opened her eyes and slowly stood up. What, is your rest over? Julian asked. His sister had been making some very lewd expressions for the last hour, so he didn't dare to wake her up. She was the violent type after all. I need to make a phone call before we enter the dungeon, so I will be heading toward the highway. I will return in an hour or. She paused, then sat down again and closed her eyes. What's wrong? Julian asked. I need more rest, she said. Margaret was trying to contact her. WTF? Roy sighed and watched as Lara and her friends looked down nervously at their own little feet, avoiding looking straight at George, who was glaring holes into them. It seemed they had finally realized what wrong they did. They were currently standing in his father's office, together with Iris and Max. Why was he here? Roy had no idea as no one invited him. He was waiting for them when they arrived as if he knew something. Do you know how angry your father would have been if anything were to happen to you? George asked. From the way he moved, Roy could tell that he was a little annoyed by Max being here. Sorry, I didn't think things through. I didn't mean to make you worry, Lara said, biting her lip. But I just couldn't let those criminals go free, she said with determination. Whose idea was this? Max asked harshly, looking at Rita and the rest of the girls. One of them flinched. Her name was Ren or something. Max, leave this to George, Iris interrupted. No, as the eldest heir in this mansion, it is within my right to take control of this mess, he said, looking back at the girls and focusing on Ren. Answer. It was mine, Lara said, stepping forward, clearly to guard her friend. Now really I think I will need to ask your little servant some questions in private though, he said. You can't, Lara quickly yelled. She was not stupid as she knew what Max could do to make Ren talk. Why not? I am just following the family rules, he said. Am I right, Butler George? The young master is right. George said he was not worried though. But, esteemed brother, Lara wanted to interject. Stay silent. Max berated her harshly. Then you, follow me, Max told Ren, then turned and headed to the side room. No one followed him. Didn't you hear me, Beach? He asked angrily. He clearly hated people ignoring him. She did hear you. The one who answered was a little girl with short black hair and very cold eyes. This one was called Yin. Why did all of those girls have one-syllable names? Roy had no idea. Anyway, Yin was holding Ren's hand, stopping her from going with Max. What is the meaning of this? Max asked. Ren, me, and Elle are not family servants, nor are we under Lady Lara's command, Yin explained. We are all registered under young Master Victor, and under the family rules he has to be here for you to interrogate us privately, she said in a robotic voice. And since young Master Victor is an elite heir, you can't even publicly question us without an Inquisition order. Max frowned. It was clear how annoyed he was from the way he pinched his jacket. Then I will be exercising my right to arrest all of you. On what ground? Yin asked. You revealed the existence of family secrets to Lara, Mike said, making Roy frown. According to the family rules, those secrets can only know about the existence of players during the month prior to his awakening ceremony. The girls froze. Roy frowned. What was this secret about? He had a hunch about what this was about, but it was too crazy. I don't know what you are talking about, Yin said, gesturing to Lara, who was pushed to the back by Elle to stay silent. Want to deny it? Well, We just have to inform the family and, young master, I have to interject, George said. Lady Lara's awakening ceremony date had already been specified to be the end of this month, so there is nothing wrong here. What? Max asked. You mean you found a new artifact? Max asked. I can't reveal any more, George said. Oh, fine, do whatever you want then, Max said, then turned and hurried to leave. He seemed a little annoyed by what happened, but for some strange reason, Roy felt that he was completely acting. George, who watched him leave, probably felt the same, as his eyes kept looking at the door even after Max left. Victor opened his eyes in surprise. Lily had returned inside the Soul Pearl after only leaving for 20 minutes or so. Missed me already? He asked with a smirk. We have a problem, she said, not denying what he said. What? Margaret contacted me. An old woman visited the mansion. Did you see her though? Your blood slave? Myself in Ismeralia must have. What's the problem? That woman is probably the von Richter family's patriarch or one of their supreme elders, Lily said. What? Wasn't their family completely exterminated? Victor's face turned serious as he realized the gravity of the situation. I know, right? Those bastards didn't show themselves at all in the other timeline, Lily said. This is outside of our calculations. Those bastards seemed to have completely erased their existence from their heirs and agents' memory. Oh, Victor frowned. What did the old woman want? He asked. At first she was here to grab Hannah. After that Peach alphoretted on her. Lily spat. She seemed pissed. That Peach must have asked her family to help her get away from you. Like anyone would be able to help her. He smirked. I will give her a good spanking when I return. Did she take Hannah away? He asked with a frown. Although Hannah was no longer crucial to his plans after she finished preparing the blood-purifying pull, he really liked the girl. Oh, Lily smiled. This is where the story got interesting. Apparently, after realizing that Hannah was now captive in the hands of the great pervert, Victor von Wise, the old woman changed her plans. She told Margaret to tell you that they want to work with you to defeat a common enemy and that Hannah and Alpha are from now on yours as a token of good faith or something, she said, puffing her cheeks a little. Why did people keep throwing their girls at Victor? Oh, what? Is there anything wrong with that old woman's head? Victor asked. She said that she now knows your real identity, something about you being above the von Wise family rules, she said with a knowing smile. Ah, holy shit. Yup. She thinks I am Nicholas, my ancestor? Although I am not 100% sure, this was the most likely explanation. Why would she think that? Victor asked. Many reasons. Everything from how your grandmother pampers you to the array at the mansion. Few knew how to use these things. The most prominent thing was probably you having too much authority. Oh, she must have tried and failed to break Alpha's contract. Victor quickly figured it out. Yeah. Your ancestor must have done something to get a lot of authority, as she did mention something about knowing what you did, Lily said. Do you know what was the last thing Nicholas did before going into hiding? No idea. The entire hidden layer was destroyed in the other timeline and the corpse I found doesn't have traces of anything interesting. Victor frowned. Something to do with lords most likely. Lily pondered. Yeah? Do you know who that common enemy is? A lord? He asked. Most likely. Although she didn't mention it, but according to Margaret, it might have something to do with the Fate Lord, Lily said. The way their family is hiding would also suggest that the best way to hide from Fate is to make everyone forget about you. Good point, but we can't jump to conclusions. Victor frowned. Tell Rita to try to get the heart safely without destroying it if possible. We might need to extract my dear ancestor's soul to ask him a few questions, Victor said. I already did. Then what are you still doing here? I already missed you. Chapter 414, Worlds Past. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor smiled as he stood up and adjusted his clothes. Making sure he was ready, he quietly left the cabin, making sure not to wake up the two exhausted elf girls who were tasked to heal him up after he hurt himself connecting to his other soul part. Although he had to decrease his charm by 95%, it was still very effective on them. Well, he was not complaining. Now it was time for work though. According to the information he gathered since coming here, this world, Ismeralia, currently had one large continent that was cut in half by the Deathly Gorge, but that was not always the case. In old times there was one other larger continent, but it seemed to have perished with all the empires and kingdoms on it in an old war. People here only know legends about it in folklore songs about a heavenly weapon that fell from the sky and killed everyone there. This intrigued Victor's curiosity, as this weapon might be the artifact the Fate Lord wanted. This remaining content was also in a state of war 1,500 years ago, when the demons first arrived from the many tiny space fractures that were caused by that same weapon. Apparently due to the fracture's size, only weak demons could pass here, so naturally they were not considered a danger at all. On the contrary, some people actively searched for the fractures and began farming the demons to get the reward they dropped when they died. Many different parties, like the Sun Temple that appeared about 350 years ago, preached against those demons and demanded the fractures to be sealed up, but no one cared. This all changed 300 years ago when a certain incident happened in the Zarami Empire, the strongest human empire that subdued most of the other races at that time. According to folk tales, the king there was approaching the end of his life, and in a bid to extend it, he tried to connect to another world, the dragon realm from which his ancestor came. He failed miserably, opening a portal right into hell. It seemed like the wizard who was supposed to be helping him turned out to be a great demon in disguise. A classic demon method. This portal was not like the dangerous and unstable space fractures. It was able to support much stronger demons, and from it, those demons did come, legions after legions. In just 3 days the empire fell, followed by the adjacent Moon Elves theocracy. After that, the demons spilled out everywhere, attacking all the surrounding kingdoms and burning them to ashes before a coalition was quickly established by the rest of the world to fight them. Knights and wizards from all over the land hurried to join the war, and sure enough, managed to stop the demons right at the gorge before pushing them back again and again. The demons seemed to have many restrictions on them after coming to this world through the portal, and the more they walked away from it, the weaker they became. So when the coalition army forced them to fight by the gorge, despite holding up, they were greatly disadvantaged and suffered many losses. The demons' armies were finally repelled in 5 years after suffering a great defeat, when, thanks to the sacrifice of a great hero, the demonic gate was closed, rendering even the strongest among them greatly weakened and on the run, allowing the coalition army to finally enter the devastated lands to free it. The world was filled with joy, and everyone presumed it was just time before all the lands were reclaimed. Sadly, the reality was much crueler. In the 5 years of occupation, the demons who controlled half of the continent seemed to have successfully managed to use the old fractures to start merging the world with theirs. Although high demons still couldn't pass through, all the land beyond the gorge seemed to have been infected with something. It was as if it was slowly becoming a part of hell. No crops could be grown there, and all living things other than the demons seemed to get sick if they spent too much time there. On top of that, people who tried to seal those fractures quickly discovered that the demons who lived beside them seemed to have most of their powers, so approaching them was pure suicide. Demons there were at a level that the people in this world had no way of defeating. So after a few years of pointless fighting and trying to seal the fractures, a decision was made to create a barrier and completely isolate the devastated land and leave it as farmland to raise demons and butcher them for treasures. After that, a certain delicate balance was created until this day. The only ones who wandered beyond the gorge were adventurers and treasure hunters who wanted to search for their luck in the ruins of the devastated kingdoms. That was the official tale. And although most of it was probably true, Victor didn't believe it fully. Although the story made the world powers seem to be harmonious when they united, he was sure that there must have been a lot of drama. He had a hunch that some players might have been using the demon on purpose to advance some agenda. Anyway, nowadays, other than the demon-infested wilds, only 3 large kingdoms still exist. The first was the Sun Elves kingdom that borders the gorge. It spanned a massive expanse of land, as the elves shamelessly claimed that even the deserts and forests around the kingdom belonged to them. Despite all the lands, most of the Sun Elves lived in the holy capital, where they were ruled by an elf king, and they only allowed their own race to live in there, discriminating even against other elves like the Moon Elves, who were reduced to mere slaves. The second was the Royal Union in the southern marches which bordered the desert he was in. It was a huge conglomerate of many small kingdoms of different races that unified to fight the demon despite the many wars between each other. They were the ones who supported the Sun Temple and hated the guts of the Sun Elves. The third was the Silver Empire, which was the last human empire. It was separated from the Sun Elves' domain by a huge mountain range that the Sun Elves naturally claimed it was theirs. Other than that, there were numerous free cities and small countries around the continent, but those were not important at all as all of them had some sort of a protection agreement with one of the three superpowers. The border town he was in at the moment was under the influence of the Sun Temple like most of the lands around the gorge. The Sun Temple, although seemed to have power enough to rival entire kingdoms, had stayed on the sidelines for its entire existence, not concerned with worldly things and only fighting demons. Knowing all this, Victor's plan here had changed drastically from what he had in mind when he came here. At first, he just wanted to build a hidden base in preparation to slowly save his family members and get whatever treasures this world has to foil the demon's plan. Now, he changed his priorities, especially after the notifications he got when he enslaved Astran. It gave him two names, the Sun Lord and Zephyr the Great. From those names, it was clear that the former was a lord and the latter was a demon. This notification had confirmed his suspicions that beyond all this war drama there must have been some people plotting behind the scenes. He was pretty sure it was those two who were trying to control this world. If not, why would they be able to detect his connection with Trilaria, which had nothing to do with them? The interference meant that they already had some kind of formation or artifact that engulfed this entire world or monitored it. Now he had four questions that would define his future plans. The first was whether the Sun Lord and Zephyr were the only major players left around like some other lords, and how strong they really were. If they were to be on the same level as that Huawei girl, it would be extremely dangerous. The second was whether those powers knew about each other's existence. That's if the Great might still keep his existence hidden. If such, was the Sun Lord the de facto leader of this world or were there others? The third was to what was the current world's powers alignment. Did the Sun Elves follow that Sun Lord? What about the Sun Temple? Are they a demonic temple or did they also work for the Sun Lord? What about the Free Empire and the Federation? Did they also have weaker backers or were they just a distraction? The last question was about the artifact that destroyed this world. It was probably the one that allowed the demons to control this world eventually. According to Lily, it must have been in the human empire. But what the fuck was it? And how much time did he have? What he knew was that the war here in Ismeralia was near its end, and this meant that the major players had already set their pieces for the last battle. He was pretty sure that by this point every major world power must have already been infiltrated with a myriad of demon spies ready to make their move. Victor shook his head. This world would require a long time to really understand, and he had no such leisure, so must take things one step at a time. Now, it was time for him to see who got the dragon bones in the auction. He was hoping that it would be some big fish that he could use. Dragon bones were very precious even in this fantasy world, and he was sure they might lead him to the top as they changed hands. Adjusting his disguise that of the old man, he left the cauldron that he hid under the bed in the inn. Then he froze. It was night time and the cauldron was still under the bed where Victor materialized, but the bed was under piles and piles of rubble. Putting the cauldron away, he quickly crawled from under the bed, began to push the rubble away, and emerged to the surface into a scene of a devastated town, fires and destruction everywhere, women and children screaming and weeping over corpses that piled in the streets. WTF happened while he was away? He grabbed a random guy who was scavenging through the ruins of the inn and pulled him toward him. What happened while I was asleep? He asked. Who the foo? AWWW. AHHH. He didn't continue as Victor started beating the shit out of him. Please stop. I will answer. The man who finally realized who the boss was, pleaded. What happened here? Victor asked. Some fool auctioned a dragon bone at the auction. I don't know what happened after that, but all of a sudden people started teleporting here one after another as more than one party wanted the bones, including a fucking elven prince and an old dragon kin. I am not sure what happened, but those guys began to fight and before we knew it all hell broke loose. The man answered. Elven Prince? Victor paused. Was it the one he wanted to grab and ask a few questions? Impossible. There were a lot of princes. Who else? Ah, yes. I am not sure, but there were people from the south and a few giants who fought with the wizard who snatched the bones from them, burning the entire town. It was a fucking mess, the man said. I also heard there were some demons in disguise. They prompted the Sun Temple to intervene. The man added, I see. Victor said this got bigger faster than he anticipated. He let go of the man who quickly escaped, then sighed, looking around. It seems like I caught a whale rather than a fish, he said to himself as he made his way through the streets. That's the way I like it. He smirked. He could see it. The 3 dragon bones which he marked with his tracker and gave to the auctioneer were going in 3 different directions. One of them was at the temple where he was headed. Zed, who finished killing a zombie dog with his sister, looked with fascination, watching as his cousin Zoe slowly pulled back her strange-looking sword from the giant ghoul's back while the Dan girl Q let go of its neck that she was squeezing with her fascinating bare legs, allowing it to fall to the ground then turn into dust. You did good, Zoe said, wiping her sword that was super effective against the undead. With this, it is only a matter of time until you master your skills. Q nodded with longing and determination as she raided his ponytail that had come loose earlier. According to what she said earlier, the class she got when the dungeon started was a monk, so she was very good at fighting. Good job, Zed said in a friendly manner, but the girls ignored him. He had been trying to get to know those 2 better for the last few hours, but to no avail. At first, he thought they were ignoring him because he was an outsider. But watching them get along with his sister, he knew that it was just because he was a guy. The only guy in this group. Earlier in the day, all the family players were divided into teams of 7 each headed by an elder or an elite heir. The elders with Anne and Zed's mother headed toward the center with a few others to conquer the boss. This group, composed of Zed, Zola, Alice, Zoe, Q, and 2 other servant girls, had 2 elite heirs because it was full of beginners. They were tasked to patrol the perimeter and get rid of any monsters that appeared. It was the easiest mission around and Zed was glad with that as he was worried about his sister. Hopefully, his mother was okay too. She was strong, but this place was treacherous. He sighed, looking at the tall volcano that towered above them. They were now on the beach of this new volcanic island that appeared out of nowhere. If one didn't know better, he would think that it was a normal tropical island with a sandy beach and virgin jungle that surrounded a tall mountain. That was if he ignored the poisonous purple sand, the withered ominous vegetation, and the occasional monster that sprung and tried to eat him. I think that's it for this area, someone said. It was Alice who also finished killing the undead ogre she was fighting alone. What to do now? Alice pondered, putting her massive sword on her shoulder as she looked around, letting the ogre corpse behind her turn into dust. Aren't you the team leader? Zed asked in sarcasm. She had been ordering him around all day. He didn't like Alice one bit. In general, he never liked dominating strong women. Should we try to move a little deeper? Alice said, ignoring Zed as she looked at Zoe. I think we can try it. Zoe, who got what Alice meant, said with a confident smile. No way. Zed quickly interjected. I am not putting my sister in danger, he said. He already figured out that both Alice and Zoe were definitely not level 33 and 36 as they announced on the island earlier. He was not stupid. Those girls could easily decimate a full swarm of ghouls like they were cutting weeds. Something that his mother, whose level was 54, could never do. But that didn't mean he and the others were safe with them. On the contrary, attempting to go deeper was a suicide. That place was definitely full of traps and poisonous monsters. Zola scolded. I can take care of myself, she scolded. But his sister ignored him. Let's take a rest, then we will try to move 1 mile after that, Alice said, ignoring the drama and making the 2 servant girls hurry to prepare a rudimentary camp. Sister Alice, I wanted to ask you about the ghoul earlier. Zola as if naturally hurried toward Alice and began to ask her about random things. Zed sighed. His sister seemed to have been completely fascinated by Alice after getting to know her. Damn it. Well, maybe he would be able to use the time to get to know that cute girl better. She was 100% his type, a docile and obedient girl. Reaching the Grand Sun Temple, Victor found it as expected, still standing majestically in the middle of the rubble. It was the only building that was left intact in the entire town. The slave market in front of it had long perished into ashes. Many people were trying to go inside for shelter, but the guards shunned them all, saying that demons might try to infiltrate or something. Victor ignored the chaos and moved past the unsuspecting guards. No one noticed him. Warning: Edict Shard number 7,991,454 Field Effect, Dispel Disguise. Warning: Edict Shard number 7,991,454 Field Effect, Nullify Skills. Do you want to allow effects? Yes, no. Victor pressed number, Edict Shard Field Effect failed, error, not enough authority, Warning: Oberus Jewel had detected that you have intent. Scanning for ILL intent. Started. Error, not enough authority. Requesting. Do you want to be scanned? Yes, no. Victor didn't answer. What kind of a question is that? He didn't dare to press no, as the artifact might do something to indicate it failed and alert the temple. He started to strengthen his disguise. Usually, he kept it at a certain level to hide his existence and obscure his identity, as the more he disguised the more it drained him. This artifact though seemed to be locked onto something else. He started to strengthen his disguise one bit after another, remove his breath, his aura, his soul, his mana, his bloodline. Do you want to be scanned? Yes, no. The message didn't disappear. How the fuck was this thing locking in on him? No matter what he disguised, nothing changed. Was it locating his intent? If such, how can he disguise that? His skill didn't have that option. Victor frowned. Maybe he should retreat for now? Never. Do you want to be scanned? Yes, no. 30 seconds left for prompt 29. 28. Cheat. He had no time for this. Thinking for a moment, quickly created a disguise around himself, disguising the world itself as if it were just outside the temple. Would this work? Victor wondered as he prepared himself for a fight. If he couldn't sneak in, he planned to barge in with brute force. Even if it was dangerous, he was sure he could escape if anything went wrong. That was the best thing about being in another world. He didn't need to think about the consequences. Still, he preferred to act low-key to lower his enemy's vigilance. Scan target left perimeter. Scan failed. A success. Victor sighed and then slowly continued his path into the temple. The first thing he was going to do was to get that fucking artifact and spank its butt. It really scared him for a moment there. Chapter 415, At the Sun Temple. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Victor slowly walked through the Sun Temple's grounds, looking around like a tourist with some very bad intentions. Thankfully no one could see him. It was not apparent from the outside. But the temple was huge, extending a few miles behind many of the stores on the main street, which probably belonged to the temple in its entirety. From what Victor could see, this place was composed of several different buildings and training grounds that were scattered around its premises. And there seemed to be many young acolytes and the likes running around doing chores or whatever temple stuff they do. And yes, this temple only employed males. They seemed a little busy, probably thanks to all the mess in town. Looking around, Victor sighed. He was interested in inspecting all those buildings, but he didn't have the time. He already knew where to go. Following the tracking thread of the dragon bone that was around here, he left the main pathway, turning into a seemingly deserted courtyard near a large, ominous-looking building with very tight hidden security. The sign on its entrance read the words Discipline Hall, which were painted with blood on a tar black background. And yes, Victor could now perfectly read this world language after asking the elf girls about it. It was very similar to a language he knew in his previous life, just requiring minor modifications. Giving the area around one last look, he passed right by the oblivious guards and then casually entered the gloomy building that was even gloomier on the inside. The stone entrance hall was devoid of any decorations. It was composed of a single table in the center where an old man in dirty robes sat behind it snoozing. All around him, there was a myriad of identical-looking firmly shut steel doors. Was this old man, who was definitely a hidden expert, the receptionist? Lemon Kali. Level 109. Class, Torture Master. Bloodline, Human. Fate, D. Most likely not. Ignoring him, Victor turned around and began to search for where to go. He was wiser than to wake a sleeping old man. The nutcracker was not interested in old expired nuts. Now where was that thread again? Right there, it passed right in between two doors and pointed downward. Victor paused. Go right or left? Whatever. He casually shifted through the right door without opening it. Behind it, there was a long corridor winding downwards. He followed it, ignoring a few snoozing guards. After a series of locked doors, he soon reached a dungeon corridor with a row of cells on both sides. Inside of them, many prisoners were thrown in groups. They wore nothing and their bodies were full of blood, yet strangely they didn't talk or moan, but just sat in their places and looked with unfocused eyes to the walls. Victor frowned as he appraised a few of them. None had any strange status windows, just your normal citizens with normal classes and levels. Why were they here? Looking around, he noticed a sign that read, "Do not touch the demons. Keep the demons in their suppression chains at all times." Those guys were demons? No, they were possessed by demons. Around their necks, Victor finally noticed the strange metal collars. Inverted gold 5 elements, locking enchanted collar, B. Lock soul and body. As if to affirm Victor's guess, a young guard suddenly opened the dungeon's door and entered, passing right beside Victor without noticing him. The moment the guard entered, the demons, as if some kind of a key was pressed, began moaning and begging. "Please let us go. We are innocent." "Mommy, where's my mommy?" Whoa. It was a really heartbreaking scene. The guard just spat, throwing some dried moldy loaves of bread at the demons from in between the bars before turning and leaving. The moment he left, the demons attacked the bread, eating it before they went again into their energy-saving mode. It was super creepy. Victor sighed, giving this place a last look, deciding to leave before he paused. If he were to see demons outside, would he really be able to identify them? This had been a problem that he was thinking about. With Yin tasked to accompany Lara, he really had no method to identify demons. The Sun Temple guys seemed to be using some kind of artifact that he noticed them using outside. It was a kind of compass that they held right over a person's head for a few minutes to take a test from his appraisal. He found out that what it tested was the compatibility between the body and the soul, which seemed to be very bad with possessed people. Although he planned to steal some of those, he needed something more versatile, as it would not always be possible to test everyone, especially if he wanted to do this in secret. He was not sure if this would be able to find high-level demons just like Caspian in his world. They might have ways to hide their presence. Wait, demons might have some way to identify each other, or they would never be able to work together and they would most likely be infiltrated. Shouldn't his demonic bloodline have that ability? Although it was not fully awakened, he might be able to do something. Victor slowly activated his disguise to hide his bloodline completely, and then he started activating his primordial demonic blood, making it just affect his eyes, which slowly turned deep black like bottomless holes. It worked. Looking at the demons, it was as if he could see it. Behind every one of them, there was a shadow. No, not exactly a shadow, but a residual image like a chromatic fringing of a lousy TV screen that seemed to be reflecting different shapes when it flickers periodically. In the fringing, some of those guys looked like insects and animals, others looked like strange abominations. Those were the demons' true form. One of them stood out. Hiding in between this group of demons, there was an old woman who was completely blending in with the others. It is just that the shadow behind her seemed to be a little off. Just a tiny bit. It was as if the colors were a little dull. Focusing on her, Victor frowned. It was as if she was not real. Activating his appraisal, the old woman's fringe disappeared and her shape slowly changed into that of a young woman and, Law to Orpak. Level, 109. Class, Disguise Master. Bloodline, Shadow Elf 90%, Demon Catcher Chameleon 10%. Fate, A. Oh, the temple even inserted a spy here, Victor almost exclaimed. He had no idea that a disguise could be used in this way. Not bad. If he had time, he would have really wanted to have a chat with this girl and maybe discuss some very intimate things, but she seemed busy, so Victor decided to leave it for now. If destiny willed it, they would meet again. He turned and left, deciding that his target was in the other door after all. On his way back he wondered, could it be that he was wrong? Wasn't the temple working for the demons? Damn it, he should really stop suspecting everyone around. The world couldn't be that shitty of a place. Reaching the hallway again, he ignored the sleeping old man and entered the left door, before going down the stairs behind it. This time it was not a dungeon, but a long corridor with what seemed like interrogation chambers on both sides. Most of them were empty, and this was to be expected. Trying to interrogate a demon was as fruitless as giving a dildo a blowjob. You would get nothing except for a very dry mouth, a tired tongue, and a bad aftertaste. He had no idea why he thought of that image, but a certain girl had been affecting him in some very bad way. Shaking his head, Victor slowly walked toward the last chamber where the thread pointed. This chamber was not empty, as it was being guarded by two high-level Sun Temple guards that Victor completely ignored as he shifted through the closed door. Inside he found his target. An old priest with a clean-shaven face, expert for a pointy beard, was integrating an injured, haggard, fat, blonde elf who was sitting on a wooden chair with his hands tied to a table. His wounds didn't seem to be the result of torture, but of some fight that he must have had before coming here. I told you, I am not a demon, and I don't work for them. The elf exclaimed. You guys follow the Sun Lord like us, the Sun Elves. You can't treat me like this. I am a prince. Then answer truthfully, your highness. What was your aim in grabbing this dragon bone? The old man interrupted, pointing to the bone that was placed on a velveted cloth on the table between them. I told you already. I need it for something private. The elf refused to answer. It is a kingdom secret, he added. He was lying, Victor could easily tell, and so did the priest. What is it? As far as I know, only demons or those who work with forbidden undead arts need such bones. The old priest said. You are definitely up to no good. No, they can be used for medicine. The elf prince slipped and quickly caught himself and stopped talking. What medicine? The priest's eyes twinkled the same as Victor's. Medicine recipes for dragon ingredients were as rare and precious as the ingredients themselves. I can't tell you that. The elf looked to the side stubbornly. Look, I am trying to help you here. Back at the auction, you collaborated with a demon to get this thing. I didn't know he was a demon, and we only fought that wolf prince together. The elf flared. That's not cooperation. The priest sighed again. Let's see if you can remain this stubborn after spending a few days here, he said as he stood up and grabbed the bone, putting it in his ring. You can't do that to me. I am a royal prince. The elf flared. Tell that to Master Lemon, the priest said as he headed to the door. See later, Prince Mikil. Hearing his name, the elf's expression changed. I never told you my name, he said, making the old man pause. Oh, I might have heard it from somewhere. The old priest said as he began to turn the knob. I didn't use it since leaving the kingdom. You never intended to let me go, didn't you? The prince, who had been acting meekly until now, suddenly said with a sharp tone, seemingly realizing something. Did my sister contact you? He asked with sharp, cold eyes that gave off the air of real prince. Finally showing some teeth. The old priest shrugged, not denying it. I will come to visit you in a few days, hopefully. Your strong will be shattered by then, he said with a smirk as he walked out, not noticing the one who slipped out before him. Stop. The elf prince's voice was muted as the steel door closed with a bang. The priest turned and then felt something strike his head. He fell down unconscious as Victor, who stood behind him, looked at him with disgust. Around this guy, there was a distorted outline shadow of a three-headed wolf, but unlike the others below, this distortion was as if it were a part of the body moving completely in sync. This guy was definitely a high-ranking demon! SC home. Hi! The vampire screamed. It was not one of those handsome vampires one can see in TV shows, but a true vampire with an old ugly bat face that had a twisted nose and curved nightmarish fangs. Shut up! How dare you talk to this empress with that tone? The girl said, slapping the poor vampire boss again and again with her jade fist. Now come clear. Where is the hidden door? Sos no PPO, he asked hatefully. What the fuck was going on? Wasn't he supposed to be a mighty vampire baron? How the hell did he end up tied like this? All he remembers was sleeping peacefully a few centuries ago after getting locked up here, then waking up after sensing some intruders entering the dungeon. But for some strange reason when he woke up he was shackled in a silver chain and this crazy veiled girl was standing above him with very sadistic looking eyes. They almost made him voluntarily want to grovel under her feet if he was not tied like a dumpling. Just a little exploit one can use when entering the dungeon. I am not going to spend 5 months reaching this area as my stupid sister did, she said, slapping him so hard that his face was pushed into the ground. It was humiliating. SSM. You will never get to meet her. She is just your type, the girl said absent-mindedly. Now where is it? She asked. He glared at her. His guards should be here any second now. Once they freed him, he was going to show this girl who was the real boss. He might even turn her into his toy. I don't like the way you are looking at me, the girl said. Slap slap slap. He yelled. Why aren't his men coming? They should have been here 5 minutes ago. Looking around he noticed a few talismans around the room. Isolation talismans. Slap slap slap. If you have time to look around you can answer my question, she spat, giving him a kick. Knock you know sop us, he screamed. This speech had come prepared. Damn it. His minions are definitely still asleep as they could not hear his calling. His only hope was that some of her companions whom he felt earlier would trigger some trap and wake the guardians up. Don't get your hopes up, my guys would never make a stupid mistake and wake up your men. The girl, as if reading his mind, smirked and said, if they did that after all my warnings, I would flay them alive. She was not kidding. Bang bang bang. From outside the large chamber doors, someone came knocking, refuting the girls. Damn it. The girl cursed. PPS no. He said. Slap slap slap. Bang bang. Slap slap slap. The door kept banging as the girl kept slapping the vampire as if to relieve her anger. So the vampire finally asked with a swollen face. Don't worry, it can't be opened due to time dilation, she said coldly. Now, come on. Where is the hidden door to the basement where your dead master kept his body? If I don't get it before killing you and ending this dungeon, the world would destroy it, the girl said. No Sopo, he frowned and asked, giving the unmoving door one last look. Damn it. Slap slap slap. Vertical bar VOI. Slap slap slap. I. Slap slap slap. HOO. Do I really have to do that? Lily sighed. She seemed reluctant. Oh? Ms. Drink pervert, she said, taking a flask of wine from her ring, and then shoving it in his mouth. He didn't want to drink at first, but this wine tasted amazing. And he always had a fantasy of a girl shoving drinks in his mouth like this. No wait. WWNHSO, he snapped as soon as the flask was empty. He was feeling a little tipsy, but as a noble vampire, he can never truly get drunk. Then I have no choice, the girl said as she slowly removed her veil. The vampire's eyes contracted as he lost his non-existent breath. Can a girl be this pretty? That was the last straight thing he could think about. Now tell me what you know, and I may just step on your head, she said with genuine disgust that made him shiver. Chapter 416, Hidden Treasures. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The integration room's door opened 15 minutes later after the old priest left, startling Mikkel, who was considering his options. He looked nervously at the newcomer, who was a different old man wearing a black cloak. He didn't look like a priest. Master Lime, I presume? Mikkel asked in a cold tone, trying to act tough. His legs were shaking though. He was not ready to be tortured. I am not. I sneaked past that guy on my way here. He is probably still snoozing, the old man said as he took a seat and began to rub his back. I am too old for such things, he sighed. Sneaked? Ah yes, I don't work for the Sun Temple. I just came here to retrieve the dragon bone and happened to hear your conversation with that old priest, he said. What? Mikkel exclaimed. He didn't expect this answer. I thought that I may offer you my services and help you escape in exchange for some information, the old man explained. Mikkel frowned. Was this some trap? Yes, This was definitely a trap. I am not a criminal to begin with. Why would I need to escape? He decided to play it safe. They might be planning to frame him with something to gain an excuse to finish him off. His sisters were that kind of beaches who plotted like that. Oh, then you want to stay here? The old man asked with a frown. Are you a masochist or something? That guy was going to torture you for real, you know. People don't just leave this place in one piece. No, not like that. I am just saying that I am innocent. I am sure the temple will find that later. And Mikhail explained. Suit yourself. I had no idea sun elves had such weird hobbies. My fault. The old man interrupted as he stood up with difficulty, then quickly headed toward the door and opened it, making Mikhail notice the bloody corpse of the priest who was interrogating him earlier lying on the floor right behind it. Was this not a trap? Cheat. Wait. Mikhail quickly yelled. You killed him? He asked, looking at the corpse. It was real. Oh yup, this idiot's kind can't be interrogated and he had my dragon bone, the old man said as he left the room and began to close the door. Kind? Wait, Mikhail yelled. This man might just be his last lifeline. If the temple were to find the old priest's corpse, he would definitely be accused as an accomplice. No one would care about his innocence. What now? The old man seemed annoyed. Please help me escape, Mikhail said shamelessly. I will give you all the information you want, Mikhail added after some hesitation. He decided that it would be safer to bargain later. Once he was safe, fine, the old man said. He took 2 steps toward Mikhail and slashed with a golden dagger that he took out of thin air. Mikhail flinched, but he quickly relaxed as the dagger cut the indestructible magical chain in one swing. Let's go, the old man said. Mikhail nodded as he stood up. How are we going to leave this place? He asked. Those bastards took all my stuff. Leave it to me, you can sleep for now, the old man said. What Mikhail wanted to ask, but the next moment he felt the world go dark as something struck him from behind. Looking at the collapsed elf, Victor sighed. Name, Mikhail Q. Solar, level, 79. Abnormal status, power locking curse, D, 130 hours. Class, Dark Archer, S. Authority, 7. Strength, 220. Agility, 210. Intelligence, 250. Luck, 19. Charm, 35. Order, 0. Skills, Bow Art, S. Penetrating Arrow, S. Shadow Arrow, S. Wind Steps, A. Shadow Disguise, B. Hide Presence, C. Knife Arts, D. Assassinate, E. Sword Arts, F. Spear Arts, F. Charm, F. Bloodline, Sunny LF, AA 100%. Equipment, Royal Insignia, S. Cursed cannot be removed. Fate, Fate's power, A. Defined fate, get killed by an elven princess, A. Hopefully, this guy had the info he needed about what happened to his family members and his half-sister. Putting the unconscious elven prince in the cauldron, Victor gave the interrogation room one last check, then left, making sure to put a sealing talisman on the door from the inside before closing it. Now they would only enter by breaking the wall. After that, he turned and headed upstairs. The corpse Mikhail saw earlier was an illusion, as Victor didn't expect him to be extremely wary. The real priest was alive and locked inside the cauldron where Victor planned to kill him after leaving this place to extract all his points and turn his body into fertilizer for the plants he grew there. Reaching the top floor, the old man was no longer the Victor didn't care. This man was probably evil, but he was not a demon. Thinking for a moment, Victor decided to make a trip around this building. It was not every day that he could get a chance to visit such a gloomy place. Descending the stairs behind the doors one by one, Victor, who appreciated the architecture, didn't find anything of interest, just cells, old archives, interrogation rooms, and guard rooms. It was after spending 30 minutes, he finally found what he wanted. The hall's vault, which he infiltrated easily, walked past the unwary vigilant guards and the locked steel gate. Although this vault didn't belong to the main temple and was relatively small, it was meant not for treasures, but for banned and dangerous demonic artifacts. It had only 3 items that were sealed on mostly empty shelves. They were placed in storage boxes that had all kinds of traps around them. Although he doubted they would compare to the things he got in the gorge, he felt the need to take them, so he quickly grabbed the entire shelves and put them in his storage space. just in case they had some kind of alarm. Finishing with it, he gave the room one last look preparing to leave, and then paused as his eyes contracted. Behind the shelves, the wall seemed a little discolored, but he could make out the shape of a bricked-off door. Raising one eyebrow, he began to inspect it. There was definitely a door here. Thinking for a moment, he didn't hesitate and shifted right through the bricks into a new very dark steep stairway. He wasn't expecting stairs there, so he almost stumbled and fell down rolling, but thanks to his levitation skill that he activated in the nick of time, he was able to hold himself in place. Shit, he cursed as he stabilized himself, then began to move down. Despite the lack of light, he could see perfectly well thanks to his bloodlines. Finally, after going down more than 30 feet, he reached what looked like an old damp cave. There, Victor was welcomed by piles upon piles of nasty-looking rotting burnt bones. He knew what those were. He saw such a scene before in his own world in the other timeline. Those were the bones of the possessed people. Just like what happened with Rita and Iris long ago when a demon possessed her. Sometimes a demon infiltrates another with his entire body, not just his soul. This allows the demons to go undetected and keep all their original powers at the same time. Unfortunately for the host, this caused changes to their body that might become permanent if the demon stayed for a long time. It was like the corruption that the hell world does. Those bones couldn't be burnt by any mortal flames, and disposing of them was very costly and dangerous as they might contain fragments of demonic power or an entire soul. The only solution was to first burn the bodies for 3 days, then gather the bones in a secure location and wait for an opportunity to either use a high purification on them or just dump them in some corrupted land. But why were they here? Did someone forget them? Most likely not. Looking around, he noticed that near the top of the tall ceiling, there was what looked like a small shaft going down. This thing must be where they were throwing the bones from, as he could notice freshly made scratches in the mold around it. So in the end this place was built on purpose. It was where they disposed of the corpses. But why? Didn't the temple have a way to purify bones? That was most unlikely. Victor could smell some kind of scheme, but sadly he had no idea what it was for. Thinking for a moment that they might be useful someday, he started collecting the bones in his storage space as usual. It became a habit to grab things and then think about them later. The process took only 4 minutes and a half thanks to his newly acquired expertise in grabbing treasures. Taking every last rotten bone, he began to look around the cave. Other than the shaft and the ton of rotten mold that he made sure to grab a sample of, it had nothing of. He paused. Right in the middle of the cave, under the mold that was left when he removed the bones piles, he noticed a strange-looking magical array. He had seen such arrays in one of the books in the Imperial Archive before. This was demonic magic. He quickly walked again toward the center of the array. There was nothing. He took a shovel and started digging. There had to be something here. 10 minutes and 10 feet later he felt it as his demonic blood began to boil. Frowning, he began to dig faster, and 3 feet later he found it buried in the middle of the rotten dirt. A small lead box with more than 20 talismans all around it. Seeing it, he couldn't move. It was the same feeling when he saw Lily for the first time. The need and desire to attain and devour. His demonic bloodline began to become more and more excited, as if he needed to grab and eat this thing with its package, forcing him to quickly activate his Chaos Dragon bloodline, which immediately calmed him down. He quickly grabbed the box, pasted a sealing talisman on it, then threw it in a storage ring that he threw inside another storage ring, then into storage space, just in case. He sighed in relief. What the fuck was that? He had no idea, but he needed to check it later. This trip was not a waste of time after all. Flying out of the hole he dug and giving the now empty cave one last look, he turned and left, beginning to head back up. Now he only needed to go grab that shard and intent artifact before leaving this place. No, he might also give their temple vault a visit just in case. Although greed was not a good trait, he felt it would be a waste not to grab a few souvenirs for the girls from each place he visited. Ignoring the banging on the door that didn't stop, Lily looked up, looking at the golden door that appeared out of thin air when she moved the books in the vampire's library in a certain order. "So it is here," she said. "You did good." She turned back and told the vampire boss, who was tied like a tortoise and hanged from the chandelier. He was naked with more than 100 whip marks all over his body and a still lit burning candle up his butt. He couldn't speak as a pair of female stockings were stuffed in his mouth, but he didn't seem to mind them as his ugly face was in blissful ecstasy while his unfocused eyes looked at the ceiling. Lily sighed. Vampires were the creation of a normal creature who made a deal with a high-level demon to become immortal. And like any deal, it always had a price to be paid depending on the demon. For this vampire, it was the loss of all his feelings as they were offered to the demon. Replacing them was a demonic desire to kill, devour, and dominate. Still, not all of the original feelings seemed to have been lost, and that's what he discovered just now. His masochistic tendencies seemed to have been of no value to the demon that left them, like how a snobbish brat would leave all the vegetables in his dish after eating the meat. Although the vampire had no idea why he was acting like this, Lily believed that his body and soul's natural desire to feel anything again after so long was the reason. It was strong enough to drown any reason he had acting on the scars left when the feelings were cut off. It was just like what happened in the other timeline when this place was discovered by Tulip and her team. The story came from one of Tulip's friends who got drunk one day and told it to a journalist who went on to publish it in a tabloid before losing his head. He had no idea what Tulip, who always acted in disguise after returning to the family, truly was. Anyway, according to that guy, they stumbled upon this dungeon after taking a quest concerning reports of many young women getting kidnapped from a nearby village. After more than a month of investigation, they managed to locate this place that they quickly determined was a broken dungeon. A broken dungeon was a dungeon that was weakened so much that the gate was no longer capable of containing demons within, allowing them to go out into the world. Those usually were discovered pretty quickly due to all the chaos that followed. But the boss of this dungeon was smart enough to keep it hidden as a base, only allowing smart flowers to go and grab targets and food. By the time Tulip and her team got into the dark forest, this place was slowly becoming a stronghold for vampires. Still, such a force didn't stand a chance against Tulip, who had one of the best player teams in the world. Although it took them more than a few months to finally make their way through the maze-like dungeon castle, they finally reached the boss room where the vampire baron and his lackeys were enjoying an eternal orgy of raping and drinking the blood of tortured women. The battle was swift, and the vampires who lived for years in debauchery neglecting their training were defeated in a matter of minutes. That was the story anyway, but most likely Tulip secretly used some kind of an artifact to weaken them. Anyway, feeling angry at what she saw, Tulip ordered her team to tie the vampire up and told the victim girls to take their revenge as she sat and watched. Tulip wanted them to get over the shadow of this incident and grow stronger as they got their revenge. Again, that was the official story. No one knew what was in her mind at that time. Anyway, after one day and night of beating the shit out of the vampires, only the boss, who was the strongest, was able to survive. Tulip had enough and decided to end it there. She ordered the girls to stop as she approached him to cut his head. That's when he began to beg her to give him more time. He needed the girls to beat him more, as some kind of hidden desire seemed to have awakened inside of him. Feeling disgusted, Tulip began to step on him, making him thank her repeatedly as he began to do obscene things, forcing her to step away in shock. She drew her sword to kill this vile thing, but he quickly told her to wait, screaming that he had one more secret about a hidden demon in this dungeon and that he would tell her about him if she let him get beaten for another week or so. Although Tulip didn't care, her team quickly persuaded her to listen to him, and after 1 week the vampire, with his dying breath and a satisfied smile, uttered the secret of how to open the secret domain inside the dungeon. Sadly, that exact arrangement of books was never mentioned in the tabloid. It only said that they found the demon and his treasures inside. This forced the disgusted Lily to act on her own with the help of some soul wine, and that let the vampire confess his entire life story after only 3 hours. She sighed, looking at the gate. She pushed it open and stepped in without hesitation. Titus woke up. The first thing he felt was that something was missing. He could feel it, but he couldn't tell what. He looked at the familiar white ceiling of the room he was in with a frown. Why was he in the hospital? He slowly sat up, but the pain from his crotch forced him to lay back down. What? He exclaimed. So you are awake, someone sighed. making Titus look to the side. It was his grandmother, Frank, who was sitting beside his bed, leaning on his gilded wind iron cane. "Grandpa, what?" Titus asked as he slowly began to try to sit up again while trying to recall what happened. "I know," Frank said, grabbing Titus's shoulder and forcing him to lay on the bed again. "Some bastard attacked you at the auction." Yes, Remembering what happened, Titus hurried to grab his crotch where something was missing and an excruciating pain was the only thing he could find as his hand reached there. He screamed in pain and shock. His grandfather sighed. "The doctors had to cut it all off to save your life," he said. "What? Damn it!" Titus shouted in anger. "It was all that fucking bastard Liam. How dare he attack me? Titus flared as he sat up, then grimaced in pain and collapsed. "Relax, Chloe already told me what happened. We already investigated the matter," Frank said. "That Ash Flint guy was not the one who hit you. It was someone else who set some kind of a delayed skill activation, a trap for you to fall into." "Oh, what?" "Then Liam, that bastard. I already questioned him and he is not entirely innocent. Those guys who fought against you in the auction belonged to some idiot who called himself the Emperor and was trying to establish some kind of organization," he said. "Liam was trying to use you to get rid of them, but it seemed like they were the ones using him." "What? The Emperor? Who is that?" Titus asked as the pain subsided. "We still have no idea as the family network seemed to be off for some reason, but we will find out once I return to the archipelago." Frank, who seemed a little absent-minded, said. "What about that piece of shit, Liam?" Titus wanted to vent some anger. "I castrated him, then got him shipped to the newly discovered ruin mines in there. Dogmata Desert. He will be working there as a slave for the rest of his life," Frank said coldly. "Good," Titus said hatefully. "Once I am healed I should go check on him myself," he said. Although he felt humiliated, injuries like his were completely curable using the family's latest technologies in stem cells, let alone using high-ranking healing pills. "Oh," his grandfather hesitated. "Grandpa, is there anything wrong?" Titus frowned. "Your injury healing, it might not be easy." "What do you mean?" Titus didn't like his grandfather's voice tone. His grandfather paused as he heard a knock on the room's door. "Come in," his grandfather said, allowing a pretty nurse and a middle-aged doctor to enter. They quickly bowed respectfully. This hospital belonged to the family after all. "Did you discover anything new?" his grandfather asked the doctor as the nurse hurried to check Titus's vitals. "Sorry, we are not sure." The doctor, who seemed troubled, said. "All the cell cultures we took are acting very strange. They are aging very fast no matter what we do to them. We don't even know why, but the stem cells are failing to do anything." "Oh, did you try again with the bottle I gave you?" "Yes, their results are still the same no matter what concentration we use. Although the cell aging stopped, its growth fastened, turning it into a cancerous tumor that began to eat itself." "Oh," his grandfather frowned. "What does this mean?" Titus pushed the nurse away, roughly making her fall to the side as he looked at the doctor and asked, "We can't help you, young master. Even a reconstruction surgery is not an option due to the injury's severity. You can only adapt and live as OM," the doctor said, gesturing for the aggravated nurse to leave. "No," Titus flared. "Grandpa, can't we use healing pills?" "Relax." His grandfather pushed him back down and said, "I already requested help from experts and they are already here." What? Before Titus could ask, someone came in through the door just as the nurse left. It was an old man in a blue traditional garb followed by a youthful woman in a blue dress. "Master Irving, we have been waiting for you," Titus's grandfather said, bowing his head slightly to the old man. "No need for formalities. Let's get to business. I have a flight to catch." Irving said. "Anna, check the patient's pulse," he added, making the girl beside him hurry to Titus's side and after bowing slightly, take his hand to check his pulse with her delicate fingers. He didn't stop her. "Are you a traditional doctor by any chance?" The doctor, who didn't leave the room, asked with a frown. "Master Irving Claw from the Healing Valley at your service," Irving introduced himself arrogantly. "Healing Valley?" The doctor frowned. "Master Frank, you can't believe in those crooks," he said as he turned to face Titus' grandfather. "Crooks?" Master Irving frowned. "Yes, modern medicine has already advanced enough. Traditional medicine, although not entirely nonsensical, has no place in modern society. The doctor said. It can never heal something that modern medicine failed at. You Frank, who frowned, seemed to want to say something, but Irving stopped him by raising his hand. How about a competition? Irving proposed. What? The doctor asked. Irving in a flash, struck the doctor's chest with his fist, forcing him to take a step back. What is the meaning of? He didn't continue as excruciating pain began to surge through his entire body. I just locked your 43rd meridian point. Try to fix it with modern medicine. If you can do that, I will personally apologize to you. If you couldn't prepare to live the next year in pain, Master Irving said in a cold voice. But Master Frank the doctor, who had to lean on the wall for support, looked at Frank for help. You heard him. You can leave. The doctor, who had no idea what was going on, quickly left, not daring to disobey Frank. He also needed to go check his body. Master Irving, that doctor is one of the best in the family. Although he deserves to be taught to listen, I hope that nothing major will happen to him, Frank said after the door closed. Don't worry. Anna, do you know how to cure Dr. Irving asked, testing his student who finished checking Titus. He will naturally heal up in 11 months if he practices sports and follows a healthy diet. 16 months if he is lazy, she said professionally. What else? Irving asked. Using thyme and flower and blue pollen. He will heal in 1 week if we apply black bee honey locally. He will heal in an hour, she explained as her master nodded. I see. Wait, black bee honey? Irving exclaimed. This might work. Where did you learn that last one? He asked in surprise. He clearly didn't know about it. It was in an old book in the old library's archive in room 41, she said. Really? Wasn't that room for children's stories and myths? Irving asked. You read those? He frowned. Yes, a friend once told me that I might find some interesting things in the most neglected places, Anna said. Those books are mostly about medical folklore, and they have many things that helped me understand the origin of our valley methods, she explained. I see. Frank seemed intrigued. Master Irving, about Titus? Frank interrupted the master and student's conversation. Oh, yes, sorry. Master Irving apologized. What did you find? He asked Anna. His pulse is fine. He seems to have ingested a healing pill. Other than that, there are no signs of poisons or anomalies. Check his injury, Irving said, making Anna blush and then look at Titus. Excuse me, she said as she flipped the bedsheet and then began to inspect the injury. Master Irving, why not do it yourself? Frank frowned and asked. Anna here is my newest student. She is very gifted and has a healer class, so I have been training her, Irving said. Don't worry, I will take a look at myself once she finishes, he said. Oh, Frank nodded. He didn't mind, and neither did Titus, who let her do her job. What do you think? Irving asked Anna after 3 minutes. Strange, Anna said. Very strange, Master. You should see this. It seems to be some kind of corruption skill. But there is no miasma, she said, stepping back. Oh, Frank stepped forward and began to inspect the injury like some pervert inspects a girl's boobs. His face was very close to Titus's butt, as he began sniffing. Titus was fine with Anna as she was a girl, but Master Irving was a totally different thing. This situation made him feel very uncomfortable, but noticing his grandfather's stern glare, he didn't dare object. Most intriguing, Irving said as he began to activate some kind of anesthesia spell that made Titus feel the pain subside even more as his crotch went numb. Let me try a few things. This might take a few minutes, so bear with it, he said as he put on some vinyl gloves and began to poke around. Please do, Frank said. Irving was clearly not waiting for his consent though. Grandpa, when this finishes, I want to go to Vane City. Titus, who didn't want to think about what the pervert old man was doing to him, sailed. Vane City? Frank asked. Is this about Victor? He asked, making Anna, who was standing back, flinch a little. Yes, I want to take revenge on that bastard. I want to cut him to pieces and take everything he has and burn it to ashes, he said, not caring about the doctor and his frowning student. This is not the time for that, Frank said. The situation in the family is a little sensitive now. We will talk about this once you are discharged, he added in a stern tone. I understand. Titus didn't dare to argue. He could only look at the ceiling and plan what he was going to do to Victor and his wives. He was going to rape them in front of him. Yes, how is it? Frank, who completely knew what his grandson was thinking about, asked as Master Irving finally stepped back. This is some kind of time skill. His cell's internal clock is completely screwed. Irving, who no longer had a playful smile, said with a deep frown. Time? Frank frowned. What does it mean? Titus asked. Healing will not work as biological processes won't be able to synchronize, and even if we force it, it might lead to malignant tumors forming. Irving, who was clearly deep in thought, said. Is there a solution? Frank asked. Titus is my only grandson and I am willing to pay whatever it takes. It will be tricky and not 100% guaranteed. Irving was hesitant. The only thing I can think of is to cut everything below the crotch and then use a healing artifact to regrow it back. This method had only been done 3 times in the valley's history to deal with troublesome curses, and he paused. What? Frank asked. He clearly knew but wanted to ask. We will need to use the white coffin. Oh, sheet. Frank frowned. What? Titus asked. This is going to cost a lot of money and favors. Frank sighed, ambiguous, not explaining things clearly. How long would it take? He asked. If you manage to secure a quote in a month or so, about a year or so for a full recovery, Irving said with a troublesome face. Then I will see what I can do, he said. This was going to cost him an arm and a leg. Chapter 417, Merrill. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. McKill gasped for breath, sat up, and began to look around in panic as soon as he woke up. Slowly, he started to recollect what happened. The last thing he remembered was that old man promising to help him. Then the world turned black. Now, he was no longer in Sun Temple, not even in Border Town. It was night and he was lying next to a campfire in the middle of a desert near a large boulder. So you are awake at last, someone said, making him look back. It was a handsome youth who had long ponytail-styled purple hair. In his hand, he had 2 bloody horned rabbits that he must have just hunted. How dared he hunt noble creatures like elven rabbits? Damn it, only noble elves could eat those. Who are you? And where is this? McKill asked as checked his surroundings again. Just call me Victor, the young man said as he sat down beside the fire and began to clean the rabbits with some masterfully crafted silver knives. We are a few miles away from town. Why am I here? How long have I been unconscious? McKill asked with a frown as he checked his body. Nothing seemed out of place. He heard that some perverts like to play with elves. Thankfully, this guy didn't seem to have that hobby. Oh, my master saved your life from the demons at the Sun Temple, but for some reason, you seemed to have passed out, Victor said casually as he took out a ring and threw it at McKill. He said, this is yours, he added as he continued to professionally skin the rabbits. Thanks, McKill said as he checked his ring. Thankfully, those at the temple didn't have a chance to check its content yet. Wait, demons at the temple? McKill frowned and asked. Yes, my master is a true demon hunter, you see, Victor said with an excited voice, taking his hands off the rabbits. According to him, some high-level demons made their way inside the Sun Temple by possessing some priests who have very high statuses. He believes that they are using this kind of possession technique to take control of high-profile targets. They torture them first to break their soul and then insert a demon's soul in its place or something like that. I am not really sure. He shrugged and resumed cleaning the rabbits. What? McKill frowned. This was the first time he ever heard of such a thing, and it was a little absurd. But if what Victor said was true, then a shiver ran through his back. Are you sure? I am not, but if my master said it was true, then it is, Victor said in a zealous tone. Does your master have proof? McKill asked after some thinking. Such claims were very dangerous. He seems to be searching for one, Victor explained. That's why he set a trap by putting some dragon bones on auction at the border town and waited to see how many demons would he be able to fish out. He explained proudly. So all of that chaos there was his doing? McKill asked, raising one eyebrow. That old man did say he was there for his dragon bone. Well, things might have gone a little out of hand. Who would have expected that the auction house would let the entire world know about it, not just the local temple? Victor chuckled dryly as he finished the first rabbit and started with the second. I see, McKill said. Where is the dragon bone now? He asked after a few minutes of watching Victor work. He was not a bad cook. With my master, Victor replied without looking up. He just took a pan from his storage ring and after oiling it, he began marinating the rabbit with some kind of wine that had a unique sweet smell. "Oh, and where is your master?" Mikhail asked as he began to look around again. He smelled the trace of another demon who got one of the dragon bones and left in a hurry to catch it, Victor said, making Mikhail sniff around unconsciously but only smell the sweet wine. "He might return any moment now, but most likely, he will be gone for a week or so. He always does." "Oh, did he say anything about me?" Mikhail asked. "He wanted to leave this place as fast as possible, but he really needed that dragon bone." "Ah yes, he wanted to ask you a few questions as payment for saving you. Well, to tell the truth, I was the one who wanted to ask." Victor sighed as he turned the rabbit meat around to make it absorb the wine and seasoning thoroughly. "My master was just helping me, or he would have saved you for free." "Oh, I can't promise to answer everything, but if I can help I will," Mikhail said. Those guys didn't seem evil, and as a proud elf, he didn't like to owe anyone anything. Who knows, he might be able to get the dragon bone after all. "Well," Victor sighed as he adjusted a stand over the campfire and put the pan over it. "I hope you can keep what I am going to tell you a secret," he said, looking at Mikhail, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of worry and sorrow. "Okay," Mikhail nodded. "Well, you see, I am not from this world," Victor said in a low voice as he looked at the pan that began to sizzle. "About 6 months ago, I just fell into a strange-looking golden gate inside a mine in my original world, and the next thing I knew I was here." He sighed. Oh, Mikhail's eyes contracted. Could he be from her world? The story matched, and that purple hair did resemble the hair of her aunt. "At first I didn't know where I was. I was in a strange forest full of dark soil and dry, horrifying trees." Victor continued his story as he looked at the flames and moved the pan a little, making the meat sizzle. "The Black Forest?" Mikhail frowned. That place was scary even for the mightiest elf warriors. It was deep in the demon territory, far beyond any sane person would dare to go. Victor nodded, as he adjusted the meat again, making Mikhail swallow unconsciously. The sweet aroma made him feel the taste of the wine in the back of his throat. "I didn't know what kind of place it was at that time, so I carelessly walked around while trying to contact my family. It was a mistake as demons started attacking me out of nowhere. At first, they were weak, but then stronger and stronger ones began appearing. It was as if something was playing with me." He shivered as he said it. "I heard of such demons," Mikhail nodded. "Some high-ranking demons like to play with their food. That's why demonic encounters were very traumatizing. I was about to really die if my master didn't appear there at the last moment and started killing all of those demons with his giant match," Victor said with sparkly eyes. "He saved me from them after forcing that strange one-eyed demon who was their boss to escape after wetting himself." Oh, Mikhail nodded. "Some demons have a foul liquid that they spray on their enemies before escaping." "What does this have to do with me?" he asked with a frown as Victor flipped the rabbit meat a couple of times in the pan, making their delicious aroma fill the air. Sorry I am burdening you with unnecessary details," Victor said. "Well, what I wanted to ask is about some other people from my world who should have come here before me about 20 or so years ago," Victor explained. "I have been asking around for them as I know they are alive, but I found no info until a week ago when my master found a Sun Elf slaver who confessed to meeting them," he explained, looking at Mikhail with expecting eyes. Mikhail sighed. "Did she say where she met them?" "Yes, she told me that they were taken by the Sun Elves who used them as breeding material." Victor spat hatefully as he squeezed his fist. "Do you know anything about this?" he asked. "Yes, but I was young back then, so I am not sure," Mikhail said. "I did hear that they managed to escape after fooling the guards though. I know that, and I am searching for them at the moment. What I really wanted to ask is about the baby girl they left behind. That elf told me that she was taken by an elf prince as a plaything," he said, looking straight into Mikhail's eyes. "She is lying," Mikhail sighed. For some strange reason, he felt that he should tell Victor what he knew. "What do you mean?" Victor asked. I want to ask you something first," Mikhail said. "What is your last name?" "Von Wise," Victor said as he squinted his eyes. "So it is. How does that woman Rosette relate to you?" he asked again. "She is my stepmother and the baby girl should be my half-sister," Victor said in a sorrowful voice. Oh, Mikhail sighed. Destiny was a strange thing. He went to get the dragon bone to help the girl, and just happened to meet her brother. Now tell me what happened to her, Victor asked. Mikhail could see the worry in his eyes. Only if his family cared for him the same way. Her name is Meryl, your half-sister. The prince who took her back then was me, Mikhail finally said after some thinking. What? Victor interrupted as he stood up, drew his sword, and pointed it at the elf's neck in one smooth motion. So it was you. Relax. Listen to me, Mikhail said quickly as he backed away. I didn't take her as a toy. I saved her life, he clarified. What do you mean? Victor asked hatefully while frowning. Withdraw your sword first, Mikhail demanded. He could feel the sword's sharp edge scraping his noble elven neck. Fine. Victor stepped back, but he still held his sword. Now speak. At that time, that woman, Rosette, gave birth 6 months after they were captured, Mikhail said. It was clear that the baby girl was not the child of any of the breeding steads we were using. So, breeding steads? Weren't the elves the ones who were doing it? Victor asked. No way. Do you expect us to touch human women? That's disgusting, Mikhail said with disgust on his face. What? Really? Moon elves didn't seem against such a thing? Victor, who almost cut Mikhail's head for his last sentence, asked. Don't compare us to those barbarians, Mikhail said. They kept fooling other races until their bloodline became paper thin. We would never do such a thing. Oh, then why were you guys breeding your captives? Victor asked. Mikhail sighed. My father, the Elven King, wanted to create a breed of super slave soldiers to fight off the demons just in case. And the women just happened to be captured at that time. They had a rare dragon bloodline, so they were quickly sent to the pits where we kept the captured intruders who had superior bloodlines. Oh, Victor frowned. Anyway, Meryl's mother was spared because she was pregnant, Mikhail explained. When Meryl was born she was as pretty as an elf. So you took her as your mistress? Victor frowned. No way. A human is still a human no matter how pretty they are. Mikhail quickly defended himself as if he were being accused of bestiality. I just felt pity for her as back then I overheard 2 of my sisters talking about what they were planning to do to her. I can't even tell you what they said, he said in a hateful tone as he shook his head. So you took her? Victor relaxed his grip on the sword a little. Yes, I hurried before they could and asked my father for her, telling him that I wanted to research humans so that he would agree. Oh, so what did you do to her after that? Victor asked with a deep frown. Nothing really. I raised her in my mansion. I am a little ashamed to say such a thing, but I consider her my little sister, he said. After her parents escaped though, my sisters wanted to take revenge on her. So I had to officially make her my personal attendant to protect her. He sighed. Those nobles ridiculed him ever since for treating a human like an elf, but he had to do it. Oh, now, she is the leader of my guards. Or she was until 5 months ago. Mikhail sighed as he looked Victor in the eye. What happened to her? Victor asked, frowning. Is she dead? No, but if I can't upgrade her bloodline before the end of the month she would be in a state worse than dead. What do you mean? Victor asked, getting angry again. A while back I made a mistake. It was a trap. My sisters were planning to frame me with a crime to get rid of me. Long story short, she took the blame for me and it was decided that she should be sent to the breeding pits as a punishment, he explained. His sisters had long seen him as the thorn in their elven back. Being the only male prince from the direct line, he was the first to the throne despite being the youngest. What? Victor asked. Mikhail could feel some anger and sympathy in his voice. I managed to delay the punishment, claiming that I am doing a critical drug test on her and waiting for results. I have until the end of the month to save her. By upgrading her bloodline? Victor asked, squinting his eyes. Yes, if I manage to upgrade her bloodline, Father will definitely spare her and let me continue with my fictional bloodline research, Mikhail explained. At least long enough so that I would help her escape. Oh, Victor finally withdrew his sword. Mikhail could feel the appreciation in his gaze. Wait, is that why you were after the dragon bone? Yes, I happened to find a book belonging to an old dragonkin warrior. It mentioned a recipe about using a dragon bone with a few other ingredients and a blood purifying pill that would allow someone who has a dragonish blood bloodline to upgrade it, he said. Helpfully, your master would agree to give me that bone, which is the last ingredient I am missing. I need to hurry and find an alchemist after that. Victor sighed as he looked at him with a strange look. What? I already have a pill to upgrade my family's bloodline. What? Mikhail gasped as he watched Victor take out a bloody red pill from his ring. It looked like a blood purifying pill, yet somehow different. Give it to me. No, I don't trust you yet. I need to go with you and see my sister by myself, Victor said, putting the pill away. No way. Humans can't enter the elven sacred lands. Only pure-blood sun elves can. Mikhail flared. Let alone the inner areas. Sorry, I have to go no matter what. Victor shook his head. I will just disguise myself as a sun elf if needed, Victor said, slightly pulling on his ear, making them grow larger like an elf's ears. What? Do you have shape-shifting skills? Mikhail asked with a frown. Something like that, Victor shrugged. My master gave it to me, he added proudly. It won't work. You need a valid soul mark token too, Mikhail said, taking a strange-looking token from his ring. And even if you manage to get one, the Sun Guardians will discover you easily with their inspection amulets. I even heard that they memorized every elf and his habits to spot imposters. Really? Victor frowned. He didn't seem to believe him. Yes, we have one of the strongest security systems in the world. Only elves are allowed inside. Demons had been trying to invade us for ages and they never succeeded even once. Oh, Victor frowned. Would those restrictions also apply to animals? Yes, only noble animals can enter. Like elven horses? Victor asked with a frown. Yes, of course. Elven rabbits too. Mikhail nodded. Elven horses were the noblest of animals. Their long pointy ears were the proof of the Lord's blessing. Then our problem is solved, Victor said. Now let's eat. I have a few things to inquire about as we do. Chapter 418, Sun City. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The Von Wise main island was surrounded by a thick veil of black fog. Nothing could be seen from the inside, except for dark shadows and black thunder flashing every once in a while. That's what Rita, who followed Lila's instructions, first saw when she took an inflatable boat and headed there, sneaking past the family's emergency guards who established a closed zone around it. Thankfully, without a clear chain of command, those guards were in a mess, and their siege had many holes in it. A dungeon, she sighed. Who would have guessed that her first dungeon would be her family's island? Grasping the map in her hand, she jumped from the inflatable boat, activating her lactation necklace as he headed toward it. It seems like my master has decided not to return today, Victor sighed, looking at Mikhail, who was stretching his hands after a night's sleep. We will have to go by ourselves. I am telling you, you will definitely be found out, Mikhail said as he slowly stood up. He couldn't believe Victor proposed his stupid plan last night. They had been arguing about it ever since. And I keep telling you, we will see about that, Victor said as he began to roll his sleeping bag. What kind of fabric does this sleeping bag use? Mikhail asked to change the subject as he also began mimicking Victor by rolling his sleeping bag. Those bags were very soft, thin, and warm in the cold desert night. It is synthetic. They are from my original world. I usually let one of my girls warm it for me for a quality sleep. Victor sighed. You can have the one you used. Thanks, Mikhail simply said as he stuck the bag in his storage ring. It would be nice to have a girl like Meryl warm it for him. She had a habit of always crawling into his bed whenever he was not there. No, absolutely not. What was he thinking? He was a straight elf. You seem hesitant, Victor said as he handed him some dried meat from last night. This was their breakfast. Ah yes, Mikhail said as he ate. Don't worry, my master will definitely come to save us if anything goes wrong, Victor said as he helped himself to some meat too. That's if he can make it before the guardians cut your head, Mikhail sighed. Impersonating a higher race is a capital crime, you know. Donkeys, elven horses are considered higher than humans? Victor asked with a strange look on his face. That's common sense, Mikhail replied. Are you sure that pill would work on Meryl? He asked, changing the subject. He had long learned that trying to educate lower races on matters of racial superiority was a futile cause. If she is truly my sister, then yes, my ancestors' blood was used to make it, Victor replied, seemingly forgetting the past subject. Originally made it to cure my little sister who was suffering from bloodline depletion. and it pushed her bloodline so much that she is now stronger than me. Ah, that reminded me, he quickly said as he took a brown paper bag from his ring and threw it to Mikhail. What are those? Mikhail asked as he finished his meal and wiped his hand with a gilded handkerchief. Inside the bag, there were a few brown sticks that seemed to be some kind of food. Energy bars. Think of them as very nutritious food, and give them to Meryl to eat before she takes the blood purifying pill. The bloodline upgrades need a lot of energy. Oh, Mikhail said as he broke one of the bars and ate it. He frowned and then spat everything in his mouth, followed by everything in his stomach. He was not sure, but 30% of his noble elven taste buds had probably just died. What the fuck it this? He asked. It tastes a little bad, but it is very energy dense, Victor said as he casually threw his wine flask toward Mikhail, who grabbed it and then began to wash his mouth with wine to erase the taste. Little, Mikhail finally said. You want Meryl to eat this? You have to convince her the energy needed for the bloodline upgrade is huge, Victor said. Unless you can prepare a herbal path for her, this is the best choice. I see. Now let's get to business. How long would it take to reach the Sun Elf's land? Victor asked. 3 weeks if we travel by normal means, Mikhail said, looking in a certain direction. And I believe you are not planning to do that, Victor said. That's obvious. I will be using this. Mikhail took out one golden talisman from his ring. A teleportation talisman? Victor asked. Sunny LF fast travel talisman. B. Speed equals double the speed of sound. Activation condition. The target location must have a sunstone. Luggage weight cannot exceed 11 stones. Activator must be a Sunny LF. It is called fast travel. It is not instantaneous, but very fast, Mikhail said. Sadly, only elves can use this, and that's why I am asking you to just give me the pill. You would never make it in time. He added he was still very reluctant to take Victor with him, but with his master not returning, this was the only way to save Meryl. Wouldn't your ride also teleport with you? Victor said. It would if it was light enough. But if you really shapeshift into an elven horse, I will have to ride you, Mikhail said. Getting ridden was something so humiliating for an elf. I don't mind, Victor said. After that, you are not allowed to shift back until we leave the elven lands, Mikhail said. In the palace, I am surrounded by spies all the time, he sighed. I am prepared for that. Fine. But if you get caught, I will act as if I had no idea you were a human. Mikhail finally spat. I know, Victor nodded. Let's go then, Mikhail sighed. Okay, Victor said. Remember, I will not be able to speak as on an elven horse, so if you need anything you better ask me now. He added. Just one thing, how are you going to give me the pill without transforming back into a human? Mikhail asked, realizing that Victor might not be able to enter the prison in the first place. Don't worry, after transforming I can store things in my mouth, Victor said. Oh, coming with me is completely unnecessary, you know, Mikhail repeated for the 20th time. He was really reluctant to take Victor with him. It is I don't trust you, Victor said. You are already trusting me to bring you in. Mikhail spat. I am not talking about you betraying me. You seem like a decent elf, Victor said. What I don't trust is your ability to sneak my sister out, Victor explained. You are the one who said you are always surrounded by spies. I can do it. Don't worry, if we needed to escape my ability would come in handy, Victor said, encouraging him. If things go as planned, we will never need to escape, Mikhail said. Wait, why are you taking off your clothes? He asked as he turned to look away in a hurry like any gentle elf would do. Do you expect me to shapeshift while still dressed? Victor, who slowly took off his garments, said. Oh, good point. Mackie frowned, thinking that Victor would be walking naked through the elven lands. It was a very disturbing thought. Did you finish? Mikhail turned and looked back after 5 minutes. Victor was no longer there. In his place was a majestic elven horse with a purple mane and a golden chain around his neck. Whatever, Mikhail sighed as he walked toward Victor. You better behave, he said as he slowly climbed onto him. Victor shook at first as Mikhail was heavy, but after a few minutes, he seemed to have adjusted. Let's go, Mikhail said, making Victor start to move forward. What the hell am I doing? Mikhail asked himself as he held the chain Victor conveniently left around his neck. and activated his talisman. The next moment all around him a sphere of light began to form, forcing him to lower his head a bit to fit inside with Victor. As soon as it was completed they were catapulted into the air toward the Sun City. "I don't like this," Zed said as he and his group walked through the dark evil jungle. They had been here for more than 5 hours and they were getting weary due to the constant attacks from the ghouls who sprang out of the ground every hour or so. "We need some rest. I am beginning to hallucinate, you know. It is like the trees are looking at me," he complained as he began looking around. "Stop being a coward. Big sister Alice already said that we will take a rest as soon as we find a safe zone." Zola spat at him, making Q look at him with disdain too. They were tired, but the sight of Alice and Zoe pressing forward filled them with energy. "I didn't mean it." "Wait, stop, did you see a tree looking at you?" The one who interrupted was Alice. "Yes, that one, its bark resembles a face in the dark," Zed said, pointing to a tree a few feet ahead of them. "I am just a little tired." So before he could continue, Alice was next to the tree with her sword penetrating it. Kara! The tree screamed as it slowly transformed from wood to bones that collapsed into the ground. "Kyra!" Zola shrieked as she watched in horror. "What the fuck was that?" Zed asked in shock. "Not sure, some kind of mimic," Alice said, grabbing the large gem left on the ground. "Remember, in a dungeon always be wary, and investigate." "I know," Zed sighed. "They shouldn't be here." "Damn it. Wait, what is that?" Zoe suddenly said, making everyone look where she was pointing. It was a wooden building that seemed to be some kind of a shrine. "Is this a trap too?" Zed asked. "I don't know, but it doesn't seem like it." "Let's check it out," Alice, who had experience in dungeons, said as she inspected it and the inscriptions on the shrine's pillars. "Be careful though and don't touch a thing." It was 2 hours later when a shiny ball decelerated as it fell from the sky, and as it broke, Mikil appeared in the plaza of the elven capital. The Sun City, a majestic city with golden buildings built on tall silvery metallic trees that had no leaves to block the sun. BZZZZZZZZZZZZZZ. All around him, the sound of buzzing could be heard as the large jewels placed around the plaza began to vibrate. This was the first time Mikil saw them react like this. Those things were the demon defense mechanism that shot death rays at any demon who managed to sneak into the travel plaza. Could it be that Victor was a demon? Cheat. Mikil quickly jumped from the elven horse's back as an entire platoon of armored men in silver surrounded them. BZZZT.ZZZ.ZZZZ. The jewels stopped buzzing and everything became peaceful. A false alarm. "Your Highness." The guards who were on high alert earlier all relaxed and saluted after making sure who the newcomer was. Those guys were not elves, but mixed races. They were the slaves his father's project produced during the last 30 years. One can tell by the obsidian obedience collars around their necks. "You may raise your heads," Mikil said, acting like a prince. "Prince Mikil," someone said. This time it was an elderly elf in golden armor who only bowed slightly then stood right up. "How was your task?" "Don't ask," Mikil sighed. This guy was one of the guardians who were responsible for checking for demons and enemies at the plaza. Mikil was not sure about his allegiance. "What's wrong with the array?" "If I had to guess I would say that it is you, Your Highness," the guardian said. "Did you have a fight with a high-ranked demon?" "Yeah, that bastard almost killed me." He told the truth. "Then that is the reason. The jewels are very sensitive to demonic energy and sometimes they might overreact," he said. "Someone might have left a demonic tracer at you." "What?" "Don't worry, all demonic energy was erased when you stepped into the plaza." The guardian reassured him. "I see." Mikil sighed in relief. Thankfully Victor was not a demon. It was one of the things he was considering all night. "Now, Your Highness, although the jewels didn't indicate anything, I will have to inspect you as per protocol," the guardian said politely. "Ah yes, please do." Mikil nodded nervously. The guardian sighed as he inspected him, then turned and looked at the elven horse. "Is this guy yours, Your Highness?" the guardian asked, pointing to Victor as he began to move a golden cube object around. "I think so. I met it by chance and it began to follow me around," he said nervously, making sure not to lie. and to leave a leeway in case Victor was found out. Why the fuck did he agree to this? Oh, the guardian, after moving the artifact a few times, frowned and approached the elven horse and began to inspect it. It is a little malnourished, he said, opening his mouth and looking inside. Thankfully, Victor played along perfectly. If Mikkel didn't know any better, he would have really believed that Victor was an elven horse. Those filthy humans, they don't know how to take care of noble creatures, Mikkel said nervously. Yes, you better have some. Vet, take a look at him, the guardian said as he stepped back. He obviously smelled something very fishy from the way Mikkel was looking around like a little thief, but couldn't find anything wrong. I will, Mikkel said as he grabbed Victor's rope and dragged him away in a hurry, making sure not to look back. Fook. This was his first time breaking the rules. Why did he do it? After leaving the central plaza, Maisel turned into the main street and began heading in a certain direction, before suddenly he grabbed Victor, Chain, and dragged him to a nearby abandoned alley. Now quick, give me the pill, he whispered. Hee-haw. Look, I brought you in as promised, he said, looking back and making sure no one was watching. It will be harder and harder to give it to me later, and I need to have an appraiser look at it first. He told the truth. Look, I have to make sure. I can't just trust you with Meryl's life, he said sternly. Victor sighed. Hey-haw. The elven horse coughed and a golden storage ring fell into Maisel's hand. Thanks, let's go, Mikkel said as he dragged Victor out of the alley and through the main street. One has to say, the elven capital was very prosperous, with pretty elves walking everywhere doing their daily business. Some on elven horses, others on palanquins carried by moon elf slaves. Along the way, Mikkel was hailed by many elves who respectfully bowed as soon as they saw him. He was pretty popular as he was the only male prince, and many elf girls and their mothers were already scheming how to make him theirs. It was 5 minutes later when Mikkel finally reached his destination. A grand building on top of a rare wooden tree. Wait here for a second, Mikkel told Victor, tying his chain to a column to the side of the road as he climbed the winding stairs and entered the building. Your Highness, welcome to the Alchemist Guild. The receptionist bowed as soon as Mikkel entered. Take me to see my master. This way, please, the receptionist said as she quickly guided Mikkel to the top of the buildings. Meeting the head alchemist was usually very hard even for the royal family, but Mikkel, who had a special status, was quickly guided into a lavish wooden office where an elderly elf was busy doing some paperwork. Mikkel, the elderly elven said with a smile as soon as he watched Mikkel go in. Master. Mikkel bowed, not as a servant bowing to his master, built as an apprentice would bow to his teacher. Did you get the bone? The master asked as his eyes twinkled. Sadly, no, but I found something better, Mikkel said, taking the pill and failing to notice the slight frown in his master's eyes. This is? The master asked. According to the man who sold it to me, it is a blood purification pill made especially for those with dragon bloodline, Mikkel said. I want master to appraise it for me. The master sighed. Are you sure you were not scammed? The elderly elf asked as he took the pill and began inspecting it. I am pretty confident, Mikkel said nervously. This does smell like a blood purifying pill. Wait here a second. I will appraise it using my private artifact, the master said as he hurried into a side room. He returned after 3 minutes. What? Mikkel asked. This thing is real. The master said. He gave Mikkel the pill back. It might really work on your girl, and we will not have to forcefully use blood extraction. Really? Mikkel finally let go of his final defenses. Victor didn't lie to him. Yes. Where did you get it from? At the auction at the border town. The one who was selling the Dragon Ball was selling this too, Mikkel said. Now that he knew that Victor was in his ally, he needed to protect him. Although his master was trustworthy, some things couldn't just be revealed. There were many precious things. Too bad the demons attacked and I could only snatch a few things. Oh, demons? Yes, they were after the bone too. That auction made a huge mistake by broadcasting its existence. Well, if he didn't, I would have heard of it and told you. The elderly elf sighed. Did you get anything else? Yes, he also had those energy bars, Mikkel said, taking one energy bar. Energy bars? They are some kind of food that humans seem to like. and I thought I would buy some for my girl." Oh, the master casually took a piece of the bar and tasted it before Mikhail could warn him. "Biara, what the fuck is this? Whydidu by it?" After he spat it out. "Ah, I told you humans liked it," Mikhail said nervously. He wanted his master to taste it for poison. "Damn, why does this taste like human sheet?" "Really?" Mikhail asked. Why did his master know something this specific? Probably, humans have some very weird tastes. "You can go now. Your girl should be waiting for you." "Ah yes." Mikhail bowed. "Thank you, master," he said as he darted out. "You are welcome," the elderly elf said as he took a napkin and began wiping his tongue. As soon as Mikhail walked out of the alchemy guild with a smile, his mood soured again. Right in front of him, inspecting Victor, was a pretty blonde girl in a red dress. One of his beach sisters. "Your Highness." The elven guards who surrounded the princess bowed as soon as they saw him. He ignored them. "Mikhail, I heard you are back," his sister said. "I am. Did you find what you are searching for?" she asked. "You only have a few days left, and if you fail to upgrade Meryl's bloodline you will lose the bet." "I know," Mikhail said, shooting Victor an apologetic look. He hid this from him, but in fact, he had bet his position on the royal family in order to save Meryl. If he was able to upgrade her bloodline, his father would spare her, otherwise, he would have to give up his position as a prince. Meryl meant a lot to him. She was the only one who was ready to sacrifice her life to save him. And he was not really a fool. He was 90% sure he would win his bet. As his master, the top elven alchemist had many ways to upgrade a human's bloodline. It was just that most of them were very dangerous. "Is this yours?" his sister smirked and asked. "It is nice. How about you sell it to me?" she asked as he reached her hand and began to move it around Victor's body. Thankfully, Victor again displayed some superb acting skill, even when the elven princess poked at his private parts to check how good it was. No, Mikhail refused. "Don't you have anything better to do than walking around and touching other people's property?" he asked, wondering what would be his sister's reaction if she knew she was touching a naked human. "True, I have an appointment for a tea party at the Northern Palace," she said as she let go of Victor. "See you later, brother," she said as she turned and left. Mikhail frowned as he watched her leave with her entourage. What did she want from him? Strange. Never mind. He needed to hurry and check on Meryl. With that thought, he grabbed Victor's chain and dragged him away. Watching this exchange up from the building to the side was none other than Marcel's master. He smirked as he watched his supposed disciple leave in a hurry with his elven horse. "What a fool," he said as he lifted his hand, revealing the real blood purification pill. The one he gave Mikhail was a poison pill that he made to mimic this one with his secret artifact. Once that human beach, Meryl, died, that fool would lose the bet and his right to the throne. Everything is going according to the plan, he smiled. "Oh, does that plan include stealing this seat's property?" "Yes." "Wait, what?" The master looked to the side. Right beside him, there was a huge demon with two long horns looking at him with fiery eyes. Chapter 419, Bloodline Improvement. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After making sure that the blood purification pill was real, Mikhail had one thought in mind. It was time to save Meryl. Although he was feeling a little worried about what his sisters were plotting, he knew that his best course of action was to win the bet. So after leaving the Alchemist's Guild, he quickly took Victor and hurried toward the central keep of Sun City. It was where the prison was located. Thankfully he didn't meet anyone dangerous along the road, and Victor, who was acting as docile as a real elven horse, didn't arouse any suspicion. After reaching the keep, the nervous Mikhail, who was inspected again by golden guards, was allowed in. He wanted to ask Victor how he was pulling this out of his act so perfectly, but fearing that someone was watching him, he did nothing until they reached a large black-colored giant hollow tree that had a black gold door with the world's prison painted on it. "Stop!" one guard in black armor said rudely. "State your purpose." "I am here to see Meryl. As her master, I have the right to meet her," Mikhail said coldly as he flashed his token. Nowadays even the guards began disrespecting him. All thanks to his sisters smearing his reputation. "Noted, you can come in, but the horse must stay out." The guard said. "I know," Mikhail said as he dragged Victor to the side. "I told you," he whispered as he began tying Victor to a pole. "Sorry, I have to do this." Victor responded with a nod. "Good," Mikhail said as he turned back and began to head toward the prison guard. "Take care of my horse. If anything wrong were to happen to it, you will be held responsible," he ordered coldly as he walked inside. Christopher struggled to get out of Chuckles, and so did his Justice Ring friends, but they could never do that as the traitor Mona pushed them to the ground after grabbing them from the car. They were in the backyard of a very familiar grand mansion in the suburb of Ring Cloud City. This place was the correction facility where they usually handed off the criminals who had superpowers to the custodians. Here the criminals were rehabilitated and the monsters were disposed of under the supervision of the government. "Are those the ones you told me about?" Custodian Johnson asked, looking at Christopher and the others without recognizing them. How could he? That mean girl with an eye patch made them drink some strange liquid that changed their faces and deprived them of their voice. "Yes, they are," Mona said, some guilt in her voice. Christopher struggled to send signals to the custodian, but failed, due to the ropes securing his body and the gag in his mouth. "We have a lively one here, don't worry kid, we will make sure to educate you well," the custodian said as he ruffled Christopher's hair like a father would do to his naughty son. "Please take care of them, we found them stealing from a bank," Mona sighed. "Don't worry, as long as they don't completely turn into monsters, they can be helped." "Where are your friends anyway? Why are you alone?" "They were badly injured, one of those guys can shoot lasers," she said. "Look, even my calling device was broken by them," she said, showing the custodian her broken belt buckle. "Oh, you need to replace that," he said with a frown. "Yeah, it was hit by this beach," Mona said, pointing to Opal with an apologetic look. "Don't worry, I will send you a new one in 2 days. The headquarters is having some troubles lately after an intruder planted a virus that crippled our database," he sighed, taking the buckle and giving it to his assistant. "Oh, is that why there were no new missions lately?" she asked. "Yeah, take care now," Custodian John said, sending her off. "I understand, then I will leave those guys in your care," she said, turning around, getting back into her truck, before driving away without sparing them another glance. Christopher glared angrily at her as she drove away. That traitor Beach, working for an evil organization. He heard them speak of their plan to infiltrate this place and steal everything. Those bastards must be planning to release the criminals here. He needed to alert the custodians. He began to make noise. Once the custodians begin to investigate this, everything will be cleared. That Beach Mona will be. Bam. Something hit him. Ugh, bastard. Know your place. "Don't worry, we will make sure you will learn discipline from now on," the custodian who hit him with a metal cudgel said. He no longer cared to put an act. "Take them to the preparation room." Bam. Christopher was hit again as 2 masked giant men walked out from the mansion. They grabbed Christopher and his friends with ease and then brought them inside the mansion that was decorated like an asylum. They didn't take them upstairs, but toward an industrial-scale elevator that headed down, into a very dark world. Mikhail exclaimed as soon as he reached the cell where the pretty dark-haired girl was imprisoned after he ordered the guard to open the door. "Young master!" she exclaimed as she stood up and then fell down due to her being shackled to a wall. He quickly hurried to her side and helped her sit down. Noticing the filthy rags she was dressed in, "Those idiots! I told them to treat you nicely," he exclaimed angrily, making the guard outside smirk as he ignored him. "It was your royal sister who told them to shackle me," Meryl said. "It is only thanks to your warning that it might ruin the experiment that I was not whipped when she ordered it," she added. "That Beach," he flared. "I swear I will." "Don't curse at her, young master," Meryl told him quickly as she worriedly looked at the door. "She will use it against you," she whispered. "Don't worry, I have found a solution. We will win the bet and that Beach will lose," he said, presenting a red-colored pill that he dropped as soon as he took it out of his storage ring. "Sheet, where did it go?" he asked, as he quickly found it rolling on the floor. "Young master, you must be more careful." Meryl smiled sweetly. Her young master was really clumsy. It was as if someone hit his hand, making the pill fly away. "What is this?" she asked. "A bloodline improving pill," he declared as he retrieved it. "Young master, were you scammed again?" She sighed. Her young master was a little naive sometimes. If it were not for that, he wouldn't have fallen into his sister's trap in the first place. "No, this time it's real," Mikhail said. "I met someone." He paused. "I will tell you later. Anyway, my master confirmed it." "Oh young master, you shouldn't really trust Master Channas completely. He was your sister's master before, you know. And he kicked her out because she was too lousy." "My master is a very reputable elf, Meryl." Meryl sighed. If the elven princess was lousy, what would that make him? She decided not to think about it. "Don't worry, this pill was gotten from a different source," he said with a reassuring smile. "Fine, let's get on with it," she sighed. As long as she could save her young master, everything would be fine. He shouldn't have betted with his sister just for her. She was a lowly human after all. It was not worth it risking his reputation for her. "First I want you to eat these," Mikhail said, slowly taking out a paper bag full of brown things that looked very similar to elven horse's dung. "Those are energy bars. They are full of nutrients. And if we want the bloodline improvement to succeed, you will need to eat them all," he said, in a strange apologetic voice. "Oh." Meryl nodded, immediately taking one and inspecting it. It had no smell at all. She hesitated for a moment, then put it in her mouth. She was starving as they didn't give her a lot of food here. She swallowed as she looked at Mikhail with sad eyes. "Young master, if you wanted me to eat sheet, you should have just asked. You didn't need to disguise it as something else," she said with a sad voice, looking at him with tears in her eyes. It was clear she just swallowed it earlier to follow his command. She had no idea her young master had degraded to this degree already. "Sheet? So that's what it tasted like." Mikhail finally figured it out. "It is not sheet though. It just tastes as such," Mikhail said. "Young master, are you sure you were not fooled?" Meryl asked. "Those things really looked and tasted like pieces of sheet." "I was not fooled. Those things were made out of some kind of mushroom," he said. "You should no longer feel hungry after eating one," Mikhail quickly clarified. Meryl asked, as for some strange reason, she truly no longer felt hungry. Wasn't this the effect of eating something this disgusting? "A friend, you will meet him later. Now eat the rest." "Sorry, you really need to eat them." "I had no idea that the young master had such weird hobbies," she said as she took one and began to eat it. She was clearly joking, but it didn't make eating all those any easier. Mikhail sighed watching her struggle. For some strange reason, the sight of her teary blaming eyes made him feel that he should bully her more. No, never. He was not a sadist elf. "Finished," Meryl finally said. "Good. Now take this," he said, giving her the pill. Meryl nodded, hesitating for a moment before looking at Mikhail. "What?" "Young master, if anything wrong were to happen to me, don't confront your sister," Meryl said seriously. Her intuition was telling her that this might also be a trap. "Don't worry," he said, squeezing his fist. "Just take it already, and let us win the bet and slap the face of that beach. Just promise." "Fine." Meryl sighed and put the pill in her mouth, then sat in a meditative pose. Mikhail watched nervously by her side. At first, Meryl was okay, just frowning a bit. Moments later it was as if she was having a fever, as sweat began to drip from her face and her hair strangely began to turn from black to purple just like Victor's. Mikhail gasped. The pill was real. Suddenly, as if possessed, Meryl began to scream in pain as she stood up. Mikhail hurried to her side, but moments later he was pushed by a wave of energy. The iron chains shaking her to the wall shattered, and Meryl began to float in midair with a strange dark energy field extending all around her. Mikhail tried to hurry and grab her, but he was pushed back again as all the clothes on her body burned, revealing an exquisite body. Mikhail wanted to look away, but his neck refused to turn. She was that beautiful. "Kaya!" she screamed, sending the entranced Mikhail back once more with a shock, making him hit the walls and making the cell shake. Mikhail gasped as he hurried to his feet and looked at her. Her eyes were no longer closed. They were wide open and shining as red as blood. She looked at him. From the depth of his heart, he felt it. Fear, terror, dread. For the first time in his elven life, he truly knew what those words meant. He shivered as if an apex predator was eyeing him. Every cell in his body told him to run away. He just looked back at her. No matter what, she was his Meryl. He didn't know how long it took, but he kept persisting, ignoring the blood that seeped out of his mouth, nose, and ears. He knew that he was getting injured badly, but he couldn't run away. If he left now, someone might interrupt her. He had to be here, in case the guards came. He had to protect her. Mikhail was really about to pass out when the oppressive energy finally subsided, allowing him to relax and steady his footing. Slowly, Meryl's eyes returned to normal. "We did it," she said as she looked at him. He couldn't hear it because his ear had long been damaged, but he could read her sweet lips as she smiled at him. She collapsed to the ground moments later. Mikhail didn't hesitate as he ran to check on her, putting her head gently on his lap as he checked her breath. She was alive. He could feel her heart beating strongly as he covered her body gently with his cape. She was alive, just collapsed out of exhaustion. Mikhail sighed in relief as he took a high-grade healing pill and then relaxed. What was that? He wondered as his internal organs began to heal up. What was that pressure he felt earlier? What was that dark energy? The way her eyes looked earlier seemed familiar. He got the answer to his question moments later when his ears healed and he could finally hear it. It was a very unique sound of a siren ringing from outside of the prison. This siren was only activated under one condition. The holy artifact had detected a demon inside of the city. And that guy was not located yet. No wonder the guards didn't come to disturb him. They had no time to care for him as they must have hurried to follow the protocol. Wait. Realizing something, Mikhail nervously looked at Meryl, who was now clutching onto him in her sleep. The way his body reacted earlier, that overbearing glare. HSSSSS. Could it be that Meryl was the demon? Chapter 420, Unexpected Escalation. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Everything was going perfectly. That's what Victor believed as he entered the cell behind Mikhail and looked at Meryl for the first time. He knew it immediately. She was really his sister. Name, Meryl. Level, 49. Abnormal status, Slave of the Sun Elves Curse, SS. Class, Dragon Maid. A. Authority, 4. Strength, 141. Agility, 140. Intelligence, 150. Luck, 14. Charm, 42. Order, 0. Skills, Dragon Roar, S. Trace Eraser, S. Hide Presence, S. Bow Art, A. Cleaning, A. Cooking, A. Charm, A. Bed Warming, B. Wind Step, B. Dagger Arts, C. Knitting, C. Washing, D. Stamina Boost, E. Poison Resistance, E. Stun Resistance, F. Bloodline, Elder Dragon, AAA 50%, Blood Spirit, S 50%. Equipment, Perfectly Cursed Shackles, SS, can only be removed by key or death. Fate, Fate's Power, E. Defined Fate, get raped by a demon then die. E. Appraising her, he sighed. She was another poor girl with a shitty fate. And from the way she interacted with Mikhail, he realized that the girl was already lost. Yup. He could tell that she was in love. She looked at Mikhail the same way Lily used to look at him before she went rabid. Anyways, Meryl was his sister, and as her younger brother, he had to fix her fate, and her crooked thoughts if possible. Watching Mikhail take out the poison pill, Victor quickly kicked it out of his hand, before replacing it with the real one in midair. Thankfully he managed to get here in time after subduing that alchemist. Watching Meryl eat the pill, Victor stepped back and quickly began to construct a disguise around the room. Just in case trouble happened and Meryl awakened some demonic power like Lara, he didn't want an army of angry elves breaking into this cell. After that he watched. At first, everything was going perfectly as planned. Meryl's hair color changed to purple and her bloodline slowly activated and then began to evolve. Although she had that additional blood spirit bloodline that she must have gotten from her mother, the blood purification pill that was made with the Von Weiss family's ancestors' blood as a base, shouldn't affect it. So, like in Lara's case, as the process continued, the Elder Dragon bloodline slowly evolved into a Noble Dragon bloodline, and a new unidentifiable bloodline appeared with a 2% concentration. This time Victor had the power to check it though, so he quickly activated his Akashic Scholar skill and appraised it again. Primal Devil, Concept, SSS. What was this? A concept? What the fuck was that? Although Victor had no idea how it happened, He knew that his thing was responsible for turning Lara's noble dragon bloodline into a devil dragon. But considering, like her and Lara, he inherited this from his father, why didn't his bloodline change? Why did he gain an additional primordial demon bloodline instead? Strange. Never mind that for now, he knew what to do. He was waiting until Meryl finished her awakening, intending to feed her some of his blood and make her his slave. This would help him disguise the demonic bloodline in case it changed later, like what happened with Lara. He did consider doing this before but feared his blood would interfere with the blood purification pill, in some unpredictable way, as he didn't do it. Hence he waited. Sadly for him, trouble happened minutes later. Meryl, all of a sudden, opened her eyes and screamed while floating in midair. Her bloodline didn't just improve, it was awakening. Knowing something was wrong, she hurried to her side intending to turn her into his slave, but he was a moment late as an energy wave erupted from her, rocking the cell. Like Mikhail, Victor was pushed back, hitting the wall, and when he looked back at Meryl, appraising her, he gasped. Her bloodlines had turned into a single bloodline, Devil Dragon, 100%, awakened. What? Didn't Lara's bloodline change after a few days? Why did it happen this quickly now? It was a good thing he had already isolated this entire cell. Victor didn't continue his thought before noticing something. That shout that sent him earlier seemed to have shattered his disguise. Not only the one on his body but the ones surrounding the cell. Hopefully, no one noticed those were his thoughts as he reactivated the disguise quickly. Thankfully Mikhail, who passed out momentarily, didn't notice him. Anyway, what to do now? Victor wondered as he watched Meryl complete her awakening. He couldn't approach her now, fearing that it would cause some kind of a reaction. Hopefully, nothing wrong would happen. Moments later, the sound of the sirens came. Although Victor didn't know what they meant, he had a very bad hunch. Giving Meryl one last look, he quickly passed an isolation talisman on the door before shifting out through it. Demons in the city. Quickly secure cells and prepare. Hurry. Did they find their location? Not yet, just an energy wave. It might be a gate. We will do a scan. As he ventured outside, Victor began to eavesdrop on the guards who hurried around. Victor sweated. This was close. Thankfully no one noticed that the source came from Meryl's cell, but the situation was messy. If those guys didn't find a demon soon, he was sure they would start doing some thorough investigation, so he needed to act. Giving the cell one last look, he hurried out of the prison into the chaotic streets. People were running all around like headless chickens to find shelter. It was clear that they had no preparation for a demonic invasion. All around, guards were arranging themselves while looking around. Elderly elves in golden grabs were floating in midair all around, using strange compass devices to scan around them. Those compasses were similar to the ones the Sun Temple priests were using, so Victor didn't fear them. He sighed as he hurried toward the main square where the security was even tighter. He had two choices. The first was just to make some noise and then run away. The second was to make the entire city chaotic and go all the way. Naturally, he chose the latter. Using this chance, he might as well probe how deep was the power of the elves. If the demon ran away too quickly, some people might get suspicious. He was also doing this for their own good. The elves needed to be more prepared in the future, and he was going to do them a favor. Yup, he was a good guy. Raising his hand into the air, he activated his demon bloodline to its fullest. Then using his disguise, creating the illusion of a demon breaking through the sky. Moments later, that exact spot was bombarded by 1,000 light beams. The city seemed to have some kind of automatic defense. Victor quickly adjusted the illusion to make it as if the demon survived and jumped away. He couldn't make the demon get defeated this easily. As expected, as soon as the demon ran away, many guards in golden garbs began following it, attacking it with all kinds of weapons. Victor sighed as he began to follow, then paused and dodged to the side by rolling on the ground to avoid a sharp weapon heading straight for his neck. It was a death line that appeared just in the nick of time, saving him. Damn it, his disguise was blown again. How? He jumped right up and looked back, activating his disguise skill again. It didn't work. Behind him, there were three men in black bronze armor. Their faces are covered by helmets that resemble demons' heads. One of them, who seemed to be in a trance, had a lantern in his hand. Lantern of the Sun. SSS. Divert all illusions. Area of effect, 100 feet. Cost. The holder will have to attract all of the illusions to himself. Cheat. This thing worked not by trying to disable the disguise, but by simply deflecting it. Victor, who slowly began to step back, had never seen anything like this, but it worked even on him. Damn it. The other two guards, noticing Victor's movements, ignored their friend who was taking all the illusions and was in a trance looking at the sky, and directly moved to surround Victor. Cheat. Victor cursed as he appraised them. They all had approximately the exact strange stats windows. Semicolon. Name, Totos 27 Sun Slave. Level, 0. Class, Demon Warrior. Abnormal status, Sun Lord's Oath, SSS. Slave of the Sun Elves Curse, SS. Obedient Curse, S. Dreams Suppress Curse, A. Authority, 1. Health, 9,971. Stamina, 98,440. Mana, 91,101. Strength, 997. Agility, 984. Intelligence, 911. Luck, 0. Charm, 12. Order, 0. Skills, Demonic Energy Resistance, SSS. Demonification, SSS. Forced Spear ARTS, SS. Halberd ARTS, SS. Blade ARTS, SS. Throwing ARTS, SS. Pain Tolerance, SS. Regeneration, SS. Fireball, SS. Fire Arrow, SS. Heat Resistance, SS. Stun Resistance, SS. Poison Resistance, SS. Sun Teleport, SS. Demonic ARTS, S. Hide Presence, A. Butcher, D. Search, E. Appraisal, F. Bloodline, Demon Kin, ###, Awakened. Fate, Fate's Power, F. Defined Fate, Slave of the Sun Lord. Destiny List, 10 order points to unveil. What the fuck was a Demon Kin? Victor had no idea, but after reading this status, he knew that he had to get rid of them. He slowly started to secretly take out his trusty poison needle, then stopped. The needle was one of his best weapons. He didn't dare to use it, fearing that someone might be watching. Just to make sure, he activated his fate vision all around him. There were all kinds of death lines, but one in particular connected both him and the 3 Demon Kin warriors, and its origin was the sun. Cheat. It must be that Sunlord bastard. Why did the situation escalate this fast? Damn it. Victor didn't hesitate and directly unsealed his primordial demon bloodline to its full extent. For the first time since his return, he was going to have to fight for real. Now that he was locked onto, only in the chaos of a battle, he might get a chance to run away. Messel was extra nervous as he sat in the cell, looking at the unconscious Meryl while wondering what to do. Was Meryl really a demon, or was this just a coincidence? Too bad she was completely cold, and he couldn't ask her. No matter what, he knew that he couldn't stay here. The situation was too risky, as the moment his sisters know that he succeeded in improving Meryl's bloodline, those beaches would never let her live. Seeing that the shackles that tied Meryl were already broken, Mikhail knew that, at the moment, nothing was stopping him from taking her to his estate. There, the guards wouldn't dare to go without his royal permission. And if his plan worked, his father's summon would arrive long before that. With this, he would be able to arrange things more comfortably, and his sisters would not be able to hurt Meryl. The question was how to get Meryl out. This was easy, but he needed to wait until the sirens stopped. After waiting for 30 minutes, they never did. What in elven hell was going on? Hesitating, Mikhail decided that no matter what, he should move. Staying here was not optimal. Hesitating for a moment, he made up his mind and took out a strange-looking old talisman from his ring. Then taking a deep breath, he pasted it on Meryl's back, blushing as he did it. He was a straight ELF. A straight ELF, damn it. He kept repeating that as he watched her face grow pale white as if she was a corpse. This rare talisman effect was to fake death. It was something he acquired a long time ago and had been keeping to save his life in case of emergency. He was also planning to use it to break Meryl out in case all plans failed. He was not going to let his sisters get their filthy hands on her. Anyway, carrying the now dead Meryl, wrapped in his coat. He slowly made his way out of the cell with an angry somber look on his face, as if he lost his bet and he was going to lose all his royal rights. He was ready to confront the guards, but to his surprise, there was none in the corridors. What was going on? He slowly descended one flight of stairs after another, but no guards were in sight. Strange. Finally, he reached the gate. There was a guard there, but he was too busy looking at the sky to notice Messil. In fact, all of the guards were there, all looking at the sky. Messil frowned and looked up. He saw nothing. "What's going on?" he asked, noticing the shared marks on some nearby tree buildings. "Some high demons managed to evade the guards and enter the city. Now they are battling the Imperial Guards. Too bad we could no longer see them from here." "Oh, anyway, wait, why are you carrying the girl out?" the guard asked as he readied his weapon. The shackles on her were released on their own, Mikil, making sure not to lie. Oh, the guard smirked. The shackles releasing her on their own meant that she was dead. "Still, you can take the corpse," he added as he moved to block Mikil. "Stop me," Mikil spat as he stepped forward, almost pushing the guard. The guard hesitated, then stepped back to the side. It was not worth the hassle. Mikil was dead meat anyway. Mikil glared at the guard, then walked out, headed toward Victor while ignoring the other guards who were smirking at him. "Don't worry, everything is all right," he whispered in Victor's ear as he laid Meryl on his back and then began to untie him. An explosion rocked the entire city, making Mikil, Victor, and the unconscious Meryl be thrown away, flying along with the guards in a wave of fire. Meryl quickly grabbed a nearby tree, then grabbed Meryl and Victor, stopping them from crashing, and activating a defense talisman as he looked toward the origin of the explosion. From this height up he could see everything. It was a sea of flames. The city was burning. In the sky, above the position where the royal palace should be, a giant palm made of fire was struck down, and pushing it back was a white-haired demon with two tall horns who had a cyclone of purple flame above him. Chapter 421. Victor vs. the Sun Lord. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The two demon warriors attacked ruthlessly. Victor could only passively deflect that guy's offense while stepping back, dragging them away from the square where the elven guards began to group themselves. The three warriors' status was about 100 to 200 points higher than Victor's own base status. Still, even after he fully activated his half-awakened demonic bloodline to the limit, giving him a 20% boost slightly higher than theirs, he was having a difficult time. Not only were their weapons sharp, but their armor was infused with some kind of energy that absorbed most of the energy of any hit he landed on them. And they kept attacking using a strange formation that boosted their abilities. Were those guys real demons? No, their status windows were similar to players. They reminded him of someone. Yes, Lynn. They had similar status, but still, unlike her, those two felt strange, as if they were some kind of demon hybrid, not just possessed. That's what his demonic senses were telling him. "What the hell are you?" Victor asked in the demonic language, just to make sure. The attackers didn't respond as they pressed him harder. Those guys were more proficient in their weapons than Victor, forcing him into a very hard fight. He parried with the broadsword that he grabbed from his storage. He could feel it. The fight that had just gotten started was getting harder every second. It was as if they were adjusting their technique to counter his. He pondered activating his Chaos Dragon bloodline too. Although he was sure he would be able to overpower those three if he did so, he chose not to at the moment. Making the enemy underestimate your strength was one of the basics of fighting from the shadows. He feared that if he appeared too overpowered too early, they might send some other guys like those against him. He was safe to assume there might be others from the way those guys were named with numbers, and if they were to surround him, he might not be able to escape safely without revealing all his cards. Yes, he needed to escape, and he had to do it fast, as he could notice many elven guards beginning to arrange themselves around the street where he was fighting. His goal to create chaos was mostly achieved after all. His first step for now was to get the guy with the sun lantern. That thing was disabling his disguise. But how to do it? The other guys were protecting him at all times. That guy, who should have been under the effect of Victor's disguise due to the artifact's effect, was perfectly cooperative with them. Just how? One of the demon warriors suddenly made an impossible move and attacked Victor from an impossible angle. That was close. Damn it. Victor cursed as he parried just in time, then began to roll on the ground to escape the other guy's attack. Damn it. Those guys were playing dirty, using that sun teleportation technique to teleport into his blind spots. Damn it. This was his technique. They attacked again, but this time as they hit, Victor managed to hit the attacker back, sacrificing his shoulder in exchange for hitting the warrior's helmet with all his force, denting it and forcing him to roll back, putting some distance as he inspected his injury. His clothes were slashed. Thankfully, the sword could not penetrate his demonic skin, only leaving a scratch, but it hurt like hell. 3 Suns Poison, SSS. Cheat. Those guys' blades were poisoned. It was not enough to poison him though. His poison resistance skill was already maxed out. Not fair. Victor yelled as he looked at his opponent, who stopped in place with his helmet turned into a C shape after taking Victor's hit. Their warrior was not affected. He reached for the helmet and pulled it off, revealing an ugly melting face that appeared to be the result of a mix between a human and a slug. It wiggled as that guy looked at Victor with angry eyes. 5 eyes. Was this a demon kin? How were those guys made? Victor had no idea. But it was time for him to get out of here. So he took out a bunch of smoke bombs and threw them around, making all of a sudden a smoke screen as he used the shadow shifting skill to go into the building behind. Damn it. He was at a disadvantage. If any more of those guys were to appear, he would really be in a bad situation. He appeared in a wooden sauna bath, not caring about the fat naked female elf who was there. He hurried to run, using his disguise skill as he tried to put some distance from the warrior with the lantern. He just needed to get out of that artifact's area of effect and attack from a distance. It took him just 43 seconds to leave the building from the other side, appearing into a back alley. Bam! His illusion shattered again as a blade dug into his neck. It only left a scratch as Victor jumped back. The 3 demon warriors were waiting for him. No. They had an additional one. There were 4 now. Cheat. How the hell did they find his location? Victor wondered as he quickly dodged to the side and threw a needle at one of the attackers who teleported and appeared next to him. The needle was only coated with a normal poison, so naturally, it was totally ineffective. That guy didn't even care to pull it out and kept focusing on their target. Victor had just used the chaos to throw a curse-dispelling talisman on that guy. He felt naked without it, and no, he was not into exposure fetish. What to do? Victor, who was getting cornered in a back alley, began analyzing his options. He had many methods yet to try. Some were more dangerous than others. He just needed to perfectly analyze his enemies before revealing any new techniques. Wait, since those guys were demons in a sense, could his demonic powers work on them? How dare you attack this seat? He yelled at them, activating his bloodline to the fullest. He was not sure, but he could only try it. It worked. They hesitated for 3 seconds before attacking him again after shaking their heads. It was as if someone commanded them. Was it one of the curses, or the Sun Lord's oath? Those guys had too many overlapping controls on them to tell. Activating his Akashic Scholar skills, Victor asked as he fought. WHO is commanding those guys. 577,978 order point required. Insufficient funds. Sheet. He cursed as he carried to the side. He didn't need the system's answer. It was definitely a lord. Damn it. He was not ready to face a hidden enemy boss. It was still too early. His feelings were not ready. He thought they would have to progress slowly first, getting to know each other and such. It must be also that guy who was locating him and sending them his location. Their coordination might also be his doing. Still, why wasn't that guy attacking by himself? Could it be that he was toying with him? Or was there any other reason? Never mind that a smart guy never attacks by himself. Victor, who kept fighting aimlessly, he thought, needed to get rid of the lantern first so he would be able to move freely. He had just the way for that. Kneel. Victor screamed, activating all his power as he roared at the demonkins. Again, the 3 guys paused. It was for 1 second this time as their puppeteer was prepared, but this period was enough for Victor to attack one of them using a Windblade skill, something that he had never done before in this fight. As expected, this took them by surprise, but his attack only left a shallow wound on the unprepared guy's skin, barely piercing through the armor that shimmered with bright light to stop his attack. Their warrior roared in rage and then jumped at Victor in response, aiming to use the opening Victor left to strike him, but his target suddenly turned into smoke. Using the shadow shifting, Victor passed through that guy's body, aiming at the lantern with his sword. Too bad the guy holding it, without even looking at Victor, immediately bent around and protected the artifact with his body like an armadillo. Victor's sword barely scratched the guy's armor before he was forced to retreat as the three other warriors attacked him from behind. Victor smiled as he made a backflip and then attacked again. The demon warriors prepared to parry, but suddenly from behind them an attack landed, injuring one of them. It was their friend, the one with the lantern. He screamed like a madman, then began to attack his friends with the lantern that was chained to his neck, dangling randomly. It worked. Victor had gambled that those guys were not really following the Lord's commands with their own will. They had too many curses for that. The demon aura they were emitting was too savage for them to be sane. That's why he had just used the chaos to activate his curse dispelling skill on that guy, easily breaking every curse but the Sun Lord's oath that didn't seem to be affected. This was enough to cause the demon warrior to rampage. He also kept shaking his head while attacking. It was as if someone was screaming at him, but he was not listening. Due to the situation, the three other demon warriors had to turn and defend themselves, allowing Victor to attack again from the back. They could only parry to the side to avoid being cornered, allowing him to reach the rampaging guy and try to steal the lantern. Too bad. Victor's sword was totally useless against the chain. It took only a split second, but Victor was cornered. Deciding to make a sacrifice, he allowed the rampaging demon to strike at him with his claws and another attack to pierce at him from the back with a sword, as he used all his force to hit the artifact itself with his hand. Bam! The lantern shattered as Victor used shadow shifting again to escape. By the time the two remaining warriors reached Victor's side, he was no longer there. Using his shadow shifting, he hurried into a nearby building, scaring an elderly elf as he ran away while activating his disguise again. It felt comfortable, as if he got dressed in a warm bathrobe after a cold shower. This time he didn't appear outside directly but kept shadow shifting throughout the adjacent buildings while activating all the disguises his skill could achieve. Finally, after 10 minutes of running, he walked out from the last building to an empty street. It was near the palace, as far as possible from the main square. No one would suspect he was here with all the soldiers searching the city. Now, all he needed was to lay low, and he will be a free young master again. No, he couldn't. All around him, there were more than 500 fully armored demon-kin warriors surrounding every escape route, and his disguise was not working again. Why? Those guys had no lanterns. He quickly found his answer in his log. Sunlord Domain. Visual illusions are revealed. All non-fire-based attacks are weakened. All without Sunlord Blessing cannot use skills sheet. This was his worst nightmare. Although Victor could easily ignore the skills restriction due to his authority, he could not overturn the illusions rule that didn't affect him directly. This situation was tricky. Should he just disable the curses on all those people? Nah, it would be too tricky, as he will need to touch them. He didn't believe that their boss would let him do as he pleased. He had one last choice, and he really didn't want to do this. Well, whatever. All people need to grow up to face their fears at one point or another. He sighed and looked at the sky. Sun Lord, come down and face me if you are a man, Victor yelled as he stepped back, dodging an attack. No one replied. Could it be the Sun Lord was a woman? Bastard. I only came here for revenge after that beach princess stole my artifact, Victor said, throwing a bait to help me kill. Do you really want me to use all my strength and ruin your city? No reply. The demon warriors attacked, and Victor cursed as he dodged to the side. Bastard. Victor screamed as he began getting cornered, fracking him to begin using the Chaos Steps skill for the first time, dodging the attacks landing all around him. He could easily sow those as death threads began clouding his vision from all directions. Stop, he screamed. If you spare this seat, I will tell you about Lord Zephyr, he added, appearing desperate. It worked. The demon warriors who were now completely surrounding Victor paused their attacks. In the sky, Slowly the air began to shimmer, and then the mirage of a man slowly solidified. Yes, it was a man. Or it would be better described as the ghost of a man who was made out of sunlight, only his eyes were like two suns, and by just looking at him, Victor could feel his eyes burn. Name, Sol de Sol. Status, -1 avatar. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10. An avatar? Victor frowned and then began to look around before smiling as he noticed an elf general standing with other elf guards behind a barricade to one side. Name, Sol de Sol. Zendobi Sol. Level, 120,551. Class, Sunlord. U. Subclass, War Drummer. F. Affinity, Sun. Affinity rank, Triangle, 11%. Status, Authority, 21,277. Strength, 441,079. Agility, 449,244. Intelligence, 450,051. Luck, 49. Charm, 66. Order points, 1,004,799. Skills, error retrieving data. Lord, database field connection is severed. Fate, error retrieving data. Lord, field unavailable. Bloodline, True Sun Elf, S. Awakened. Equipment, Flame Golden Chain, SSS. Light Armor, SSS. Cinder Eye, SSS. Topos Staff, SS. Hyper Defense Talisman, SSS. Wow, this guy was too cautious. Still, he was plenty strong, weaker than that girl, but strong nonetheless. Victor pondered for a moment if he would be able to kill him with the soul poison. Even if he succeeded, it would upset the balance in the world too much. Right now, all he needed was to probe things thoroughly. Zephyr is still here? The Sun Lord asked directly in an ethereal voice after he looked around. Victor stared at the one in the sky. That man was appraising him, so Victor naturally showed him a totally fabricated status sheet. Disguise of internal status could not be negated easily as Victor was casting the disguise on that date itself. Speak, the man said, smirking after making sure that Victor was not that strong. He didn't leave it, he was all a part of his plan. Victor said, from experience, he knew that demons from different factions like to betray each other, so his actions were not strange. He also took the chance to warn the Sun Lord. Oh, where is he hiding? That info is not for free, Victor replied. I will spare your sorry life as a payment, the man said arrogantly. You will give me the princess too. I will think about it. I need an oath. You don't deserve it, you have 30 seconds. Fine, Victor sighed. Lord Zephyr is planning to use the Sun Temple against you. Most of the guys there are already possessed by demon souls. He usually hides in one of them. I am not sure which one. Victor casually fabricated a lie, half a lie. Oh, the Sun Lord didn't seem surprised. I need his exact location. Even I can't know that, Victor said. Then we don't have a deal. Attack, bastard. Victor cursed as the warriors started to ready their weapons again. I can spare you if you tell me about the artifact you are looking for, the Sun Lord suddenly said as he raised his hand, making the warriors pause. Victor frowned as he looked down and tried to resist the urge to smile. It worked. He just disguised his status, adding the Sun Lord's blessing to the abnormal status, and when the Sun Lord raised his hand, he could hear his voice in his head, telling him to stop. And yes, even the system skills were now getting fooled by his disguise thanks to the Lord targeting everyone with the Lord blessing tag in his vicinity. Now Victor knew how the demon warriors were getting controlled. And everything after will be easy. Answer. The Sun Lord spat. Go fuck yourself, filthy ALF, Victor said coldly. He no longer needed to humor this idiot. Then die. The Lord screamed angrily as he commanded his demon warriors legion. They quickly raised their weapons and attacked. Not Victor, but the hidden Lord in the back. What? The Lord was flabbergasted as his carefully raised warriors began attacking him and all the elf guards around him religiously. Stop, he ordered, but they didn't listen. He had no idea that Victor, who now knew how he commanded them, began doing a man-in-the-middle attack using his F-rank telepathy skill. When the Lord told them to attack, Victor quickly used the same voice to tell them the elven guards in the back. When the Lord told them to stop, Victor casually added, hesitating. When he said attack the demon, Victor added kin. When the Lord said, don't attack the guards, Victor added lightly. So naturally, as the commands got corrupted, all the warriors started destroying everything, from the buildings to the trees. It only took 5 full minutes for the Lord to finally lose hope of gaining control over his men, but at that point, half of the city was already in a sea of flames. Damn it. The Sun Lord, who could no longer play it safe, finally raged. Sleep, he commanded. He didn't want to lose his army over something this stupid. Seconds later, all the demon warriors fell to the ground asleep in the middle of a sea of elven guards' corpses. It was a total mess. Damn it. Where is that demon? He quickly found him. Stop, the Lord commanded as he raised his hand. Victor, who was now resembling a goat, had secretly sneaked away using the chaos, was already a few miles away out of the city. Suddenly, he felt the ground pull at him. He froze in place with a strange skill beginning to constrain him. Damn it, he cursed. Failed again. He tried activating his chaos steps and shadow shifting, but they could only move him a few feet away. Nothing worked. Wait, he exclaimed, seeing the death threads that began to fill his vision. Die. The Sun Lord spat directly as a palm of fire suddenly condensed in the sky and descended, giving Victor no chance to speak. He was so angry that he just wanted to get rid of this bastard demon. Cheat, Victor cursed as he activated his X-ranked heavenly fire skill for the first time, fighting fire with fire. Boom. When the two attacks met, a huge explosion sent a shockwave, scattering everything around. Despite that, Victor, who was firmly constrained by the Sun Lord's powers, was not swept yet away as he planned to. Cheat. He cursed as everything burnt. He had to resort to his last resort. How dare you attack this seat? In a sea of flames, Victor, who could only fight back, screamed as he pushed the flaming palm out with his own flames that were so strong that it ate at the Lord's attack itself. Victor had to confess that this skill was really overpowered, as his flames that could burn everything felt like an extension of his own will. He could control them freely to focus all their energy on the oncoming attack. But still, despite all that, it was futile. The difference in strength between him and the Sun Lord was just too big. Damn it. Just wait. My father will take revenge for me, Victor screamed in desperation just as his mana was about to run out. The skill consumed a lot of energy. Bang! The Sun Lord's palm landed, turning 3 entire square miles of land into a sea of lava. Thankfully, no sun elves were hurt this time, as it was outside the city where only lowly slaves lived. The Lord didn't care about the damage as he slowly began to float in midair, carefully approaching where the demon was. Looking at the remains, he smirked and relaxed. On the ground, in the lava, there was only a golden skill book and a scorched old cauldron floating in the middle of the fire. Those were the drops from the vanquished demon. Chapter 422. Something wrong. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. As soon as the heavenly fire vortex began to crumble under Sun Lord's palm, Victor acted in a split second, using the flames to surround his body. He quickly a demon from the ones he kept in the cauldron, then entered it at the exact next moment. It had to be perfect for the Sun Lord to earn the experience point just as the hit landed. Thankfully, Victor had the idea to get some demons for such situations as soon as he heard about the world's state from the elven girls. That's why headed to the border town and then took the time to go visit the demon lands before to capture a few. He was planning to save this bailout strategy after stealing that supposed X-ranked artifact, but this encounter forced him to use it early. When everything failed, the best strategy was to retreat and play dead. That's why he did it. He had to make a good show for it to work though, so when he ran away earlier, knowing that his escape was futile, he purposely chose an area outside of the mostly empty city, making sure all the slaves who worked there were scared away before he used the heavenly fire skill to convince the Sun Lord that this was putting on a real fight. Skills like the heavenly fire were usually forbidden skills that could only be used by sacrificing the user's life. Even for him, It was very hard to maintain with his current mana reservoir. On top of that, he had to make his act without activating his Chaos Dragon bloodline required to use the skill efficiently. At the moment, all he had to do was wait a few days for things to cool down. As the cauldron belonged to him, no one would be able to put it in a storage ring. He was sure it would be kept in some vault somewhere, and he didn't mind stealing that as a payment for his earlier award-worthy performance. The only thing he was worried about was Meryl, whom he couldn't really go and help her now. Although he made sure to spread his demonic power all over the city to throw off all their detection devices, he was not sure how long this trick would work. If his calculations were correct, as long as that girl didn't actively activate her bloodline, no one would find a thing. The elves didn't find him until he activated it himself after all. Hopefully, Meryl was as smart as he expected when he first saw her. If not, there was nothing really he could do other than to go and save her again. After reading Meryl's fate, now he was pretty sure that the pits that Mikkel talked about were a place where they made demons mate with normal people. That might be the origin of the demonkin. If Meryl were to be found out, she would most likely end up there. It was her fate after all. Damn it, he was now really regretting not making her his blood slave. That would have saved him a lot of trouble. Forgetting about all that, Victor, who didn't want to think about gloomy things and had nothing better to do, decided to go and let the two elf girls console him a little bit. They have rested enough. Meryl opened her eyes and sat up abruptly before she began to look around. She was in a luxurious bed, in a luxurious room, her young master's room. What was she doing here? Wasn't she in prison? Slowly she began to remember what happened, how her young master came to her with that blood-purifying pill, and how she felt as the process went on. It hurt like hell. She remembered resisting passing out with all her will, but then the world turned black. Did it succeed? She wondered as she looked at her palm. It didn't feel like it was hers, as the skin was white, smooth, and tender. The numerous blisters she had from when she first learned how to use a sword were no longer there. She hurried to pull up her sleeve and check her arm, checking a spot where years ago she had taken an arrow for her young master. The scar was gone. So did the whip marks from when she angered that beach princess and ended up being punished by the royal guards. Wait, this shirt she was wearing was her young master's. Why? Wait, she did remember shattering her clothes back then. Did that mean? Meryl blushed at the mere idea. Impossible. How can the noble young master think about her like that? She was just a lowly human. Meryl, I was going to wake you up, someone said, startling her. It was her young master, Mikkel, who entered the room with a tray. On it was a bowl of soup. Young master. She quickly wanted to jump out of bed and take it off his hands. Ever since an accident 2 months ago when it was discovered that all the staff were in fact spies for the young master's sisters, the mansion had no maids except for her. Stay there, Male said as he slowly approached her, putting the tray in front of Meryl. Eat, he ordered. Young master, but this is an order. We have a lot to talk about, and you must be starving, he sighed. Finish quickly, make yourself presentable, and then find me in the living room. There is someone I need you to meet, he said, his expression a little dark. Who? She asked, inspecting the soup. It was as expected. A carrot soup. Carrots were the holy food of all long-eared noble creatures. You will see, Mikkel said. Also, don't leave the mansion or open any of the windows, he added as he walked out. As a gentle self, he had strict rules of being with servants when they had their meals. Feeling strange, Meryl, who was very hungry for some reason, quickly gulped down the soup that tasted as bad as any dish that a sun elf cooked. After that, she jumped out of bed and hurried to put on her maid costume that was laid neatly on a chair nearby. As she dressed up, she finally noticed it as she adjusted herself in front of the golden mirror. Her hair, it was now purple. She was a little startled at first, but she quickly remembered the wanted flyers Mikkel showed her when she was young. Quite a few of the ones who were with her mother had purple hair too. Could it be that their blood was awakened too? Thinking about many things as she made sure she was all tidied up, she hurried to the living room downstairs, where Mikkel was waiting for her. The first thing she noticed as she entered was the elven horse, who stood to the side, acting a little lost, wondering why the Fuki was in the living room and not in the stable. Young master, sit down, we have a lot to talk about, Mikkel said. Meryl silently obeyed. First of all, I need to ask, are you a demon? He said, glancing at the elven horse and then at Meryl again. Not as far as I know. she said with a frown, hiding her hesitation. She does remember feeling a strange surge of power when her bloodline was awakening. Wait, she quickly began to check her status window. Then why does this revealing ring say otherwise? Mikkel asked, taking out a demon revealing ring and pointing it at her. What? Meryl asked nervously as she looked at him. In her status window, it didn't have a bloodline field, but she had 5 new skills. One of them was demonification. Could she really be a demon? Mikkel frowned. The ring didn't react. It was reacting faintly a few hours earlier though. My mistake, he sighed in relief. It was as if a huge load had gotten off his chest. It must be that demon making me see illusions and wrecking all the measuring devices off. Oh, Meryl sweated a little as she also sighed in relief. What demon? She quickly looked up and asked. Some crazy demon infiltrated the city as you were awakening your bloodline, he said as he gave her a pill. Really? What is this? She asked as she put it in her mouth. She had absolute trust in him. Just a pill, he said nervously. It was the antidote for the paralyzing poison he gave her earlier, just in case she turned out to be a demon and attacked him. Oh, never mind then, she said, playing dumb despite realizing something. What about that demon? What happened to it? It was a mess. Half the city is on fire, Mikkel sighed. If it were not for the Sun Lord's direct interference, many would have died. What? Really? She asked. Yup. The Lord just squished him with one palm, Mikkel said in a worshipping tone. Why did it come here? Meryl, looking at her status window, asked nervously. Yeah, I am not sure, but from what I heard, apparently, one of my sisters stole something from it. Now all of those beaches were dragged to the dungeons to be questioned, Mikkel said as he began to chuckle. Now that the matter of Meryl was solved, he could finally relax. Oh, that's good. Meryl sighed in relief. Yup, hopefully. His Highness, the Sun Lord, will skin them alive. Meryl smiled. Anyway, thanks to that the hearing for the bet had been delayed. Hopefully, by the end of this, I will end up being the only living heir, saving us all the trouble. Meryl nodded. Although she didn't like the idea of siblings fighting each other, those elven princesses were too evil. Who did you want me to meet? She asked after 5 minutes of silence. Ah yes, Mikkel quickly remembered. It is about the blood cleansing pill. It was given to me by your brother, Mikkel said. What? Brother? Yes. He entered this world recently, and had been searching for a trace of his family members who were lost here. The first one he found was you. Hearing about you from an outcast, Mikkel said, turning to the elven horse. Look, he has the same purple hair as you now. He added. It really had a purple mane. This is your brother, Mikkel said, looking at the elven horse that began to show on the couch with complex eyes. The elven horse? She asked as she looked at the elven horse. It looked back, then resumed its meal. Was this some kind of a new play by her young master? It is not an elven horse, Mikkel whispered, clarifying. Victor, your brother, used his shape-shifting skill to turn into one in order to come with me into the city undetected, he quickly explained. He was really worried about you after I told him about the bet. Oh, and you believed him? She asked. Her young master was really too trusting of people. His master saved my life. He knew too many things to be a fake, and the pill was real. I see. She sighed. Then why isn't he turning back? Didn't you activate the isolation array around the mansion? I tried telling him that, Mikkel said with a sigh, but apparently, when he was flung away by the last explosion in the battle earlier, he hit his head. He shrugged. Now it appears as if there is something wrong with him. I tried giving him a healing pill, but it didn't work. Meryl gave the elven horse an examining look, then looked back at Meryl with strange eyes. It was as if she was asking him if this was for real. I am telling the truth, Mikkel exclaimed. Meryl's looks really sent shivers down his spine. Meryl frowned, then as if she remembered something she looked at Mikkel. Can you describe what he looks like? Maybe that would help him remember. She quickly added. Oh yes, he looked like all humans still. He was prettier than average, with silky long purple hair, dark eyes, a perfect nose. He said, looking at the elven horse, and missing the way Meryl nodded. What was he dressed like? She asked. A black cloak, nothing special. Now he should be naked though, Mikkel commented. Naked? Yes, he had to shapeshift, you know. Did you see him do that? Get naked? Shapeshift? Of course not. Directly though he was naked I had to look away. McKill clarified. But he was acting perfectly fine before I entered the prison. I see. Meryl, as if confirming something, said. I think all we can do is to see if he heals by himself in a few days. She added. We can't take him to a doctor after all. I know. McKill sighed. Chapter 423. In the dungeon. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Clear. Mike shouted as soon as he finished slaying the last undead troll in the large hall. Clear, clear. Many shouts from the clearing team repeated as they rearranged themselves in formation. All clear, Primus declared as Anne, Theodore and the rest of the team began to look around. Secure doors, check the hall for traps, collect the gems, and rest a bit. Theodore quickly gave commands to the guards who hurried to do their duties under the pale blue light that the algae in the stone walls emitted. Just how long should we keep descending? Octavia asked as she put her bag down and sat on it to rest. She looked at the exit door. She was 99% sure there was a stair behind like all the ones she had crossed before. This was already the 50th floor. They were practically deep under the volcano mountain. Stop fucking whining, Anne scolded as she hurried to inspect the murals on the walls and began to draw something in her notebook with quick and precise sketches. This was something every elite dungeon explorer knew must be done. Most of the time these drawings and figures on the dungeon's wall contained a lot of useful information. I am just worried about my kids, Octavia said in a low voice, glancing at Theodore with envy. Her brother was their mother's spoiled kid. She never scolded him. I am worried about my kids too, Theodore replied in a genuinely worried tone. But they are already adults. They should manage to survive on their own. He added, it is just that this place is too treacherous. I have never been in a dungeon like this, Octavia said. What with all these drawings of demons on the walls? Weren't demonic signs in dungeons bad luck? They are, Anne said absent-mindedly as she began deciphering the symbols on the walls. She was the only one who understood ancient pictographs to some extent thanks to an encounter with a devilishly handsome man who taught her the basics. But the ones though are not about demonic worshipping, but the opposite. It seems like they were fighting some demon and the walls contain the records of their victory. The demons seemed to have come from a hole in the sky and the people fought them and one after some great flame appeared in the sky turning them into deities, she said, wondering about the pictogram on the men's heads. She was not sure if that was what it meant. Could it mean players? No. The symbol of a player was something else. Then what turned them into zombies? Octavia asked. No idea. We have to go to the next floor to continue the story, Anne said. But there was something very dangerous locked inside here, as the doors are locked from the outside, and not from the inside. We better be careful. Our mother. There is a boss here of course. It is dangerous, Octavia said, making a point. Idiot. No wonder you married that low man with your superficial thoughts, Primus smeared. What do you mean? What does my husband have to do with this? Octavia flared. Primus always liked to poke at her and her husband. He never liked him. Stop arguing. And Primus is right. The most dangerous thing in dungeons like this is not always the boss. Dark and evil things might be sealed somewhere. Anne explained. Didn't Victor encounter something like this a while back? She asked Theodore. Yes, the Players' Academy in Vane City found a low-ranking dungeon for the students for their first experience, but some idiot seemed to have triggered a mechanism and released a high-ranking demon inside. Theodore explained to Octavia. It changed the dungeon's ranking immediately. Oh, your son survived? Octavia asked. She was not really privy to Theodore's family matters. After she left the family, she became an outsider. Yes, Theodore nodded. He is very gifted. Seriously? Don't believe him. Patrick, who finished collecting the gems, interjected. That guy just stayed in the back and let the girls fight for him. If it were not for that lass Zoe finding that holy weapon and defeating the demon, they would have all died. Theodore just glared at Patrick. He couldn't argue with that. He read the secret reports, the ones the public had no access to. Escaping danger when many died is also a gift though, Anne said, supporting Victor and making everyone a little shocked as she confirmed their guess. Victor was really Grandma's boy. Exactly. Theodore nodded, making everyone sigh as they carried on with their tasks. Have you rested enough? and said as she stood up after making sure she had inspected the entire mural. Yes, everyone nodded. Let's go to the next floor. I understand, Theodore said as he slowly walked toward the door, planning to inspect it for traps, but suddenly, bang bang, someone began banging on the door from the other side, making Theodore jump back in alert. Everyone paused what they were doing and prepared their weapons. Bang, bang, bang. The hits were getting harder and harder. It was like how a cheating man would bang on a locked door, wanting to escape before his wife got the shotgun, and gestured to one of the men to take a look. He sighed, silently cursing why it had to be him, as he slowly approached the door, removing the metallic bar that closed it. Then he jumped back as he pulled at it. The door slowly opened and from behind a slime monster ran inside in a hurry. Then, giving everyone a fantastic look, it turned around, shut the door, and barred it again before turning around again. "What the hell is that?" some exclaimed. "Mom." The slime yelled and began to cry as he ran toward them. What was this? Some kind of a mimic? Everyone prepared for battle. "Stop," and said, realizing something as Octavia ran to the slime and began cleaning him up. It was her son, Zed. What the hell happened to him? Bang, bang. Before anyone could ask a question, the door started to be banged again. This time it was clear that it was not a human, as the entire metallic door frame shook, and from behind they could hear the howling of some kind of a monster. "It is an undead cyclops. Don't let it come," Zed howled in his mother's embrace. "Let me handle it," Michelle said, shooting Zed a disgusted glare as he slowly walked toward the door, standing right before it without opening it. He raised his hand and touched the door while closing his eyes as the door was assaulted from behind. Slowly he became familiar with the pattern that the Cyclops used. Waiting until right when the next attack was about to come, Mike took a breath, then punished the door using his Void Punch skill. At precisely the same moment the Cyclops attacked from the back. Bam! The door shook. No, it was as if the space itself shook. Then everything went silent. The Cyclops was clearly dead. "Lady Iris, what do you think?" George asked as he placed a cup of coffee in front of her. She was sitting at her father's desk flipping through a pile of files. "Other than him being mean to his siblings, there is nothing still. His reaction back then was just too sus," Iris replied as she flipped through the files. They contained Max's actions for the last few days, especially after he heard about their father's plan to awaken all his descendants. "Exactly," George nodded, looking fondly at Iris. Of all of Theodore's awakened offspring, she was the most suitable one for management roles, so naturally, her father left her in charge of the operation here as a test of sorts. "Did Rex leave the infirmary?" she asked. Her father gave her the mission to keep an eye on him. "He already explained what he did to Lara before." Not yet. Lady Lara seemed to have hit him harder than we guessed. George sighed. Theodore had already told him Lara's power was due to her bloodline upgrade, but it was really surprising to witness it again and again. "Oh," Iris paused. "He deserved it for picking a fight with her. She is his damn little sister." "I am still not sure if he is really an idiot, or if someone is still controlling him." Iris sighed. She only met Rex once before, and she was not sure about his character other than what she read in the files. From her experience, a person's real character can differ a lot from what people might see on the outside. Victor, for example, might appear as a huge pervert, but as he was the one who saved her before, she knew that he was a good and caring brother. He even helped Lara when no one else noticed. "From my experience, it could be either." George sighed. When he was a kid, Rex was very competitive, and had the tendency of getting his ass handed to him by Lady Alice and young Master Mike. He might be still holding a grudge. George shrugged. "How about Max? What was he like as a kid?" she asked. "As toxic as a snake," George said, keeping his voice down. Oh, Iris didn't expect that answer. George seemed to really not like Max. More than once he tried to frame Lady Alice and young Master Mike by making them break the family rules. George sighed. The last time he did it, he almost got them. Fortunately, Master Theodore figured out his ploy in time and sent him away to join the ruins exploration team as soon as he finished his awakening ceremony. They say rough environments straighten people up. He doesn't seem to be straight enough for me, Iris said, relaxing in her seat. Although Max's fill didn't contain anything bad, It was just too clean. Ever since he returned from the expedition team 1 year ago, every report about them was how diligent and thorough he was. He never got into a fight and never abused the family's power. He didn't even have his own team, something most of the other heirs had one way or another. It was like he was acting extra cautious to not break any rules. If you feel the same. George nodded as if reading her mind. You seem interested in Roy, he asked, changing the subject. He is a good guy. She nodded. Ever since I saw him, I felt that I should help him when I am with him. I really feel we are a family. She explained. Does that sound strange? She asked, frowning a little. Not really, George said. He also likes Roy. He read his file, how he worked hard to earn the money to help his mother send his sisters to school and help his sickly little sister. Such a guy deserved to be respected. Hopefully, when father returns we can move on with the ritual, she sighed. Yes, George sighed. How is the situation on the island? Iris asked in a worried tone, noticing George's reaction. Still no news, he said. The emergency elder hall had been activated per the protocol and they have already taken control. Still, we will have to wait for another 48 hours for them to make an official announcement. Oh, she sighed. Don't worry, Mistress Anne is way more powerful than anyone knows. And there are hidden guardians on the island. Everything will be fine, he said, reassuring her. I hope so, she said. At the same time, deep in the dungeon. How the hell did you get here? Where are the others who were with you? Anne asked as she inspected the decayed Cyclops corpse that the guards retrieved from behind the door. It was as if it was made out of solid gold, decaying very hard gold if that made any sense. Mike's punch shattered its body from the inside, turning it into a goo that seeped from its orifices, yet its outer skin was still intact, a testament to how sturdy it was. Zed, who calmed down, had already gulped down 2 water bottles and was ready to talk. It was all Alice's fault, he said, making Mike look at him with very sharp eyes. What do you mean? Theodore asked in an intimidating tone. He didn't like anyone shifting the blame to his kids. Well, it all started last night, Zed began to explain. We found this temple in the forest. Weren't you stationed on the beach? Theodore asked. We finished taking care of the monsters early. Alice and Zoe wanted to go deeper, Zed explained, pointing out that it was Alice's idea. Oh, Theodore said as Octavia glared at him. Continue then, what happened at the temple? Yes, it was a strange temple with many murals of strange fox people, but other than that, I didn't notice anything interesting, so we decided to spend the night there as it was safe and Alice wanted to study that place. And? Anne asked, giving the murals a look and then turning again to face Zed, with a frown. We had a quick meal then went to sleep, Zed explained. I woke up to Alice shouting as the temple shook, then something grabbed me and dragged me into the ground that turned into some kind of a quicksand. The next thing I knew was that I was in this strange dungeon. And that thing started following you after that? Octavia asked. I explored a little first, calling for Zola and the others. I might have alerted it somehow, he said. After I encountered it and broke my sword trying to injure it, I started running. How long have you been escaping from it? Theodore asked. About 9 to 10 hours. You survived that for 3 hours. Everyone looked at Zed with suspicious gazes. I wasn't running all the time. It seemed to like eating everything in its way, so any other monsters that appeared served as a distraction as I ran away and hid, but it always found me again, he clarified. I see, Anne said. Maybe we should hurry up, Theodore suggested in a worried tone. Anne hesitated. Fine. Since this Cyclops had probably already cleared most of the way, we can hasten our descent a bit but never let your guard down, she added, giving Zed a glance, before looking at the murals again, just to make sure. This entire place was meant as a prison to trap an evil dragon. The temple that Zed encountered might have been an offerings site. Giving offerings was one of the best ways to empower a seal. It could also be something else. No matter what, she needed to go down to check on Zoe and Alice. Hopefully, they were fine. Those girls were the future of the family. Chapter 424. New song. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Julian opened his eyes, sat up, and looked around him. He was lying on the dirt in a familiar dark forest, the one he was in before entering the dungeon. All around him, Very fat girls were sitting on the ground whilst dusting the dirt off their bodies. Most of them had torn clothes, and some injuries, the result of a prolonged battle. He almost puked as he looked away. It was not a pretty sight, even with the few pretty girls whom they got from the auction mixed in between the fat ones. He could no longer look. Anyway, at last, he was out of that accursed place. After he entered the dungeon, Julian found himself in a long masonry-built tunnel. One like that is found in ancient Gothic-style castles. Remembering Lily's advice, he began to move, intending to find a safe zone. He kept his steps in the light of the blue torches that illuminated the tunnels, avoiding the shadowy areas. Everything was fine as he found a well-lit room to rest in, but just then the dungeon shook and a terrifying scream rocked the entire castle. Suddenly everything began to turn around. The walls turned into the floor and the ceiling was the walls. It was as if he was in a washing machine. Then the monsters came, everything from bats to ghouls. So for the next 10 hours, he had to fight while keeping his balance on the ever-changing terrain. He couldn't believe how close he came to dying. It was really dangerous. Thankfully his class, Soul Paladin, was the natural predator of those things whose souls were very weak, so despite having entire armies of them swarming all over him, he managed to survive. Where was his sister? He wondered as he began to look around. There she was. Lily, are you okay? Julian asked immediately. All over her entire body was covered with blood, and the suit armor she wore before entering was half damaged and practically dyed red. She was also barefooted. Oh, I am fine, she said. This is not my blood. That bastard was just too hard to kill as I had to sneak around it, she added with a very dangerous glint in her eye as she rested an elegant thin sword on her shoulder. Now that I have got his drop though, it was all worth it, she added with a smile. Drop? Never mind that. How about you? Any casualties? She turned and asked. No, mistress, although we had to do some fighting, we all survived thanks to the evil repelling and the hiding talismans you gave us. One of the fat girls replied as all the others bowed to her in thanks, including the ones she got from the auction. They all survived. Wait, what hiding talismans? Julian asked. No one gave him anything like that. Just something I gave the girls. You didn't need it. Suffering builds a man's character, she dismissively said. He silently cured. He didn't dare to curse at her directly, not with that dangerous-looking sword in her hand. Every cell in his body was telling him that he better not let that thing touch him. Do you want to say something? Lily asked, noticing how he looked at her. You got a new sword, he said. You mean Nut Slicer? She said, slowly stroking the sword with passion. He is a good kid, an SSS ranked artifact. I plan to put it to good use. SSS wait, Nut Slicer? Julian asked as his crotch shivered. Young Julian just shrank by 3 inches hearing her say it. Yup, it is its new name, she said. It's a new purpose in life, she added with a nod. What? She asked, noticing the way he looked at her. No comment. He decided not to anger his sister ever again. How much did you level up? She asked him to change the subject. I am at level 58, he said as a smile crept on his face. It was as if the entire dungeon was attacking him earlier, but it was all worth it. She cursed. What? Why? Julian frowned. Don't you want me to get stronger? He asked. Not this fast. This might make you gain some unwarranted attention from our uncle, she said in a worried tone. We might need to delay our plan to return a little until I find you some good disguise skills, she added. It is not my fault, okay? Julian said. I had no choice but to fight. I know, she said. In truth, she planned to hoard all the X points in the dungeon for herself to level up fast, but her plan failed. By the way, who was the idiot who disobeyed my orders and caused the castle to activate? Asked as she pointed her sword toward the nervous girls. It was not me, Julian quickly clarified. His sister was very dangerous when she entered the punishment mode. He learned this the hard way. It's me, Alicia was the one who replied. She was biting her lip as she looked down. Oh, Lily sighed. What happened? She asked as she lowered her sword and sighed. She should have figured as much. I knocked off a coat of armor by mistake and this sounded the alarm, she said as squeezed her fist, ready to be punished. Okay, be more careful next time, Lily said as she completely put away her sword. making the girl look up in surprise. "Wait, you are not going to punish her?" Yulian asked. "Of course not," Lily said, surprising everyone. "Alicia has a curse on her, you know. It is not her fault." "A curse?" Alicia asked as she squeezed her fist tighter. She always felt that she was cursed. Ever since she was young, bad things have happened around her. "Yup, it makes your luck very bad and hurts those around you. You got a Jinx avatar class, right?" "Yes," Alicia nodded. "Classes usually reflect a player's personality, so I expected as much." Lily nodded. "Don't worry, when I bring you to the auction, I already noticed that. I have a plan to remove your curse and make you stronger, but it will take some time." "Thank you." Alicia nodded, as she looked at Lily with appreciation. Ever since she was a kid, whenever someone knew about her situation, they always shunned her. It was rare for someone to act friendly to her, as Lily had been doing ever since she bought her. "This had become my duty the moment you decided to follow me," Lily said with a smile. Scamming the poor girl. She had learned from the best. "Now, let's go back inside. We need to rest before we plan our next move," she said, looking at the huge boulder behind her where the dungeon's entrance used to be. "Inside?" "Yup." "You mean into the dungeon?" Yulin asked nervously, looking around. "There is no door here. It has already been conquered, you know. It is a ruin now. Entering it is a little tricky as this entire mountain has been changed in a sense," she said, touching the boulder with her hand as she uttered a sentence in a strange language. "DV!" she shouted. The rock suddenly shimmered and disappeared as if it were a mirage. Behind it, it revealed a path throughout the dark forest. "You better remember the phrase I uttered. It is the password to get in," she told the girls as she started heading forward. In the other timeline, this place after it was conquered, those who did it failed to notice the secret entrance, and left it as if. Later, this place was turned into a base for one of the most dangerous assassin organizations in the world, the Silver Dagger. It was secretly led by the demon that was hiding inside the castle, acting like an old man. It took the imperial family 5 whole years to finally find them after they tried to assassinate the emperor. That's why Lily knew about it, and about the secret weapon that was hidden in it. This sword almost decapitated her father, if it weren't for the Edict shard that forced the assassin to change the attack direction at the last moment. "Is it safe?" Yulin asked as he cautiously followed. "There might be some traps here and there, but nothing really dangerous. Just an old castle. This place will be our secret base from now on," she added with a dangerous smile. When Ritu opened her eyes, she was on the island. Not the family island, but another one filled with monsters. It took her 4 hours to circle around the entire island to the other side to finally locate where the family island was. Her mission was there after all. Looking at the dangerously looking sea separating the two islands, she hesitated whether she should cut some trees to make a boat or just swim there. Thankfully, she had to do neither, as she quickly noticed some of the boats that were left by the family players that came here. Although they were guarded, it was trivial for her to find a boat a little further away, knock away its guard, and then take the boat. After that, demon took over her body and her attributes and already shot past the 300 points despite her only having a level 0. Taking the boat and dragging it to the water, she quickly applied a hiding talisman on it, climbed on it, took the oar, then began heading to the family island. "Any updates?" Margaret asked. She was sitting at a meeting table with Arya, Elise, and Lynn. This was their weekly meeting to discuss how to run the harem. This task was not as easy as it sounded, especially with a husband like Victor who only cared about adding girls to his ever-expanding collection. First, the team in Ring Cloud City had already started moving. The Justice Ring was handed to the Von's Y agents, and Alpha will make a move in a couple of days after collecting enough information, Elise said. "Let them be careful. We don't want our Alpha to die before she learns about her new family order," Margaret said with a wicked smile. Arya sighed. "Poor Alpha would definitely suffer a meltdown once Hana passes the great-great-grandma's message to her." "Did any of you hear anything from Victor?" she asked, changing the subject. "Not since he contacted Big Sister Lily last time, but I am sure he is fine with his character. I don't see him entering any dangerous situations anytime soon," Elise wrongfully stated. "Unless it is for some girl," Margaret corrected her. The girls nodded. "How about the fake they plan to send us?" Any news about him? Lynn asked. There is. I was about to tell you, Elise said. Just this morning, a young man who looks like Victor was washed ashore in Brown Sand City. Is this news from our men or the von Geldstadt's network? Margaret asked. Both. It is definitely him, she said. According to Kai, the family agents are already heading there at the moment. We better prepare on our side. As soon as the dungeon on the main island is cleared, they will contact us. She added she had no worry about the dungeon not getting conquered sooner or later. The entire force of the family was there after all. Good, Margaret said. I will need you girls to conveniently leave the city by then, just for a few days until I sort him out, just in case that fake turned out to be a leecher. Margaret didn't want anything bad to happen to her sisters if things went wrong. Don't worry, we already have a full schedule, Arya explained. What about the situation on your side? She asked Margaret. Abe is ready. He is now partially convinced that he is the real Crimson Pearl. He is even trying to write his own novel. Margaret sighed. Although he might realize something is wrong if he was really grilled by someone, I am sure those guys will just hypnotize him to learn the truth, and at that point, our counter-hypnosis will take over. Margaret clarified. When will the action begin? I planned to make him meet Mikkel and Bianca after the fake appeared. With him acting like he has amnesia, it would be perfect. She said, sadly, it is taking too long and those guys are getting restless. So we will start the day after tomorrow. I will be there acting all surprised that my cousin was a famous writer. She chuckled. Be careful, we don't know who our enemies are. Elise warned her. Your presence is vital for the plan to deal with the fake. If anything wrong were to happen to you, Myra would have to take your place. I know. Margaret nodded quickly. Now what else? Arya asked. I have some news, Lynn said. The connection with the von Rosen family island was cut. My mother is acting very nervous, and branch families have started investigating. Oh, did they summon that thing Victor talked about? Elise asked. Most likely, Margaret said. According to the plan, we will start to spread rumors about the dungeon there. Noted. Arya nodded. If that's all. I have something, Lynn suddenly interrupted, taking out an envelope and giving it to Margaret. This is? Margaret asked as she opened it and looked at the paper inside. A song that I composed. I hope Monica will add to her next album, Lynn said, scratching her head. This meeting is not about that kind of business. Arya frowned. She was very professional. This one is special, Lynn said, looking at Margaret, who read the song with a raised eyebrow before giving the paper to the curious Arya. Although it might need some touching up, I don't mind this. But are you sure? Margaret asked. This will make her hate you even more. Yes, I also want to get some early revenge, Lynn said, feeling a little shy. We all do, Margaret said, putting her hand on Lynn's shoulder to reassure her. It was perfectly fine to humiliate your enemies. What the fuck is this? Arya suddenly flared. She had just finished reading the song. How many pussies are in this song? She asked as Elise poked her head from the side, reading the first few lines before blushing and retreating. This thing was too lewd for her. Bad pussy, doing bad things. Grab the pussy, kick the pussy, doing dirty things. It went something like that. It is about a bad pussy who does bad things getting grabbed then punished after that, Lynn explained, making Elise, who knew what this was really about but couldn't help to think of all the other meanings, blush more. The girl had been getting really corrupted lately after staying with Margaret. Do you expect Monica to sing this? Arya asked. This will ruin her reputation. On top of that, mother-in-law would kill us. Not necessarily, Margaret interjected. We can just put a cat at the end of every phrase and shrug it all off. We can also make it an online free release. All the attention will be a good publicity stunt for the new album. She added. She was fully on board. That would be even worse. Do you want every animal rights group after us? Arya flared again. Those girls were beyond help. No one is that stupid. Margaret dismissed her. Look, even our Elise got it correctly. The blushing Elise looked away in shame. I want to find a very catchy melody for it so everyone in the world will make it their ringtone. Lynn continued to explain. biting her lip. I want that beach to hear it whenever she goes. Oh, don't worry, I think I do have a good tune for this, Margaret said with a wicked smile. I might as well make Abe take all the credit for it to enhance his credibility. Are we really going on with this? Arya asked with a frown. That's what Victor would have done, Margaret explained, making both Elise and Lynn nod. Absolutely right. Chapter 425, Green Goo. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Inside the maze-like tunnels inside the volcanic island, Theodore, Anne and the entire Von Weiss family's main team were heading toward the boss room at a hastened pace, slaying all kinds of bizarre monsters in the process. The deeper they got, the more strange and bizarre the monsters became. It was as if they were becoming more and more corroded, like something that had long been decayed and then reconstructed, losing a few parts in the process. They also quickly find out why Zed looked like a slime. Apparently, in his escape earlier, he had to crawl through no less than 10 swamp-like pits that interrupted the tunnels every half a mile or so. Those holes were filled by a strange green slimy liquid that splashed everywhere. What is this matter? Mike asked. It doesn't seem to be poisonous, but we better avoid it, Theodore said as they walked around the pits one by one. Are you sure Zola and the others were with you? Octavio asked Zed as they walked. They have already been walking for 4 hours but they found nothing. They were here, Zed said. This place is like a maze, we can't just walk aimlessly, Primus commented. Then let's just follow these pits, they seem to follow a certain path, Anne said. And whose news? We might find something interesting. It didn't take Rita a long time to finally reach the main island. She used her superhuman strength to paddle there, so it was super fast. Once she reached the familiar docks, she left the boat to one of the servants there, by throwing the boat's rope at him. Then, acting arrogant and snobbish as one of the heirs should, she slipped past the patrolling guards without letting them inspect her. Thankfully, with all the monsters around, they had no time to check every individual thoroughly. She just had to flash her elite token and then ignore them. Now that they were inside the dungeon, technology didn't work, so the token recording function would not log her being there. And no sane guard would dare question an elite heir. Making sure she found an abandoned corner, Rita quickly changed her clothes into a sneaking outfit and then activated a hiding talisman before going out again. She headed to the main ancestral temple in the middle of the island. According to the message Victor left her with Liam, that place had a secret passage toward the center of the island. To tell the truth, sneaking around like this made her a little nervous. The last time in the Von Zwy base, she had Victor guiding and reassuring her at every step, but here, she had to do it all by herself. She also missed that shadow shifting ability Victor granted her. It was super convenient. Now she had to wander alone. Reaching the familiar ancestral temple, she quickly went past a lonely guard and sneaked inside. Thankfully, due to all the trouble on the island earlier, no one was taking care of this place either. And the guard they left here was kinda an idiot. He was just standing there picking his nose while looking at the grey sky. Was he in love or something? He was totally bewitched. Rita paused. She turned back and headed toward the stupid guard. Inspecting him for 5 minutes, she frowned. He seemed totally clueless. Was he really a guard? Hey, she poked at him after removing her disguise. She was ready to strike him unconscious if he troubled her. He didn't even reply. It was as if he was in a trance. Hey! She shouted this time as she grabbed him and forced him to face her. Still, the guard only laughed like a village idiot. Rita slapped his face. He laughed, totally ignoring his now crooked nose and the blood dripping from it. Cheat. Rita cursed as she looked around. There was nothing out of order except for this guy. After thinking for a moment and throwing a healing pill into the guard's mouth, she hurried into the building. Something was very wrong here. However, her mission had not changed, and it had to be done. She just needed to ruin the isolation formation, then hide and wait until the dungeon got conquered before grabbing that heart. She just needed to follow Victor's instructions. She kept telling herself that as she walked inside, making sure not to trip on something or raise any alarm in the darkness. Yes. The entire building was pitch dark as it was constructed without windows for security reasons, and the creation of the dungeon seemed to have knocked out all the electricity. Thankfully, thanks to the body modification she suffered, she could see somehow, but it was not 100% clear. That's why she was very careful. Bam! She bumped into a guard, not her fault. He was the one running around. She was using a disguise talisman, so this must have been an accident. Just bad luck. She readied her weapon to knock him out, but she quickly lowered it. There was no need, as the guard looked around and then began to laugh like an idiot. Even here? Damn it. If only she had an appraisal skill or something to know what was wrong with him. She was really missing Victor giving her instructions. Pushing the guard away and letting him continue his aimless wandering, she continued to walk, making sure to be extra wary around corners. So slowly, as she crossed multiple checkpoints in which the guards were all acting like idiots, she was finally sure that whoever did this to the guards was heading in the same direction she did. Cheat, cheat, cheat. As she kept cursing, something she rarely did before meeting Victor, Rita slowly began approaching the hidden zone deep inside the mountain. One gate after another, and one flight of stairs after another, it was the same. The guards were acting like idiots. Some were even doing obscene things, forcing her to hurry away upon noticing them. Finally, she found herself in the middle of the mountain, in front of Secret Zone's giant gate that should have been shut firmly. According to what Lily told her, the isolation formation should have been inside this gate. Her mission was to destroy the gate. But why was the gate already destroyed? In front of her, the entirety of the gate was melting as if it was made of chocolate and some bad kid left it in the sun. No, a more accurate description would be someone splashing acid over it. She could smell the rancid smell and acid smell all around. Behind the now open door, she could only see a dark corridor. Should she consider her mission accomplished and just go home? She wondered. No. Something was really fishy here, and if Victor was in her place, he would definitely go and check to protect the family. She couldn't have been more wrong, but she decided to carefully check the situation. Suddenly, just as she took 2 steps, she felt it. As if her entire body ordered her to stop. It was as if something was about to lock onto her. There was something very dangerous here. It reminded her of how she felt when she faced that demon that possessed her in the Von Zwei base. Unconsciously she began to employ the same method Victor taught her to hide her soul. Strangely enough, despite it being in her physical body, the technique seemed to have worked as she felt her existence began to disappear and the pressure earlier vanished. Instinctively, she knew why Victory did explain this thing before, with her body now turning into that of a corpse warrior due to the demon's possession. Now, if she hid her soul, her body would not appear to be alive at all. All of that with the disguise talisman on top of it, made her pretty much disappear. Should she continue? She pondered. It might be very dangerous. Click, click, click. The sound of footsteps of someone wearing high heels sounded in the corridor behind her, forcing her to slowly step back with her back to the wall as someone quickly passed by her without noticing. It was someone she knew, a friend of her grandfather, Grand Elder Tulin, the vice head of the Secrets Hall. According to what Kai told her, this woman was the one behind all the trouble on the island at the moment. Squinting her eyes, Rita decided to quickly follow, making sure to stay by the wall and watch her steps. Like that, it didn't take them long to finally reach a large room, that in contrast with the tunnels, was well lit by strange crystals in its center, where a handsome young man was standing between the corpses of 4 giant wyvern-like creatures. In his hand, he held a beating heart, the same one she was ordered to grab. What the hell is going on in here? Theodore asked. After following the pits for another hour, they finally found themselves in a strange large hall where in its center there was a giant pond of that same disgusting matter. All around it, corpses of all kinds of monsters floated, their bodies melted into strange shapes. Look there, Zed said, pointing to the center of the pond where a giant dead tree stood, forming a small island with its intertwining giant roots going deep under. On it, there was a throne, an empty wooden throne to be exact. It was as if someone carved it out of the tree itself. Number 3, and said, making one of her shadow guards appear out of thin air. Then with one jump she reached the tree and began to check it. Someone was sitting here lately, the throne is clean, there are even boot marks on the floor near it. The shadow guard said, careful not to touch a thing. An elite monster? Primus asked with a frown. Elite monsters were those who were sentient like high demons and vampire lords. Dealing with those guys was usually very hard and tricky, as they were not only very powerful but also very sneaky. Let's be careful, Anne said, ordering her guards to inspect the room. Can you follow the traces? She asked the shadow guard, who knelt down to inspect the tree thoroughly. Yes, she touched the throne with her knee. Ah! She gasped, not knowing what was happening as she turned into a green goo, melting into the pond. What? Everyone gasped before they quickly began to duck to the ground and look around with their weapons drawn. Kyra Zed, who finally grasped what he just saw, squeaked like a woman. Shut up, and scolded, directly kicking his balls and making him fall to the ground in pain. Everyone, watch your steps and step back slowly, she ordered as she knelt on the ground and began to look around. Was it a sneak attack? Octavia asked, as she also bent down and hurried to check on her son. Anne had just saved his life, as if there was a sniper here. Getting low to the ground was the best action. Check, Primus ordered. Clear, clear. Quickly all the guards performed their duty and checked their perimeter using various artifacts to identify hidden enemies. All clear, no enemies in sight, Mike declared. There might have been poison, the some really potent stuff, Theodore, who also checked her perimeter, suggested. Maybe, Anne said as everyone began to warily stand back up, ready to defend at any moment. Since there is nothing else here, I think we should leave this place for now, Theodore said nervously as he looked around. He didn't like places like this, and his intuition was telling him that he should not be here. We can always return and check after conquering the dungeon. Yes, let's go. Find Anne didn't get to continue. Bang! In the hall, one of the side walls exploded in a ball of fire, filling the hall with dust and smoke on top of sending debris all over the place, making the pit splash around and hitting everyone who was focused on dodging the giant stones. Bang, bang, drank, bang, fssssssss, bam. Everyone ducked again and prepared their weapons as the sound of fighting began to ring around the hall. Slowly, as the dust settled, the family team could see what was going on. Beyond the hole in the wall, there was a giant arena with thousands and thousands of empty seats. Down in its center, a giant chained corpse dragon was busy fighting for exhausted brave girls, whose bodies were riddled with injuries. Alice, Zoe, Zola, and Q